Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for joining us on Tembei TV. This is Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. And today is the day when the Deputy President presidential debate is on, and there is Mother meeting Gachagua, and the rest of the participants want to look keenly on who has performed exemplary, who can we trust with the future of this country, who has a plan that will help the people of Kenya come from where they are to where they ought to be. Welcome to the show. And if you're able to get us, please make sure you invite 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to join into the discourse from wherever you are around the world. Mtembei TV can be accessed by anybody from anywhere on earth as long as he's able to connect to the internet. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. And of course, Kenya Kwanza suffers a blow again. Wairia now supports Baba, contrary to what was there previously. Is this the end of the road for the bid for Kenya Kwanza to gain control over this country, or what next? It's 20 days to the D-Day. Are you set? You have your voters card ready? Are you closer to your polling station? Are you set to see to it that you determine the future of this great country by giving credible leaders the authority to reign over this nation by stirring it up into greater heights and into greater achievement? Well, it is that time again. Let's make sure that we make the most of this opportunity. I want to appreciate everyone that is joining us from around the world. Please be part of our extension by inviting as many as you can to join into the discourse. Well, the link to use to get in the studio is now in the comment section. Click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this very space for us to get talking. Thank you very much for everyone who is joining us. Please ensure that you don't watch alone. We are looking at Karua Gachagua debate, hits and messes. Who has gotten the heart and the mind of Kenyans right, or who is taking Kenyans for a ride? Let's all get down to talking. Asante sana kwa wote ambao mnajiunga nasi, tunashukuru kila mmoja. Naomba tu kutambua wawili watatu. Kuna Young Bright Challenger, karibu kwa show, thank you so much. Kuna Boni, asante sana, anasema Gachagua. Kuna gavana wa Mavoloni thank you so much. Wairia wako na kura ngapi? Nonsense. Wacha makasiriko. Robert Opilu, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu mwingine? Kuna Sami Hayemba, nasema Gachagua hata to explain ni shida. All the same, thank you so much. We appreciate everybody who is making this their channel of choice, even as we set out to air out everything based on the reality of our politics and determining the future of where we move from here and how we move from here to where we ought to be. It's definite that August 9th, 2022 is quickly coming, and we all ought to be in our polling station in good time. And that's why I advise everybody, especially those of you in the diaspora that want to come to vote, don't wait for the last minute. You bought the ticket, please begin the journey early. 1 week to election would be good, so that you familiarize yourself. You may come back and find your village moved. So you should be able to locate it and be able to familiarize yourself with the roads and the vehicles that go to the polling station, so that you don't miss out on that polling day. And as you travel, please carry all your documents. If you registered using your passport, carry your passport. If you registered using your ID, carry your ID. Don't reach at the polling station and become a problem because they are demanding a document you don't have. You would rather carry everything other than miss something very important. So be sure to be near your polling station as get as close as possible. Those of you that vote in the village, begin to plan to roll down to the village in good time. Don't wait for the vehicles to be filled and then you find an excuse to remain here. And those of you who vote in Nairobi, you have no permission to move from the town where you live to your village until you have voted. Wait for the voting day, vote, cast your vote early in the morning, and then you can leave in the afternoon to go back to your village and wait for the result. Thank you so much. I want us to get down to talking. Tutaanza leo na Mr. Wangira. Mr. Wangira, vipi leo?
Hey Bernard, how are you? How are you, Bernard?
I'm well. How are you today?
I'm doing fine. Habari ya Bwana Silas?
I'm fine. How are you?
Fine. Bernard, we have just been watching the
Silas and Karua.
We have just been watching the deputy presidential debate that has just ended, and let me just say one or two things that I've picked out of that presidential debate. When Gachagua was asked what type of a deputy president he will be, he said that he has 35 years experience in government, in public service. He's hardworking. He does not drink alcohol. That's what he said. Unlike Martha Karua, who said that she will be respectful, she will abide by the constitution, she will be a principal assistant to her principal, to her principal. Now, if you look at the way Martha Karua has been responding to the questions and the way Gachagua has been responding to questions, you find that they are two worlds apart. For example, when the other issue was raised, the issue where now President Uhuru Kenyatta and William Samoei Ruto are not reading from the same script. You know what Gachagua told Kenya, that it will never happen in Kenya Kwanza alliance because they have a lot of things to do. And Martha Karua was outright. He said that first, the overall leader in this particular instance should be the president, because she will be the principal assistant to the president, and that she will be a delegate to the president, and the president will be the first among the equals. And she agreed that differences are natural, that when you are human beings, and like Gachagua was telling us that it will never happen, but to Martha Karua, she said that differences are normal, that if you're a human being, once in a while you must disagree, but there will be a way they will moderate the differences. And like what Gachagua was telling us here, that it will never happen between him and William Samoei Ruto, which we know is a lie. Another issue that came up was how they are going to handle the matter of corruption. And Bernard, I raised this issue here the other time when I even quoted to you the Commission of Inquiries Act. Gachagua was saying that they are going to form a commission of inquiry to look in what they call state capture. Then Martha Karua told her, no, we don't need a commission of inquiry to investigate corruption. All we need to do is we need to empower the institutions that are fighting corruption on matters of legislation, on matters of policy. For example, she was saying the same issue that I just said here a few weeks ago, that, for example, presidential elections and presidential petitions take only 14 days, and other electoral petitions only take 6 months. Then she was asking, she does not understand why we cannot also apply the same formula when it comes to corruption matters. Then when they were asked to declare how much they worth it, Martha Karua said, the last time when she was running in 2013, she said she was worthy. She said she was worth 88 million. That was the amount. That is how worthy she was. Today she has said, because of the inflation that has eaten on our market here, you know, perhaps her property has gone up to now around 150 million. So what he owns in property is only 150 million shillings, unlike Gachagua owns a whole almost a billion shillings, a whole almost a whole 1 billion Kenya shillings, and an entire 200 million shillings that he cannot explain. And you know, there's one thing that I've learned from this debate. You know, there seems to be a serious grudge between Rigathi Gachagua and the Kenyatta family, and even this issue of they saying that, you know, state capture, we are going to form commissions of inquiry, is all about attacking the Kenyatta family. And you know, questions came up very clearly, and it was asked, "Are you telling us that you are going to target the Uhuru Kenyatta's family?" And you said, you know, we are not talking about individuals, but we will go about those who are after the state capture, you know. So, you know, if you read into his body language, you know, he seems to have had differences with Uhuru Kenyatta, and you know, he's saying that if perhaps he becomes the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, he can go after Uhuru Kenyatta. Finally, but today they have been telling us that they're hustlers. And when he was asked what is the price of paraffin, Bernard, what is the price of paraffin, Bernard? Do you know the price of paraffin? Bernard, do you know price of paraffin? Oh, he's not. So when he was asked about the price of paraffin, you know, he answered that he does not go to the supermarket. So we are asking ourselves, is paraffin sold in supermarket, Bernard? Hmm? 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 Are you getting me, Bernard? Hmm? Are you getting me? Is he getting me?
Yes, yes, we get you, but with some hiccups, but it's okay. Conclude.
So I've just concluded by saying that, you know, Gachagua does not know how much a liter of paraffin costs, and he believes that to buy paraffin you need to go to the supermarket. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in.
Hey, hello, Wanawangira, are you there?
Yes,
Mike, can you
I am
confirm you can
through.
get me?
No, I'm finished. We can allow somebody else to come in.
Silas,
Silas, you
take
can
it.
come. Silas.
Oh, habari ya bwana Wangira na Mike. I'm actually traveling. I'm at Qatar. I missed my flight, so I've been waiting here for the next 6 hours. So I had an opportunity to watch the deputy president's debate, but kind of, you know, how UDA guys try to debate is about blame games. So ikanibo nikaacha because, you know, Gachagua is asked this and he's talking about inferiority. You know, I wonder, why do Gachagua think that Uhuru Kenyatta is inferior, feels inferior to William Ruto? You know, it doesn't make sense at all, you know. So when he started, instead of debating points, debating matter, he's just calling names and blaming, as usual. That is for UDA. But I had promised in this forum before that I was coming to vote for Baba. And that's why I'm on my way. I delayed in Dallas, Texas a little bit. That's why I missed my flight to Nairobi. I was supposed to be in Nairobi by 11:30, but sasa I was rescheduled. Natoka hapa Qatar around 1:50. And thanks God, Mutembei TV comes in handy. So as I wait, at least I can hear naweza ingia mjadala. Thanks to Mutembei TV, by the way. So right now sina mingi ya kuchangia because I've been airborne, so Honestly, I don't know what's really happening. Hiyo presidential debate, deputy presidential debate nilipata tu by chance. So I'll stay nisikie venye mnachangia, but I'm coming home at least to cast that vote. Hata kama baba anaanguka nayo, let me just be part of the history, you know. Poa sana. Niaje? So for now, let me just wait for my flight and pray for my journey masses. I'll be there tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Silas. I think Bernard is still stuck. We can
Thank
continue.
you, Silas. Mike, confirm it. Can get me.
I've been watching almost the entire. Bernard, is it okay for me to continue? Sawa, I can continue. Thank you. I've been watching the debate. First started with the two ladies. The two ladies actually surprised me because they came out very knowledgeable and articulate about the issues they want to address in the country. And as the Roots Party candidate was saying, it's an opportunity for Kenya to open their minds and think outside the box on how they can get this country back on its feet. The economy cannot be addressed from one approach only. I think the diversity of approaches from different thinkings can help us get where we want to go. So I think we shouldn't rubbish the issue of seeing how we can as much as we are not saying we start planting bangi, but it was an eye opener for us to think beyond our conventional sources of revenue generation as a country. So even if we don't plant bangi, our minds have been open to think outside maize, tea, and coffee. We are now going to think outside the box and see what else we can do. I think that was a good eye opener. And the two ladies had their issues very well articulated, especially the Roots Party lady, who seemed to be very knowledgeable about the issues affecting the country. Coming to the climax of the day is Martha and Gachagua. I've told you people before, Bernard. There is a strategy of Ruto and Gachagua and the Kenya Kwanza people. Whenever they are subjected to an interview, they will create their own question and stick to a script that they want to advance. So if you look at today, the script was to attack Uhuru and make Uhuru look like the candidate that Ruto is facing. So they made the discussion, the debate, dwell on Uhuru versus Ruto, so much that today I didn't hear the mention of Raila even once. I thought maybe they would sneak in Raila's name for one or two reasons. But Gachagua made sure that he stuck on Uhuru, his personal businesses, his personal conduct, and his relationship with the president, with the deputy president. And going forward, Bernard, the people interviewing the deputy president, the president, and the presidential debate, I mean, should really demand that the people being interviewed answer the questions they have been asked and not create their own questions, because half of the time Rigathi was answering his own questions. He was talking about the businesses Uhuru owns. And in all this debate, there was no mention of who owns what. If we were to ask who owns what, then it would have been a good opportunity for him to also tell us what Ruto owns, whether the 2,500 acres were bought or were given as free and all these other things. But that was not the issue on the agenda. But all the same, Martha has brought out her issues well. We are going to have a government of Raila and Martha dealing with corruption decisively. We are not going to have commissions. Bernard, commissions have been the conduit to subvert the justice in this country. When Robert Ouko died, the first thing that came up was a commission. When we had our problems in 2007, what came up is a commission. So these commissions, if they had any outcome, they would have been good or relevant. But this country has a history of having commissions as a way to slow down the process, because they know once a commission comes up, it will take 2 years, and by that time Kenyans would have forgotten and moved on. So I agree with Martha that the issues affecting Kenya can be dealt with decisively without the need for commissions. And in any case, Bernard, commissions are formed by the president. The president will pick his friends who will make sure that the report that comes out is friendly to the government of the day. So we shall never see truth coming out of any commission, however serious people that sit in it might look to be. So I want to leave it at that for now, Bernard. 20 days to the countdown, things are getting clearer by the day. I think the undecided percentage is going to make a decision in the next 2 weeks. I can assure you, with the activities going around, especially of Uhuru moving around, is going to bring clarity to the undecided part of Mount Kenya to make a decision that will definitely favor the right side of the team, which is Azimio. I would like to leave it at that for now, Bernard, so that others can contribute. Bernard is stuck. I think we can move on. Anyumba, are you ready to move on or remove to Mama?
Yes, I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Anyumba, are you on?
Yes, I'm on.
Anyumba seems to also. Yeah,
I'm on.
yeah,
I'm
please
on.
proceed
We
and give
hear,
your views for the
hear
day.
him.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good evening, panelists.
There is a problem, Anyumba. We might need to allow you to prepare your system.
Oh my
Please,
God. Okay.
Anyumba.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyumba, your network is still weak. Let us ask you to prepare it and then come back. Mama, karibu,
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
utupatie mawili matatu. We are always happy to have you on board. Karibu, mama.
Asante sana. Wow, what do we say? Debate sote si kuona ya kwanza, isipokuwa nimesikia wakisema vile the two ladies have done well na issues. So wacha niende ya Kenya Kwanza na Simio ya Martha Karua and Rigathi Gachagua. I think debate na vile wewe umesema Mike, watu ya UDA wanataka kutuhusia yale wanataka, na alikuwa ana attract Martha Karua wakati ameingilia president sana. Alikuwa anajaribu Martha Karua aingie in the trap, kwa sababu Uhuru Kenyatta deputy president na Gachagua ni watu ya Jubilee. Chochote imefanyika kwa makosa ya president imefanyika kwa Gachagua na deputy president. Martha Karua and Raila wamekuwa out of the government, but walikuwa na trap kusema mambo ili Martha Karua aweze kuongea. But I was happy, chochote alisema kunsincere, she never say anything about it, kwa sababu ingeonyesha ya kwamba yeye kweli ni puppet ama ndiye muti ya Uhuru. So we want to sema asante sana kwa mama, alijibu maswali ile ilikuwa inatakikana, alideal na mambo ya corruption. So Gachagua in 10 words, 7 of them ilikuwa ni Uhuru na Uhuru na Uhuru na Uhuru. Any minute Uhuru, anything anafanya. Amesahau Uhuru Kenyatta na Ruto ni kitu moja. Nimefurahia swali ya mama kuulizwa ukiwa, what is the role of a deputy president? She will be assistant principal na atafanya kazi yenye rais yake amemwambia. Na kwa sababu in case kutakuwa na issues, they will go household.
by hammering.
There will be household watakaa chini. I think Ropina, you are, yes, I'm mute. So amesema in case kukuwe na mambo, because actually iwezi kosa, wataenda ndani, they will talk inside, wamalize wakuja waserve Kenyans. Gachagua ametuambia vile na Ruto they cannot. Siku ya kwanza Uhuru na Ruto walikuwa mapacha. They were brothers. Walifaa the same suit. Walifaa the same tie. They work like the same. Ile kitu hata ilikosa ni kuhold hands kama mama na baba. But Gachagua kutuambia hawawezi kosana na yeye, tofauti yake na Uhuru Kenyatta ni nini? So I think hapo ndiye Gachagua ameanguka, na yeye hayuko ample kusema yeye ni tribute. Amesema amechaguliwa. Kwa hivyo hata yeye atakuwa anachipika kifua ya kwamba I was also elected like you. So kuna mambo mingi kama Wakenya wamesikia. I think Gachagua out of 10 is score 4 for me, if it is not 3, because huwezi enda kwa tipeti yako kama deputy president, unaenda kuchukua mambo ya president, na president mwenyewe atakuja kusema nini? He was not coming to defend Ruto. He was coming to tell us. Alikuwa anakuja kutuambia yeye kama deputy president atatufanyia nini. But ameonyesha ametumwa. Why are you defending the president mwenye anaweza kutuongoza? So for me, it was a failure. Kwamba unakuja kutetea mwanaume mwingine, na wewe una mambo yako, na wakati umeulizwa yako. Bottom up economy, hata hakuna kitu ametuambia. Anasema wako na manifesto yao. Hakuna kitu hata moja nilisikia akisema. Mama Eri ametuambia vile wamefanga 6,000, mambo ya health care, na mambo yote ila Azimio imepanga. So for real, oh my God, now I think wameambiana wakuje wapike kelele. Na nashukuru mother, she never wanted, alikuwa na time mother kumurukia ndiye amkatashe kuongea. So hata wakati alikuwa anajaribu kuabuse mother, kumuattack, alinyamaza, alirelax. That is a lawyer, that is a judge. Huyo ni judge yule anakaa chini, anapima vile unafanya. So ninapongeza our deputy president. She make us proud. She has made Kenyan proud. The 3 women have made Kenya proud. Kama leo tungekuwa tunaambiwa within the 3 women, of course tungekuwa na president, na of course tungekuwa na deputy president. Kama mnapongeza mama ya chama ya nyoka na marijuana, well, alifanya vizuri, then she could be the deputy president. And then you come to this side, Mother Karua ran over Gachagua. So I want to say the 3 women have done us proud. Kama wale wasichana ya Jamaica wamechukua 100 meters, sote wasichana watatu. So I want to say thank you so much, the women of Kenya. Thank you so much, the constituency that people did not understand them. You have come out proud. You have made us proud as mothers of Kenya, as people of Kenya. Then today, najua wale wako kwa wamedecide, they have already know where the government will be. Uwezi sema mambo ya corruption ni kukuja kutenganisha inspector general, sijui kufanya nini shady, sijui. How? Mother Karua amesema vizuri. Deal with corruption. 6 months. Funga watu. Gachagua ametoka ametuambia leo, na walikuwa wanadanganyana wawezi funga Uhuru Kenyatta. Amekuja na barua mrefu, na ametuambia na ameulizwa mara 4, are you going to jail the president? Anasema I am saying this first family, and then anaulizwa, anakataa kusema Uhuru, but anasema wata implement immediately. So nataka kuambia brothers ya Central ya kwamba it is, anyway, I don't want to be biased, lakini najua Mike na kila mtu ananisikia hapa ya kwamba mwenye anakuuza, mwenye anakuua si mwingine kutoka mbali. Ndiyo sababu wanasema kikulacho kiko nguoni mwako. Kwa hivyo Karati Gachagua wamekaa chini na hasira na ndio wanataka kukula mtoto yao. So I want to challenge the brothers and sisters of Central. I want to challenge the mothers of Central. Mpira sasa iko kwenyu, kwa sababu sisi wa Kalenjin, mtoto yetu akuwe mbaya, amefanya makosa, sisi tumekufa na yeye. Na hata unaona watu wote wanakujanga hapa wanasema hatuwezi kumwacha kwa sababu ni wetu. Sasa nyinyi Central munawacha Gachagua anakuja kuchukua mtoto yenyu, anakuwa playground. Akiwa president ya Kenya, he was with the deputy president. Martha Karua could not angejibu hiyo swali kwa sababu she has been out of the government for 10 years. Raila Amolo Odinga angekuja kujibu swali ya serikali ya Jubilee because Raila pia amekuwa nje ya serikali. So leo watu ya Jubilee kutokea mtoto yao ya running mate na deputy president wametusi rais, na wakifika Central wanasema rais uende retire, tutakuchunga. But we are happy today mumekuja na barua na kusema in 3 weeks yeye atakuwa ndani kabla ya Wakenya wengine. Asante sana Mike, wacha nifikishe hapo. But if I was one of Central, the way I am one of Kalenjins, those who have refused to give out their son for sacrifice, I think Central wangekaa chini na wapige kura wise. Thank you so much. Yes, Mike, endelea ama pia.
Asante mami. Naona mkono iko juu. Sam, ni swali ama ni nini unataka kuuliza? But
good evening
wacha
all.
niendelee kutembeza watu.
Okay.
Who is speaking now?
Okay.
Nani anaongea? Sijapatia mtu ruhusa.
Sam
Unless you want to ask a question. Kama unauliza
maybe.
swali unaweza uliza. Sam, uliza kama una swali ya kuuliza.
No, ilikuwa tu ni mchango on what Mama said. I just wanted to add something on what. Okay.
So who is following? After Mama Selina, we have Kelvin, and then we have Wasike, and then we have Alex, and then we have Robin. So Mike, who is following? Who is the nani anachukua?
Wasika, are you carrying up your hand because you are the next, or you want to ask a question?
I think unaenda ukiteremuka ukienda tu na chini.
I'm the next.
So I think for me you could have gone round.
Okay, Wasika is campaigning for the next lot. Let Wasika speak.
Yeah, today I felt very happy because
Wasika, go ahead. As much
been...
as I see Nelvin is contesting, but go ahead.
Sorry, Nelvin. Let me just go ahead. I am not going to talk much, but today I'm very happy because you can see clearly that Mr. Gachagua has been dealt with. very, very severely, because the guy cannot even tell people the price of kerosene. He says it doesn't go to the supermarket. So the debate has revealed who the Gachagua and Ruto are. They are hypocrites. Because if every day you are talking about Mama Mboga and Baba Mboga, and you cannot even tell the price of kerosene, that tells a lot about you. And the contempt that Gachagua was talking to Martha Karua, it really revealed of who he is as a person. You can see at the end of the debate, when Martha Karua was shaking her hand, his hand, I don't know what he wanted to do to Martha Karua. That's why Martha Karua was so agitated. I think the guy is just a downright mafia. And when he says that his account is 200 million, when you are caught with a scandal of 12 billion, surely these are people you cannot give power to. These are people who are going to finish us. If you give them power, we are finished as a country. He talks about state capture. He does not even understand how to, he does not even know how to, hajui hata kudefine state capture ni nini, mpaka Martha Karua mwenyewe anamsaidia. So these are people who we cannot give them the government in whatever situation we are in, because there's nothing else they're going to do apart from looting and eating. Apart from looting and eating. Today I'm very happy because Kenyans have clearly seen a steady and focused lady and a confused and a liar by the name Rigathi Gachagua. We cannot hand over our country to a liar and a confused fella who doesn't even understand or know the price of kerosene. He doesn't know. If you don't know the price of kerosene, clearly you don't even understand the problems Kenyans are facing. I'm very happy that the debate has revealed who the Ruto Gachagua are. They are hypocrites, they are pretenders, and they are thieves. For that contribution, I thank the panelists and I rest my case. Thank you very much.
So thank you, and naona Penat ametrop, naona Mike ametrop, na yeye ndiye alikuwa najua nani alikuja ya kwanza. So tunaweza saidiana aje? Tunaenda kwa Melvin and then Alex and then Sammy, ama mulikuja aje? Because mi nilikuwa kwa debate, so can we assist each other tuone nani alikuwa mbele, please?
Yes, Mama Selina, habari yenu?
Nzuri sana.
Sisi tuko salama hapa. Leo niko na furaha na nimekuja na habari njema. Tumepata supporter mwingine ambaye ni gavana wa Murang'a. Ameingia Azimio leo, ameongezea kura. Kwa hivyo kura imeongezeka, hata kama ni moja imeongezeka. Kwa hivyo tunazidi kushukuru Mwenyezi Mungu. Kitu ingine nimeona leo kwa debate ya leo, Kenya sijui tunaelekea wapi. Yaani Rigathi wamezoea vitu ya corruption, mpaka anatoa Mwakenya kwa mfuko. Ako na Mwakenya, ameandikiwa Mwakenya akuje ajibu. Martha ana kitu yoyote na anajibu maswali yake. Lakini Rigathi Gachagua ameona mambo imekuwa moto, akatoa Mwakenya. Sasa anataka kutuonesha nini? Anataka kutuonesha watoto wetu wanafaa kukuwa na Mwakenya kwa mfuko. Huyo ni leader wa aina gani? Na ni leader ambaye tunachagua tukimpeleka wapi? Mtu amekuja na Mwakenya akaweka kwa jacket. Ameona mama amempeleka mbio, mpaka akaona hapa hapana, wacha nikuje na Mwakenya yangu nisaidiane na wengine, kwa sababu unaona anasoma Mwakenya, Moses Kuria anapiga makofi. Anasoma Mwakenya, Moses Kuria. Niliwaambia kitu kimoja, William ni mtu ambaye hawezi aminika. Ikiwa anapatia Rigathi Gachagua Mwakenya akuje atusomee, na ni mtu ambaye tunatarajia ni deputy president, maswali yanafaa kukua kwa kichwa. Maswali ikue kwa kichwa. Waacha kutuambia mambo ingine enye umeandikiwa. Yeye anatuambia vitu ambaye ilipita miaka ya kitambo. Mambo na corruption. haongelei. Sasa unaweza niambiaje unataka kuwa kiongozi na unaniambia unataka kufunga president mwenye anatoka, na nyinyi ndio mmeiba president mwenye ametoka? Ako na shida gani na nyinyi? Yeah? Na ndio mimi nasema, na Martha Karua kuna swali hapo aliulizwa. Kama ingelikuwa ni mimi Martha Karua, wakati wa mwisho ningemjibu kwa hiyo swali ambaye aliuliza, akasema Uhuru Kenyatta mwenyewe amempatia ruhusa Martha Karua ya kufunga watu. Martha Karua angechukua jukumu lake la kumwambia mimi ni no nonsense, ninawaweka ndani, siwezi ngojea barua kutoka kwa mtu yoyote, kwa sababu Uhuru anajua huyu mama ni no nonsense. Kwa sababu si ati amepatiwa kazi na Uhuru, sisi ndio tunampatia kazi, sisi ndio tunaajiri Martha Karua kazi. Kwa hivyo akiingia pale anatufanyia kazi, lakini kukuja kuanza kutuambia sijui 600 billion itatoka iende wapi? Corruption kwanza ndio kitu ya kwanza. Cartels hawa cartels, na ukiangalia ministry zote ambao William alileta watu wake, watu wa William ambao walikuja wote cartels wote, kwa petroleum, agriculture, wote wako na yeye. Kina Moturi, mpaka wakati wa mwisho Moturi amerudi kuwa bias. Hata kwa bunge anaegemea upande mmoja na ni speaker wa bunge la kitaifa. Sisi wa Kenya tunafaa kuamuka, na leo tumeambiwa vizuri sana na gavana wa Murang'a Wairia, tumepata baba na mama na yeye ni mtoto. Wacha tumtayarishe vizuri akuje na hiyo kura yake moja, tumeikaribisha. Lakini hao wakora wote tunaweka jela. Hata huyo Keteri mwenye alienda kutafuta kiti huko Kericho, tunachukua yeye kwanza, yeye ndiye ameleta hao cartels. Unajua kuna kitu kimoja, Uhuru amekuwa na sabotage mingi kwa serikali. Kila mahali unapatia mtu kazi, hata kama ni mdogo wako, anakuwekea cartels kila mahali. Sasa wanakupiga tu. Mahindi ndio hiyo, wamekula pesa yote, wamekula kila kitu kwa agriculture. Sasa hii Munya anajaribu kuamsha hii serikali. Saa hii iko ICU, ndio Martha Karua anatuambia iko ICU, na hata mimi mwenyewe najua, na hata wewe Mkenya mwenzangu unajua iko ICU. Kwa hivyo mtu kuja kutuambia atapata 600 billion, hiyo 600 billion ameweka kwa mfuko yake, ati 600 billion itatolewa ilipe madeni yote, hiyo anafaa danganya wale watu wa ukabila, wale vijana ambao wamepotoshwa na banki na gums hizi za kuvuta na hii pombe tunusu hii yenye wanakunywa, hao ndio anafaa kuambia hivyo. Lakini sisi watu ambao tumesoma na tunajielewa, afai kutuambia hivyo. Anafaa kutuambia atamaliza corruption, aweke watu jela, watu warudishe pesa za wenyewe, ndio Kenya iwe na pesa. Atukopi tena. Na hata naomba Raila Amolo Odinga akiingia, hakuna kukopa. Chukua pesa ile yenye watu wameweka, hizo zenye zimefungiwa kwa bank, rudisha kwa serikali kuu. Rudisha pesa kwa maendeleo ya raia, na tuweke watu jela. Hakuna mambo ya kuhurumia hao watu. Na kwa mchango mwingine, Rigathi leo amejaribu kutuonesha vile yeye ni mtu anatumika. Ukisikia vile anajibu, majibu yake yote ni vile anatumika, si mtu mwenye anajielewa. Ile siasa zenye wamezoea kuuza Mlima Kenya ya kitendawili, ndio wanataka kukuja mpaka kuuza kwa studio. Anaulizwa maswali, yeye anataka kujiletea maswali yake. Amejiandikia Mwakenya na wakiwa na William ameleta, anataka kutusomea sasa vile yeye anapanga. Na hapa amekuja kuulizwa maswali, si kujiuliza maswali. Wametuonesha ya kwamba wakichukua usukani, wakati media inakuja kuwauliza maswali, watakuwa wamejiandikia yao. Media unafaa kuuliza hii na hii, na ukiepuka uulize ingine, wewe na futi sita ni mandugu. Hivyo ndio wamejaribu kutuonesha, na hiyo ndio tunakataana naye leo, na tunasema wewe Gachagua na hiyo Mwakenya yako tarehe 9 tunakutuma nyumbani. Ni hayo tu kwa leo Bernard, asanteni sana.
Okay, Bernard, uko karibu.
Thank you Nelvin, thank you Mama Selina. Asante kwa kushikilia hii mambo. Ni kama navamiwa mwanzo, lakini I think I've stabilized. We'll move forward. Alex, is your turn.
Yeah, I'll make a very quick opening remarks. We have a long day to go. I think in general, it was a good day. I think Kenya is passing the watershed moments whereby we are excited to sit, some of us in our usual place where we sit in bars. Wengine walikaa nyumbani kama Marcelina, wengine walikuwa wanacheza banta kama watoto wetu wenye wako hapa, kuangalia debate, which was good. And I think what I like about it, the ratings for the debate, wanasema, was more on social media than our mainstream media. Kenyans today were glued to see which is the best decisions they can make. And the reason we were doing so is because we have a rogue deputy president, a rogue president who has captured us. And we were making a decision that, do we want to continue with this rogueness, or we want to make a difference? And therefore we were offered with two choices. Let me confess, first of all, that I underestimated Gachagua for a very long time. I don't listen to him when he's speaking in rallies, because I only take snippets of the mistakes that he makes. And perhaps I have underestimated Gachagua for a very long time. Gachagua is a good debater. Gachagua is a sharp man. Gachagua is a man that if you're not careful, if you're not careful, Gachagua will hit you so hard. But I thank God that it was a woman, and not only a woman, it was a lawyer, but not only a lawyer, it was a woman with politics of 30 years. And therefore, Gachagua could not hold on to him. If it was Kalonzo, I swear to God, Gachagua could have won this debate. I swear to God. I'm not going to lie to you. Gachagua did good. We should not undermine the man, and especially on the questions that we thought we could corner him, kama ya kujenga nyumba na mchele. He answered very well. He convinced me. That one was good. You see, the issue about debate is not hating a person. It is listening to them, understanding them, and knowing where they are coming and all. So even if you have made a mistake as a politician, you must know how to come out of it. Kama ya mchele, he came out of it nicely. He said, watu wameshika pesa yangu na wakaniuliza kama sina nyumba, lakini siku nyumba yangu haijaisha. And you know, he did it so well. And I think for his propagandists like Black and Duke, that one you did very well. So congratulations. So the first thing, I want to dwell on the beginning and the end, then you know, the meat tutakula, acha tukule maganda kwanza. At the beginning, Gachagua made big mistakes. The first mistake, he said, you know, I'm here to speak to the people of Kenya, and we don't want trivialities. And the first triviality mistake he made is to make sure, he says, I am a father, I am a husband. Instead of saying two wives, he said one wife. He rejected the other wife. He said a pastor. He didn't say pastors. He's married to two pastors. Then he was trying to castigate Martha Karua as a person of no family. That is being trivial. That is the first triviality that he did. You cannot say that you don't want to be trivial, and your opening remarks are totally trivial. So I think that was the first mistake he made. The second mistake that he made is that he thought he was debating Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. It was not about Martha Karua. And therefore, he ended up talking about Ruto more, Uhuru more, and less about him. And by the time the kitchen came back to roost, he started playing defense when the issues of corruption came. And I think he was hit harder when he was asked, what is state capture? Then he said, you know, people like following me in social media and trolling me. And he had lost it by then. So by the time Martha was replying what he said, state capture, There was no debate after that, but I liked the finishing, which I will say then people will continue to comment because it's 3 minutes. When he was given time to make his finishing remarks, he played defense. But when Martha was told to make his finishing remarks, the statement that we remember in this debate is rescue is coming. And I think Martha finished on a good tone. But overall, this is the best debate Kenya has ever had. It will go to history. Some of us who love history, we will continue to listen to it. We thought it was going to be boring. It wasn't. 90 minutes was like 20 minutes. That's for real. Nobody could acknowledge that we sat for 90 minutes listening to Gachagua. It was like 20 minutes, okay, honestly. So, hongera Gachagua, hongera Martha Karua, mumeweka Kenya mbele. I don't think any country in Africa has done what you have done. So, Kenya kwanza, mmejaribu leo, but hamukutushinda. We won the debate. Thank you very much. Bernard, you're muted.
Okay, asante Alex kwa utangulizi mzuri, good observations, and I think I'm still under state capture. Are you able to get me?
Yes, we
just
get
proceed.
Yes, Bernard.
So I think Bernard.
Okay,
Bernard,
there is delay. Let's just have
yes.
Anyumba continue like that as we proceed.
Okay. Anyumba, you are next. 3 minutes.
Okay, thank
Anyumba.
you. Okay, thank you. Now, Alex, you know you are my friend, and sometimes when you speak on somebody like Gachagua, I disagree with you in a certain area where, you know, what I wanted to hear from Gachagua and from the people who are giving that interview, the issue that where people were killed in Molo, I wanted to hear such things. I didn't hear the journalist asking when Gachagua was DO. But in terms of debate, Gachagua, you know, if you did a debate in school, you don't carry something like a paper to show people that you wrote something. A debate is a debate. You need to be sharp. And number one, I want to give a benefit of doubt that we do not have Kenya Kwanza. We only have UDA. So there is nothing like Kenya Kwanza. So Gachagua is UDA, Ruto is UDA, all of whatever they are doing, it is UDA. So my point is, Gachagua, to me, I can give him 5 over 10 because what he went to do was just propaganda. Because when you start mentioning somebody like Uhuru Kenyatta in a debate, and Uhuru is not even competing with you, Uhuru is not in the ballot, you know, you are telling Kenyans how desperate you are. Because Gachagua was to articulate the issues that are affecting Kenyans. He was asked a very simple question, that how will you rescue Kenyans? He started going round without answering. Another thing, he was asked, where did you get all the billions that you have in your account? He didn't answer the question. Another thing, you know, people in UDA, they always think that wherever they go, they are in a public rally. It wasn't a public rally. It was a debate. So a debate, and there was a guy say that when you speak to someone in heart, they will understand you better than speaking to them in mind. So Gachagua was to explain to Kenyans, to the people that they want to lead, that what I will do, where I got the money is this one, how UDA will rescue Kenyans, it is A, B, C, D. I just want to congratulate Mama, because Mama did it very well. And I was very happy when Gachagua didn't know the state capture, the meaning of that. And Mama said, don't need to worry, I'll help you. Another thing, when Gachagua came to the stage in introduction moment, he wanted to portray as if Mama doesn't have a man. I don't know whether you are getting that line, that Mama doesn't have a man, so that is why Gachagua was trying to explain himself that I have a family, I have a wife, I have a pastor. You know, when we are in a debate, and I want to thank Mama for coming with her grandchildren. That was a mileage to me, because when you portray something that is not me, people can get married and they divorce. It is not new. Some people have even, you can even go back to I don't know whether it is the Nation TV where Dennis Okwiri and Betty Kialo were married. They departed. So back to Gachagua, I just want to say he might be a good man in future, but not today. In terms of debate, I'll just give him 5 over 10. Martha, she did a very good job. I like that. And now back to Kenyans. I think Gachagua has just tell people whom they are in UDA, because there is no way you can tell Kenyans that you will come to power in 3 months, you will have 50 billion to put to wherever they call it without a proper plan. I don't see it happening. So to me, I don't see anything to go on by. But the first debate, 2 women who are there, I congratulate them. I know it is their first time on a debate. Let them keep up, and I hope things will be good for them. Thank you. I will contribute for other time.
Thank you, Anyumba, and thank you for your contribution. But remember, we are giving our views and opinions in regard to what we saw. And generally, we are talking about how the debate was conducted. And as a country, are we moving forward? Are we having a debate? It's not about who I liked and what they said. And I only gave my views depending on how this debate was comparing to where we have come from. Some of us didn't know even Gachagua will be there. But by the grace of God, he came, he debated, and that is what we are giving. So I think we will go to the next, who was Samayeko or Laban? Who was next? Samayeko. Yeah, Samayeko, give us your 3 minutes. Thank you.
First of all, I'm grateful for this wonderful opportunity. And today has been a very, very great day to just mention it. Let me begin, first of all, by congratulating all the candidates that have been on today's debate. They have really, really tried a lot as per their ability. The first debate, I'm seeing the deputy to Wajakoya, she really, really tried to convince on her manifesto, and actually she carried the day. And I think her confidence is what outsmart the other one, and now she was at the top of it. Now let's get back to the serious debate, because that one was just a shallow one, but let us now go to the serious debate.
Just a minute on that before you move from there. Did you think that the ganja issue was more than anything? Did they discuss anything apart from the ganja issue?
What I'm speaking about, you know, her way of presenting herself, the way she was presenting herself, compared to this other lady, she was not composed to answering a question. Yes, more so she concentrated on ganja, whatever, but she actually spoke her mind. And actually, you will agree with me, she was able to convince most of the people that have not decided, according to how she articulated her issues, and her confidence was as par. And when you see that one, to me, I can say if a government will come into place, I think she's a good candidate to be in the government, maybe as a CS or a PS. I think she can do well because actually her stand and the way she communicates to people, ninampatia thumbs up. Now, to the issues that ambao zimekuwa very, very pressing, I think number one, the people that were doing the interview, to me, they have failed us kabisa kidogo, because now these guys, when they were actually bringing out questions like what they asked Rigathi concerning mambo na kuendelea na corruption, they could not actually take someone to explain to us deeply what they understand or what or how have they been involved in things to do with corruptions. These people were so lenient. Actually, unaona wakati they are bringing questions to people, they don't press to understand more about it. And that's why I love like Zubeda Kome. She could insist to find out answers on the things that actually are the issues that are affecting people. But now coming to these interviewers, they were so much lenient until awezi ona mjadala utamu wake. And then the selection of their questions, they never allowed the candidates to speak about their manifesto to the extent that Kenyans would understand. Wali concentrate sana kwa mambo ya Rigathi kukuja kujipigia kifua, and I think Rigathi outshined himself kwa sababu hiyo ilionekana tu ni kama yeye alikuwa anaongea sana. But Martha Karua was composed. So I think the way they brought out their questions, hawakuwa na ile hali to pin someone down to the point of, let this person explain to us. You've told us of these billions that are being said that are in your account. Wakati walimuuliza, ulipataje pesa zako Rigathi? Rigathi could not explain himself. And now these guys will play on a cool side. And then again, on the matter about Rigathi mentioning of how he said he will ataenda atoe pesa zake ambazo zimekuwa frozen in the accounts na aweze ku throw out a party. I think they could have pressed a question kabisa, because that thing was a media. This man said it was a cooked thing on a social media, which is not cooked. He said it and everybody aliweza kusikia. So when they were asking him of the question, they could have pressed it much and much. Let Rigathi explain to us on this platform that alipataje hizo pesa, na pia how is he sure that akienda kwa serikali he's going to kutoa pesa ambazo zimekuwa frozen in the bank and giving people to celebrate. So mimi nina issue na wale ambao walikuwa wanauliza maswali. And then we are coming now to the reality of the issues. Now, you see, I saw here two different people. We had one that was so much calm, and we had another one that wanted to provoke someone into a fight. And I thank God for Martha Karua hakuweza kubuy into those cheap politics of the day, because this man wanted to attack Martha Karua so that aweze kumjibu kimakosa, and then he will start throwing out tantrums that unaona vile watu wazimio wanakuwa, unaona. That was the thing that Gachagua was looking at, but Martha was very much composed. And the problem with our people from the other side is this: they are very bitter. To say the truth, they are very bitter. You cannot bring your bitterness into a public debate. Tell us what your manifesto stands for. Tell us what are you going to do to people. Show us the real picture of your government that you're coming to create. But ile hali ya kuzungumzia, like now, focusing on the president, speaking about the president, spare us that. Tell us exactly what you as an individual or your party is holding onto. And then makosa ya this man ambaye alifanya, ambao mimi niliona kwangu ni kosa kubwa sana. You need to respect the president ambao ako already in place. Why am I saying so? These people wamekuwa kwa government with him all these years until wakati walianza kukimbia nje na siasa.
3 minutes.
Okay, I'm about to finish. So you see that they are coming to accuse the president. They are coming to wanalia sana kuhusu president, and the president is not running for any seat. So at the place where I sit, ninaona ya kwamba these people are so bitter with the president. And if they are going to be given a chance, I think the president and his family, they will be in a hot soup. So let us be careful, Kenyans, tuangalie jinsi ya kuchagua watu that are going to help us to move forward in our economy with their manifesto, ili kwamba the issues that are surrounding common mwananchi zikuwe articulated. Nilishangaa when this man hata ajui hata bei ya mafuta, anasema mafuta inapatikana supermarket. Seriously? Then you claim that you are an hustler who has got millions in the bank account, and then you're saying that I have interest in a hustler nation? No, I think that one is a big lie to us. So
Yeah, thank you.
let us just be careful as we are going to select our leaders. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sam, for your good submission, and thank you for reminding us that Gachagua alisema yeye haendi supermarket na huko ndio paraffin inapatikana. So I think we'll go to the next who was it was Laban. Laban, how are you? Laban, are you there? Yeah, we can't see you very well, but I think you are in the dark. It's time for you for your submission for 3 minutes.
Yes, you'll excuse me kwa sababu niko mahali ambapo naweza pata network, kuna shida kidogo ya giza, lakini straight away Gachagua came like akiwa in pair of two wrongs. Why? Yeye akiwa deputy, first yeye ni wrong number one, and is a deputy, and captain wake pia ni another wrong. That's a pair of two wrongs, and I don't think, and I doubt in my own mind kwamba these two wrongs can make a correct thing at the end of the day after 9th of August. Anyway, jambo la kwanza, leo mtu umepewa opportunity, over 25 million Kenyans wana watch na wanataka kusikia what your ticket itasaidia vipi kubadilisha maisha ya Wakenya. You start discussing na kulete forged evidence about the first family and their businesses. Honestly, mimi nitawajia hapo, Wakenya wata make a decision at the end of the day. Wairia is coming in katika hiyo ticket ya Azimio, I think ni a boost for our coalition. Lakini kwanza kuna mahali ambapo sijui ni rais alifanya makosa ama ilikuwa ni nani, wakati the two ministries ambazo ni very key in running the economy of our country, ambayo ni agriculture, petroleum and energy, silipewa the deputy president. Hapa ndio one step. I hope kwa sababu largely Central Kenya it's an agricultural area, na agriculture na energy ama petroleum hakuna vile sina wachana. Undermining the president ilitokea kwa hizi two ministries. Hiyo ndio genesis, bottom line. Na the deputy alistumia vizuri sana ku undermine the president, ambaye Gachagua anakuja ku accuse today, kwa sababu mambo ya corruption yote, kwa sababu hizi ministry ndio ni kama backbone ya our economy ya nchi yetu. Ufisadi nyingi ilizungukia katika hizo wizara mbili, kuanzia mbolea, kutoka kwa procurement ya hizo mbolea na nini na distribution and whatever, and largely as petroleum inahusika, hiyo ufisadi ndio yenye haiwezi elezewa kwa saizi, na running mate wake hata akiuliziwa mambo ya ufisadi, Martha Karua ndiye anaweza muelezea vizuri vile watadili na ufisadi. Lakini la mwisho na hata sio jambo ambalo ni ligeni sana, ni mambo ya kushika rais baada ya kuingia kwa ofisi. This thing must bring a worry kwa mtu yeyote. Ofisi ya rais ni ofisi ambayo imeheshimika na inatakiwa kupewa heshima hata kama rais ameretire. Wakati unalisikia jambo kama hili ndio mtu anaongelea kwa national television ambayo ni mjadala ambayo inaangaliwa na watu hawa wote, you must understand these people, they have no good meaning to all Kenyans, hawana heshima. Nitafikia hapo Alex, na wengine waendelee na mjadala.
Today Bernard is really getting attacked, so we'll continue to be here kumsaidia. So asante sana Joshua kwa kuja, asante sana Tom. But next we'll go to Bonnie. Bonnie, it's your time to make submission.
Hey, good evening, Alex and the entire team. Mine is just to add some few things on top, but actually I'll go with the Alex way. On Gachagua today's presentation, Gachagua, he has really tried. I was not expecting Gachagua to present himself the way today he has presented. So my point is, Gachagua, last time we were discussing here, they will not appear in the debate. Maybe you were thinking maybe Gachagua will not present or articulate his manifesto well or ajibu maswali vizuri. But actually today, Gachagua, I'll give him a plus. Amejaribu sana. Amejaribu kujicompose vizuri. Having said that, where Gachagua failed is that he focused a lot to discuss on the first family issues. I don't know, hiyo story yake na familia ya Kenyatta, about how, I think Tom, you want to say something or what? Alex, can I go on? Or I'm seeing Tom raising his hand.
No, you go ahead, Tom. Those are
Okay.
Opening remarks. We can't ask questions on opening remarks.
Okay, thank you. Now on the same, Gachagua focused on discussing the first family, mambo ya familia ya Kenyatta, which was wrong. Angeongelea hiyo kitu ya mambo ya familia Kenyatta, there's a difference between debating, as my colleague earlier amesema, there's a difference between debating and a rally. So Gachagua was kind of being confused a little bit on issues of debating and a rally. Number two, where I was confused again is that Gachagua said hustlers hawana pesa kwa mfuko. When he was asked about wanapataje mandege zao, walisema wanapata donation from the hustler. So I was asking myself, sasa kama hustler hana pesa kwa mfuko, alinitoa pesa ya kumpatia ya kudonate ndege wapi? That's another big question to me, najiuliza. Another thing is about the house. He was saying that because amefungiwa na EACC pesa zake, but the account is being frozen with 200 million. That's why hajamaliza ile nyumba ako naye nyumbani. Then he comes here and tell us again he was 800 million, but the one yenye ilikuwa frozen is 200 million, meaning he still have pending 600 million somewhere. So 600 million is maliza nyumba. So bwana Alex, I think where you are, 600 million ni nyumba ni ya kifahari sana huko. So I think that one again alitucheza kidogo. So saying that alifungiwa, his account was frozen 200 million and he cannot manage to complete the house because na ako na pesa zingine 600 million somewhere to total up to 800 million, then hapo ametucheza. So on my opinion is Gachagua actually amejicompose leo, amejaribu sana amejaribu, but pia amejichanganya na maneno yake mwenyewe. So for Martha Karua actually, yeye alikuja prepared, composed, and you see hakubeba Mwakenya, but nani Gachagua alibeba Mwakenya. And when you're carrying a Mwakenya in exam room, you either end up answering unaweka answer ya number ya question 2 kwa question 1. So hiyo ndio shida yenye Gachagua alikuwa naye. He was answering some question some question with the answer of question 1 na answer ni ya question 2. So that's the problem of carrying a Mwakenya. So for me, I'll just leave it there so that I can give the other team to continue. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bonnie, so much. And on that, I noticed not only did he carry Mwakenya, Gachagua had something on his ear. There's a point in time he got confused. He was listening to the people who are directing him. And 4 times he said, pardon, pardon, pardon. He is being told what to say, but he's also listening to the question. So, I mean, Gachagua should, you know, and then he says, oh, my mic doesn't work. So is it the mic that works? If his mic was not working, we couldn't hear him speak. You hear that? So I think Gachagua was inconsistent with his rhetoric, but I'll tell Black huko chini kwa comment, your guy had an earpiece and it was telling him what to do, and that is why he performed a little bit better. So I think I see Tom carrying his hand, but he came later than Joshua. Tom, why don't you just allow the line to flow, please? Just allow the line to flow. Joshua, it's your time.
Yes, thank you, Alex. I think when you say Gachagua did it well, I don't know what you mean, because there's nothing Gachagua answered. Any question was being answered, it was being asked, it could just meander, like the issue that he was asked, the source of his wealth. He didn't even answer. He was asked about the price of kerosene. And you know, in the mind of Gachagua, he knew that he was going to be asked the price the price of flour. Hiyo nilikuwa akili yake. The way you're saying that, and he was being directed na watu kwa background. So
Joshua, did Martha Karua answer the question how much is kerosene apart from saying bread is 80 shillings? Because she was asked the same question. Bread and kerosene. Did Martha Karua answer that question?
Martha Karua answered the bread. The bread is 80 shillings. He answered that. And then to me, Gachagua was more of offensive. I mean defensive, and he could try to attack Martha Karua with propaganda. So to me, Gachagua performed poorly, and Martha Karua did it well. If Gachagua, even there's a lady who Wajakoya, who Waganja, who performed better than Gachagua, because that lady, she brought out their manifesto about the venom, about the ganja, about the Makenda ya Fisi. He brought them, he articulated the issue. But Gachagua, to me, Gachagua performed poorly because he was trying to bring so many propaganda about Uhuru Kenyatta, and then he was asked, will you arrest the president? He didn't answer that. He was saying, no, he was asked again, will you arrest? So to me, Gachagua didn't answer all the question well. He was just meandering up and down. He performed poorly than even the ladies who started. So to me, when you say that Gachagua, you and Bonnie say that Gachagua did well, I don't know what you mean, because to me, Gachagua performed poorly. He came with a lot of propaganda, rumors, and when he was asked any question, he couldn't answer. Like the issue of the issue was asked, the wealth. He started saying other issue, but Martha Karua said that I value 150 million. But Gachagua didn't tell us this. So when you say about that Gachagua performed better and you want to praise Gachagua, to me, that's wrong. And you must withdraw your statement, Alex and Bonnie. Secondly, Wairia supporting Baba, that's a good move, and we really want to welcome that. And then because I want to dash to work, I'm at work right now. Right? There's a point I want to say about Ruto yesterday, and I think Ruto is really undermining women in this country. Yesterday when he went to Kitui, he asked the people who are there, wapi yule mama? And then people are saying, ameolewa Bondo. And then he said that yule mama ni mzee haiziolewa. You see, there's some sentiment that when you say public, yule mama ni mzee haiziolewa, there's some sentiment that he was a leader. Last time he abused Wamalo, akamtaja kama mama. Today is referring Mama Ngili kuwa yule mama mzee haiziolewa. So to me, I'm requesting women in this country, can they come out in a larger number to stop Ruto, kwa sababu Ruto amewadharau each and every time akitembea mama. I wonder why he was referring Gilu kama mama, yule mama. You know that you cannot refer somebody yule mama yuko wapi, yule mama yuko wapi, as if Gilu ana jina. So women like Mama Selina, mobilize all women to stop this arrogant person known as Ruto not to become president of Kenya. Thank you very much.
Alex,
Yeah.
give me 1 minute. And
Okay.
that is, I'm sorry to say that. I hear even the wife is not in Kenya now. As we are talking, Rachel is not in Kenya. We don't know why. She may have sent her to look where they can go, or something has went wrong. Rachel is not in the country.
Thank you, Mama Selina. So, Joshua, for me, Gachagua did better than my expectation. First of all, he came to the debate. I thought he's going to miss the debate. Secondly, the usual way he behaves during his rallies and talking about Mchele and ABCD, he was upper than that. And at least he tried to answer the question. He was not the Gachagua that I have known for a very long time. So when I say Gachagua did well, it does not mean that he won the debate. Gachagua was available for us to see who are we voting for. And his availability gave us an opportunity to make a decision. So it doesn't mean that he won the debate. Kenyans will decide who won the debate. And I think that's why we are interrogating that now. Tom, you've been carrying your hand for a long time, so I will allow you to speak for 5 minutes uninterrupted because you've been a very good Guka today.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard and Alex. Nimefurahi sana siku ya leo. The debate was kama ulikuwa keen enough. Gachagua was so much on the first family, meaning that they have something in common to share with this president. So they had something in common. Let me tell you something. Somebody attacking the first family as Azimius will not happy with that. Why? Bernard asked me why. I tell you why. This family suffered. This family suffered a lot in the hands of the foreign people. Imagine now a foreigner. You know, a foreigner ana anything. Anaweza decide, anaweza hata kukuua. Lakini in the safe hands of foreigners, the Kenyatta family persevered. The Kenyatta himself stayed well in the hands of the foreigners. Up to that period, alitolewa kwa jela. let us have this thing in common, you know. We are men. Na wakati wewe as a man in your family auko umechukuliwa na wengine, these people wale wamekuchukua hawakujui, they don't even care. When it comes even to death, they can even kill you any minute. How will you feel? How will your family feel? Mtu kama Gachagua ni mtu, it happened that alizaliwa huko Central, na wakati alizaliwa alisikia tu that family, the Kenyatta family, walikuwa in that pain. Aliambiwa pengine na wazazi wake. Apart from that, he gained some richness out of some shortcuts. Now that he can support the party he wants, in the name of we want to run this country.
Excuse me, Tom. There's a lot of noise in your background. Somebody is really washing something, and we can't hear you very well. You either excuse yourself or you do something about your background noise.
Okay. Sorry, Bernard. I think the whole thing is settled. I think we are now okay. Okay? Are we together, Bernard?
Yes, now we are okay.
Yes.
There is no background noise.
Okay, the background noise is gone. Now,
yeah, and you have 1 minute.
Okay, sorry. Now, Gachagua in that debate, vile alikuwa anaongea, he was so much on the first family. Ni kama ameambiwa na his leader, let us attack this family. Mwenye attack Kenyatta family ni mtu aana mwelekeo. Sababu gani? I'm saying that because that family felt it for all that period. Kama ni mambo ya mashamba, mambo ya anything, Gachagua aana haki ya kuongea mambo kama hayo. Martha alikuwa sober enough. Martha angeweza kumjibu, sababu Martha anataka akona Kenya at heart. Ataka mambo mengi, whatever she wants, anataka good leadership, anataka kuona Kenya inasonga venye natakikana. The current Kenya as we talk is not the way it used to be. Let us just count 5-10 years ago. This is not whatever we want right now. What we want right now is Kenya today. Wakati Kenya ilikuwa na hii mambo ya hata tuseme, and just an example, Alex, Kenya wakati hizo za zamani, unga ilikuwa pesa ngapi? Mafuta ya magari hizi mapetrol ilikuwa pesa ngapi? Na Kenya today, how is it? So, a good leader tunataka wakati huu ni mwenye atatushughulikia, mwenye akona Kenya heart.
Okay, Tom, tutarudi kwako tena. Tumesikia about Gachagua was attacking Uhuru family, and I think he made the debate more about Uhuru and Ruto than making us know his functions and his role as a deputy president. So tunashukuru, you will come back again, and I think tutaenda kwa Mike, you have your 3 minutes uninterrupted, and then I think we'll go now. We'll start again with Wanga while I look for Makiadi to add more people to the panel. Mike.
Thanks a lot, Alex.
Thank you, Alex. something that we also need to appreciate as we discuss the issue of articulating the manifestos of parties, or of course of parties. I think it was deliberate by the moderators to leave it for the presidential candidates. What they were looking for are the support the support environment that these candidates will bring, how they'll put synergy, how they will relate with their bosses, based on the history that we have seen. I think Kenyans, and this I think Kenyans wanted to know. Kenyans wanted to get from the two candidates how they will relate with their principles, and the matter was very clear. I think this idea of talking what people want to hear is too much politics. I think it's also good to be practical, because that is where Martha won the vote. That is where Martha came out very candid. That and this applies even in homes. You can't all agree on all things all the time, but that's the picture that Gachagua was giving. And between Gachagua and Ruto, and Uhuru, I think Ruto and Uhuru were closer than Gachagua is to Ruto. If there's going to be any bad relationship, and a very, very dirty one, it will come out of Ruto and Gachagua. These people have not come together out of friendship. Actually, I think Ruto and Uhuru have been together for longer than Gachagua has been with Ruto, and to try and say that there is nothing that will come in between us, we shall be too busy addressing the issues of the country, was to play good politics and avoid the real issue. The issue is, if you ask such a question, you have to come out clear that on matters of principle, as Martha said, I'm a deputy and I answer to my boss. But where he goes wrong and it violates my oath of office, then we shall part ways. And that is what Kenyans wanted to hear, that she will not stay in the office and claim that she was voted by Kenyans, and so whether they disagree or agree, they'll continue staying. She'll continue staying in office. That is the picture Gachagua was trying to put through. But I agree with you, Alex, on the point that Gachagua is a smart person. I think I'm one of the few people who has followed his interviews. One thing, Gachagua is never emotional or temperamental. You cannot push him to the wall to the point of him getting angry. He's always very soft-spoken, and he keeps a demeanor of flatness. He's never happy or sad. He will just give you a very flat face all through the debate. So to the extent that his composure was also okay, even where he was hit by Martha on the issues of corruption, we need to give him that benefit, that he deflected the issue of corruption to Uhuru. Actually, Uhuru became his punching bag. Whenever an issue of corruption and state capture came in, the soft belly was Uhuru, because there is nothing he could find on Martha and Raila. So how did he do? He went to Uhuru, where he knows there are certain skeletons that he knows, and we need to agree that there are skeletons in Uhuru's backyard that we have to agree that can put him in bad light. So for a debater, that is a smart debater, because when you know you can't hit your opponent, you look for his next of kin and use him as a punching bag, and that's what Gachagua did. But on the overall, I want to say Kenya is no more mature. The bigger picture is Kenya is now becoming more and more mature in politics, and such forums put Kenya on a very, very good pedestal. So I want to leave it at that. Alex, as we continue.
Yes, thank you, Mike, because I think you are reading from the same script I was reading. And I think it's good for our viewers and those in the comment section and our panelists to understand the one objective for the moderator of this debate was to cause alarm to their behavior, for us to see, can they sustain to be rogue deputy president, or they are going to be as calm as they were. They pushed them beyond, and you could almost tell who is going to be rogue and who is going to be a little bit tempered. And if you looked from this point of view, the issue was not about Ruto, the issue was not about Uhuru, though they kept bringing their presidential candidate. The issue is, as a deputy president, do we need to change the law so that the presidential candidate can appoint their own deputy president? Or do you think the current law is well? I think that was their starting point. And again, how are you going to behave as a deputy president in case there's a disagreement? But Gachagua said that they cannot have a disagreement because of inferiority complex, which I think he had, because he kept saying inferiority complex. He brought the inferiority complex more than 5 or 6 times. But the deputy to Azimio kept saying the working relationship that they have had, and he kept putting Raila first, because even in talking about how Azimio started, he's saying it was a formation of consultation, and therefore he is running on a party of consultation. And I think that was the bone of contention. As a deputy president, are you going to behave as Ruto? So let's carry it from there. Who is going to behave as Ruto? Who is going to be a better deputy president in regard to what you saw in the debate? Now, I think we welcome Wanga the Great. Waga or Wanga? I don't know. I think Waga. Waga the Great. Waga the Great, it's your opportunity now to tell us in regard to what you saw.
Yes, thank you very much, viewers and the man on power. Leo naona unataka kututoa mahali hatutakubali. Gachagua was so emotional bwana, na alikuwa anajibu tu vitu zake. Usibembeleze punda kwa mteremko na mlima. Jamaa was so emotional na familia ya first family. Kwa hivyo yeye badala ajibu vitu, yeye alikuwa na attack the other family. Unajua, ukitaka kujua mtu yuko emotional, unaangalia vile anaulizwa swali na mahali anaelekeza jibu yake. Hakuna statement angejibu bila kutaja Uhuru and the family. Hiyo inakuonyesha ile uchungu mtu yuko naye kwa roho yake. Jamaa ana uchungu, na tusiseme ati alikuwa fair. He was not fair, juu mpaka alikuwa anapewa more time, lakini badala jibu ile swali ameulizwa alikuwa anaenda contrary. Na tulikuwa tunaiangalia vizuri sana, na sisi pia tunajua kuobserve vitu na kuconclude. Alikuja akiwa amejiandaa ya kuattack ile familia, na mimi tu leo vile nimeona yenyewe Kenya ishachukua mambo, tuko na the right. Naona mama alisema hata familia yako hauwezi sema unaweza kuwa bila kukosana. Yeye alikuwa anasema hawawezi kosana na Ruto, kwani yeye na Ruto ni nani? Ni Mungu na Yesu. Mungu na Yesu ndio hawawezi kosana, lakini binadamu na binadamu lazima tu watakuwa na disagreement ama misagreement in their government. Kwa hivyo hii mambo, na tuambie vile alijibu kuhusu corruption, ati watatengeneza another commission. How do you make another commission and we have commissions and commissions? Hii commission itamchunguza. Akaulizwa hizi pesa alipata aje, hakujibu. Ati alikuwa anafanya biashara, alisija aliajiriwa na serikali 15 years, alifanya nini? Kuna vitu ukiwa kiongozi unafaa ujibu kulingana na vile umeulizwa. Ukiangalia Martha was so composed, na ukimuuliza na kujibu kulingana na ile swali umemuuliza bila kutaja mtu mwingine, sijui kusema nini. about corruption. We have to fight corruption. Na huwezi ukakuwa ati we ni deputy wetu na uko na cases pending in the court, alafu ingia hapo uende ukatoe zile court, sijui uta appoint sijui nani na nani. My friend, we need Kenya. Na niliwaambia swearing in, mama Selina, swearing in ni tarehe 10, na hiyo nilishawaambia ni tarehe 10. Hata Alex atuambie nini tarehe 10 ni swearing in, na Martha Karua ndiye anaenda kukula muma hiyo Biblia kama deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, duly elected. Ni si ati mambo ya kusema sema. Unga iteremushwe, wapende wasipende. Gachagua hawezi akakuja ati mafuta iteremushwe. Tukishateremsha unga, next week baba tena anateremsha mafuta. Mi nawaambia sasa hii nimekula ugali kama kilo 10 na rudisha zile siku kula. Asanteni sana, wacha tuendelee wazee, mpaka tucheke pia, tusikae tu kwa show tumeboeka.
Asante sana, nashukuru, lakini wakati unaposema point zako, you also substantiate them. We don't want a blank statement hivi. Unapotuambia Gachagua hakusema kitu chochote, unatupa mfano, alafu unaposema Martha Karua nailed it, pia unatupa mfano, kwa sababu tuko kwa debate na tunataka tuelimishe wale ambao maybe hawako wanajua kizungu vizuri kama mama yangu. Najua popote yuko siku hizi she's an addict. Addict inaitwaje katika kizungu? Yani Kiswahili, hata yeye anapenda mtembei sana. Nataka asikize na asikie yote. So for instance, somebody is not muted. For instance, there is a place Mr. Gachagua said he did business with the county government 2008, 2009, and the moderator asked him, and you saw how Gachagua was being a little bit sneaky. And later on, Martha came and told him that the cases that you have in court are between 2013 and 2020. And they are in 3 counties. They are in Kirinyaga, they are in Nyeri, and they are in Bungoma. And then she just failed to say, you know who are the governors in these counties. So as we objectively debate, let us also carry the debate with logic and also with examples. Let us not be emotional and giving just say alifanya vizuri, alifanya vibaya. We are panelists. We are not just any other commentators who go down. So Mama Brimot, because of agenda ambayo Bernard ametufunza, tafadhali tunakualika hapa kwa sababu leo tuliona Wakikuyu wawili wakidebate in a deputy presidential candidate, historic, 2 people from 2 communities. They started well, they finished well, walisalimiana vizuri, lakini hapo katikati waliongea. Sasa tuambie maoni yako kutoka Mount Kenya, waliongea vipi na how do you see and hear the ground vile waliongea na sisi?
Okay, habari zenu? Nawasalimia. Okay, I'm very happy nimejoin at long last. Nimesikiza hiyo debate yao. Actually, I was in Nyeri. Nilikuwa Nyeri. I have come all the way to kisikiza kwa matatu. And I'm very happy because wale watu tulikuwa kwa matatu wengi wao walikuwa from Nyeri. Wacha nikwambie hiyo debate imetufurahisha because vile mother ameongea, yeye alikuwa mama anajibu swali kulingana na vile ameulizwa. Lakini Gachagua ni kama alikuja kwa debate akiwa amelenga mtu fulani ambaye ni president, na ni kama alikuwa na hasira ya kutaka kuitoa watu waone vile the government ilikuwa mbaya, of which hata yeye mwenyewe alikuwa kwa that government kwa sababu alikuwa MP. Kwa hivyo mambo yenye amesema, yenyewe tutasikia amesema kitu lakini haikutusaidia sisi. Haijasaidia mtu yeyote. Labda imesaidia mwenye ako pande yake, lakini sisi tulikuwa tunagoja swali kulingana na vile ameulizwa, anaijibu, tunaelewa vile atatufanyia because yeye sasa anataka kukuwa deputy president. For example, vile ameulizwa hizi pesa ametoa wapi? I think ukiwa mtu mwerevu sana, huwezi ukaenda kinyume na ile swali umeulizwa unaleta mambo ingine. agejibu straight away, aseme hizi pesa zangu nilitoa hapa na hapa na sikuweza kujieleza, that is why zilifanywa akaunti zilifungiliwa. Lakini uzuri tumeelewa na mother ametueleza, wengi wetu hatukuwa tunajua ni kaunti gani hizo alikuwa. Mimi nilikuwa, by the way, nilikuwa najua tu ni kaunti ya Nyeri tu, county government ya Nyeri. Sikuwa nafikiria kuna zingine mbili. The other thing, amefika pahali akaanza kusema mambo ya monopolies of business, vile First Family imefanya monopoly ya business. Mimi hata huko tu kwa matatu nimeuliza watu. There is one time I was a farmer na nilikuwa napeleka maziwa yangu Limuru Dairy. Actually ukienda kwa record uangalie Limuru Dairy in East Africa ilikuwa the best dairy, lakini ilimalizwa tukakuwa out without anything. Tuko na processor yetu ilifungwa one day na the management na directors wakaikula na ikaisha, of which saa hii nasikia some of people wakisema dairy kama hizo, dairy processors kama hizo zilimalizwa na akina Uhuru. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo, because leadership yenye iko somewhere, kama ni kwa kikundi, the management and the leadership ndio inajenga either kikundi inaanguka ama inakaa. Kwa hivyo waache kusema soko ni huru. Kama akina Uhuru wako na maziwa wanauza, yes, na mimi nilikuwa na dairy yangu, my customers watakaa kwangu kwa sababu ya management. Waache kushikilia familia hiyo ya kwanza na mambo ya dairies. Kwa hivyo bila nimeona yeye alikuja kwa hiyo debate akiwa amerenga vile tu anatukana president huko nje, ndio mambo alikuwa anakuja kutoa. The other thing ni vile aliulizwa as a deputy, yeye ni nini anataka kusaidia Kenya nayo kama atakuwa deputy, of which hatakuwa. Alianza kutangaza yeye kujintroduce, yeye ni baba watoto, ni bwana ya mtu. Hapa hatukuwa tunaulizana nani yako na bwana na ana bwana. Hapo alikuwa na target mother, of which sisi tunajua mother ni a family woman kwa sababu ako na watoto wake na actually amewasomeza vile na hata yeye anasomesha wake. Kwa hivyo hapo ametukosea sana sana, especially singles. Introduce yeye ako na bibi, tumemuona sisi alianza kumtangaza, lakini kama mtu mwerefu, a gentleman mwenye ako na hiyo mind, kitu kusema yeye ni bwana wa mtu angesema, kwa sababu tayari angejua watu wote tutashika na mrenga mother. Kwa hivyo hapo ako out of point. The other thing ni vile amemalizia mambo ya corruption. Ni kama kusukumiwa, amesukumiwa na wenye walikuwa wanauliza maswali aseme vile atafight corruption. Alikuwa anaitorokea, lakini anarudishwa tu, anaulizwa mambo ya corruption, anaitorokea, analeta mambo ingine. Kwa hivyo hapo tumeona he is not ready hata akiwa deputy president kufight the corruption. But our great woman ameeleza vizuri sana vile wao wata support, kama deputy ata support the president and the institutions zenye zina fight na corruption, na atasimamia katiba, kwa sababu katiba ndio mambo yote. Kumaliza ufisadi ni katiba, Kenya kuendelea na economy kuamuka ni katiba. Kwa hivyo tumefurahia kwa sababu yeye amesema yeye kama deputy atasimama na constitution na kusupport institutions ili wa fight the corruption, economy ya nchi irudi vile inatakikana kuwa. Thank you. Hiyo tu ndio nitasema leo.
Asante sana mama kwa maneno hayo mazuri. Sisi hatungesikiza tu, tungetaka tu kuona, lakini mvumilivu ula mbivu. Mwenyewe anayesikia mpaka anasikia vizuri. Kama nyinyi mlisikia tu kutoka kwa redio, that means you people love politics a lot. Na hiyo inaonekana kuwa Mount Kenya is going to be...
Kuna point moja tu nimesahau.
Haraka.
Nyeri ni Azimio. Nyeri ni Azimio. Actually mpaka kwa stage debate yao ilikuwa imegojewa sana, na ukiongea kuhusu UDA watu walikuwa wanakuambia hapo madrivers na makondakta, tukutane kwa debe tukileta mama na baba. Hiyo ni point moja nimetoka nayo Nyeri na nimefurahia sana na ni kwao.
Asante sana. Black, umesikia, Nyeri sio UDA, Nyeri ni Azimio. Black, rafiki yangu kule chini kwa comment, usikate miti kule, wakateni miti kule kwa comments kwa sababu Black ataleta maneno kule chini. But at some point Gachagua started diverting the debate and he wanted to be the moderator. Akaambia the moderators kuwa, let us talk of hard things, let us talk about issues that affect Kenya. And that is when the issue of corruption started. And this was the question he was asked: what business did you do? Akaendelea kusema kuwa, I have worked in this ministry, for this ministry, for this ministry, for this ministry. Sasa, and then he said he's a very astute businessman. Now, do astute businessmen only work for the government, or they have companies and products and they are owners of means of production, or they are entrepreneurs? So, is a businessman a entrepreneur? Really? So hapo tukiendelea, nataka nani alikuwa anakuja next? Romance. Sasa tuambie, mwanabiashara ni entrepreneur, anaitwa Institute na anafanya biashara na Ministry of Livestock, Ministry of Land, na unajua Martha Karua alimwambia I don't have appetite for land. Sasa tuambie kutoka hapo.
Asante sana. Long time. It has been time for almost 3 months.
Karibu sana.
Lakini nimekuwa vizuri leo, nimerudi na nitakuwa sasa.
3 minutes non-stop.
Thank you. Back to the conversation. I watched it very well, but it was good. Gachagua tried, and Martha also tried very well. But if you look at Gachagua was very emotional, and the main reason he came there is to attack. Yeye alikuja kuna fujo. Hata ukiangalia vile alianza, he was so directive. Yeye ndiye anataka vitu za kusema, na yeye alikuja na agenda yake ya kusema. Sasa alikuwa anataka the journalists to go to direct to what he wanted to say. Hakuwa anataka ulizwe vitu zenye inatakikana ulizwe kulingana na hiyo debate. So that was the main problem of Gachagua. But alijaribu lakini hakuweza. The thing I liked with Martha was very calm, and she was direct to the question. And I always ask myself, these people, do they always understand the life of health? Kwa sababu ukiona nani vizuri, Gachagua ajui hata bei ya kerosene, na ajui kerosene inauzwa wapi, na hizi vitu inakuwa displayed broad daylight in every petrol station near the road, na jamaa ajui hata bei ya kerosene, hata ajui inauzwa wapi. Sasa you fail to understand, do these people understand the life of hustlers really? Ama ni kitu tu wanaweka tu, bora tu you get it from the school know-how of the understanding term of hustler. Na ukiangalia hata vitu alikuwa anajaribu, yeye alikuwa anajaribu kuattack Uhuru with this term deep state capture. Alikuwa anatumia hiyo kitu sana, deep state capture. Kumbe ajui hata the meaning of the deep state capture. Martha kukuja kumwambia deep state capture ni
no, sio deep state capture ndugu yangu.
State capture, thank you. Nilikuwa namfollow vizuri kabisa. Ajui hata meaning of that term. Yeye alikuwa anatumia tu kuattack Uhuru, anatumia kuattack Raila, na in real sense ajui hii kitu inamaanisha nini. Martha kuexplain baadaye akaacha kutumia hiyo term. Sasa unashindwa, Huyu alikuwa anakuja tu kuattack. Yeye alikuja na main agenda, si kuexplain kitu inatakikana Wakenya wajue. Ukiona kitu ingine tena unapata yeye ni kama alikuwa anataka kuanza maneno ya kufurusana kwa nini, kwa debate, kuleta jambo zenye hata hazikuwa. Ni kama alikuwa anataka lete kelele kiujanja ujanja. Na kitu ingine ni kama anakaa mwizi. Ujamaa alikuja na Mwakenya. Tulimuona live anatoa Mwakenya kwa mfuko. Yule jamaa ni kama kina Dindi Nyoro, vile niliwaona wanakaa huko kwa boardroom, wale watu hawakuwa wanaongea vitu nzuri. Ni kama yeye alitumwa hapo kuenda kuleta vurugu. Sasa that guy came there to attack, not to explain to Kenyans what they need to do and what they should Kenya believe from them. What I liked with Martha was more talking to their manifesto and explaining to Kenyans should trust them. And alikuwa nakubali vitu zingine si za kukaza mdomo. Alikuwa amekubali saa zingine mnaweza differ, saa zingine kuna maneno mnaweza sema, but you should obey the public figure. Si kila kitu maneno na rais wako ama boss wako ulete kwa public. There's a way of solving them. So the way Martha was talking was a little bit wise, na ni mtu pia mwenye amekuwa kwa politics kwa muda. So Martha was a little bit was on the line. So the debate of today, I can give some congratulations to Martha.
Asante sana. So at some point, Gachagua made some remarks here mwenye atakuongea next, na nataka you comment about it while you give your submission. When asked about his management skills, Gachagua alisema, I am an active man. I wake up early. I don't drink alcohol. I have a fairly good idea on how to help and assist William Ruto move around the country. I can implement development programs. So I found that to be, ironical and hilarious. So I think somewhere kuja sasa alafu fafanua. Tom, we are going round. We want to have a conversation. Don't worry, we are coming to you. So Sam, kwa kinangananga, hebu saidia sisi, alafu Mama Selina atakuja atusaidie hiyo.
I think you just see how someone introduced himself, and you wonder. I think this person, to me, if we could have gotten the clip at the last moment when who is this? Tabu was asking him a question. Kulikuwa na mtu alikuja akasalimiana hapo wakimalizishia the conversation and said, you really trained him well. Ukicheza hiyo clip ya mwisho saa ile alikuwa anaulizwa maswali. So I think he had mastered some things and he was not ready to explain himself well to people. So unaona kujieleza, if wameniuliza wewe Sami, who are you? I will speak about myself. Sasa unatuambia I don't drink alcohol, surely a deputy president, is that something you can tell us about yourself? That one is a misplaced opportunity. And then it gives us the understanding that Alex alikuwa amesema hapo, and I agree, this person alikuwa na ear clip ambaye alikuwa anasikiza na zingine alikuwa anatumiwa kusoma kwa simu, because everything he was answering hakukuwa sure about it. And that's why when they asked a question to do with corruption, he was like, pardon, microphone. Lakini kwa maswali ingine yote hakukuwa na shida na microphone. Now, is it a microphone or an earpiece? So I think this man lacks what we call jinsi ya kujieleza kwa watu. Amekuwa trained, and ni ile hali alisukumiwa. To say the truth, alisukumiwa to be the vice president, but he was not fit to be the vice president. It was a matter of how much have I brought on the table. But in real sense, this guy cannot fit to be a deputy president. No matter how much he has spoken well of himself, no matter how much he has come today with all the confidence, but his confidence is from how he has been coached, not from his own intellect. Because if it was from his own mind, he could not have spoken anything positive to this show. So I think we have got a problem, Kenya. If these are the people that we want to put to trust them with leadership, then I think we have a problem. Supposing we have investors that have come all the way to come and invest in our land, and now the president is not in, they are giving out the deputy president to go and speak to the investors. Where will be our land? Who will stand to defend anything concerning our land? So we have a problem. And I think it is a high time that Kenyans, we need to think afresh. Thank you so much.
Okay, Mama Selina utamake contribution yako alafu Tom atamake kwa sababu ya agenda, but nilikuwa nataka unisaidie hapa. At some point, the moderators were pushing through asking Martha Karua, you have resigned before. If you don't get along with your principal, will you resign? Martha Karua said clearly that hata kwa nyumba watu hamsikilizani kwa vitu zote. But Gachagua akasema, alisema Ruto does not have inferiority complex, and therefore sisi tutafanya kazi mpaka mwisho. So I wondered on that, and let me put it right how Martha Karua said it. Those who don't understand principle can never envisage resigning. I think it's dishonest to continue taking public salary when you can no longer deliver your duties. And then I want to say something here that Gachagua said, so that Mama, you can continue to tell us about if Martha Karua does not agree something. What do you believe? Will she resign, or she will continue to be in this government and deliver? Ruto was elected by the people of Kenya, and that's why they cannot push him out. If he was not, he could have been sacked long time ago, and Gideon Moi appointed DP. That was the plan, to provoke Ruto and quickly replace him. That is what Gachagua said. So mama tusaidie hapo kwa sababu unamjua Martha kidogo. Tusaidie kidogo.
Bernard, wakati Martha aliuliza hiyo swali, alijibu vizuri sana. Alisema moja, we are all human beings. Which means, yeye ataongoza kwanza katiba. Ataongoza kulingana na katiba ya Kenya. Martha Karua amesema, baba, pia mwenyewe, kuna principles mingi baba amefuata katiba. Wakati aliulizwa, uliresign kwa serikali ya Kibaki? Alisema yes. Na singekaa kukula mshahara na mkono yangu iko tight. Akaulizwa, how about now? Kama mkikosana na baba. Martha Karua alijibu vizuri. In case of any differences, wanaenda kwa office, wanatatua. Na alisema hata wakati ya Kibaki, she never quarrel, she never say anything. Hakutusi serikali, alitoka na alipaki na hiyo urafiki na Kibaki mpaka the last minute. So for me, Martha Karua understand baba proper. Na kwa serikali ya baba, kwa sababu wote wanataka haki penalty. Mama anasimamia haki, baba anasimamia haki. Baba amekuwa akitetea Kenya the entire life. Kitu yenye itafanya baba wakosane na Martha Karua ni kitu kama nini? Kwa sababu baba anafuata katiba, mama anafuata katiba. In case mambo ingine ikuje, Martha Karua amesema wako tayari kukaa chini na baba, na hata wakati aliapishwa akikubali, wakati alikubali kukuwa deputy president, alisema kama kutakuwa na mambo, na amesema Kibaki na Raila walikuwa wanapitana, but Raila angepigia Kibaki na wanaenda kutana wawili na wanamaliza, na hata utajua kulikuwa tofauti ya Raila na Kibaki. And again, hata Raila ameresign. Kuna siku Raila aliresign parliament na akaenda akachakuliwa akikuja LDP. Kwa serikali ya Kibaki, wakati baba alikuwa prime minister, kama mambo imekuwa ngumu, hakutaka kukula pesa ya Wakenya bure. So Alex, we are dealing with the two principal people in their own way. Martha Karua is a principal person. Baba is a principal person kwa kasi. Hawa watu ya katikati, I want to tell you today, hawa watu ya kupeleka vitina, they have no chance in serikali ya baba Martha Karua na hawana chance kwa serikali ya Raila. Hii ya Uhuru na Ruto, hawa watu ya huku chini walilete fitina. Martha Karua amewaambia ako na nyumba Nairobi na ako na nyumba kwa shamba ya baba yake, na hata akasema kwa hiyo shamba ya baba yake jina yake imeandikwa kwa title. Yes. So ako na 2 homes. Ya pili, naona watu Gachagua alisema sikunywi pombe. Kuna vile alikuwa nafikiria akisema akunywi pombe ana target somebody. Martha Karua amekuja na watoto yake, amekuja na wachukuu, wako na wachukuu 4, hako na watoto 2, and they were very smart. Na hata wewe unajua debate za America, wote watu wameenda na familia. Gachagua mwenye ameoa na ako na bibi, where was even the wife? Wapi hata watoto ya kushangilia? So sometime unaweza sema kitu ukifikiri unamaliza mwingine, but unachimaliza. And penalty. No, Alex, tumemaliza ya deputy president. Sasa na shangaa ya president kutaenda aje. You know, now we have to open our eyes and see what will come out. Kama unaulizwa mambo ya corruption, you are not even ready kutuambia. Alafu amewaambia alifanya kazi lands. Mnakumbuka niliwaambia Gachagua na ndugu yake na Ruto walikuwa na loot kwa lands na walichukua hizo maplot. Moja ni hizo walikuwa wamekula mabarabara. So kama serikali mpya itakuja, na ndiye vile ameenda kutusi Ngilu as the minister ile walikuwa she knows a lot. Ngilu alikuwa amesema kuhusu
hiyo tutakuja baadaye. Yeah, hiyo tutaongea baadaye tuongee ya debate. Asante.
Yeah, so ya debate as we continue.
Yes.
Matter was super. Lakini that lady is a judge. Anajua Gachagua alikuwa nataka kuprovoke Martha Karua hili apate nafasi. Lakini mama alitulia na swali za Uhuru za serikali ya Jubilee, Martha Karua was out. So hakuna vile Martha Karua, wewe penat, no, Alex, uchaandikwa kazi. You don't know my company. Hakuna vile utakuja kunitetea ama nyumba yangu for example. Uwezi kuja alafu mtu anakuuliza Selina. So I like the way Martha Karua story ya Uhuru akuingilia, na hivyo ndiye Gachagua alikuwa anataka juu, alikuwa anamuita puppet. Alikuwa anasema baba, ile kitu tu Martha Karua alichibu Gachagua ni kwamba I'm the deputy president of Raila Amolo Odinga.
Asante. Yes. Yeah, asante sana. Hapo ndo nilikuwa nataka nimuulize Kelvin. Kelvin alikuwa hapo na ametoroka, but Kelvin kama yuko yeye ndiye Kelvin, asante sana. At some point Gachagua, Kelvin nataka nikuone vizuri. Asante. At some point Gachagua said a very important statement which I think killed him. He said, Uhuru plans to continue ruling Kenya to the end of his 10 years term. He wants to run Kenya after 10 years. na hapo ndio akaambia kuwa Uhuru has said kuwa Martha Karua yeye ndiye alichagua Martha Karua hawe project yake, and this was the answer that Mama gave us. It is true, my principal and I are projects, but projects of the people. Akaendelea kusema, my principal consulted the people of Kenya and I appeared in a panel to be interviewed for the role of his assistant principal, not like you, Rigathi, who was handpicked. Now, I want you to carry the debate from there. Do you think Martha did well today in the conversation of delinking her from Uhuru and Raila from the deep state? What do you think they did? Did she do a good job?
Yes, personally, I think he did a very great job there, because the way he articulated the issue, first of all, I loved how he closed. Unlike you, who was handpicked, you see, he said mine was a panel selection from people who endorsed me and other people also. Unlike you, who was handpicked, and that one amused people. You saw people around the boardroom were laughing. Some of them were laughing. And another thing I came to learn about this whole issue regarding Gachagua saying that President Uhuru Kenyatta wants to remain in power through a puppet for Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. The thing Kenyans hawajafikiria is that we are the winner, my friend. Just in case to say, for example, if Uhuru Kenyatta supported William Ruto, will they be still saying the same issue? Yes. Yes. If Uhuru Kenyatta supported William Ruto, the way he said yangu kumi, yako kumi. Nauliza swali, Wakenya wanafaa kujiuliza, wangekuwa bado wanafikiria ati Uhuru anataka kuingia kwa serikali na mlango wa nyuma? 100%. 100%.
Your background is a little bit noisy. I am not sure. Another one, you are giving very cogent, persuasive analysis, and we really want to listen to you. Unaweza waambia wakupea 2 minutes.
Yes, wamenipea. Excuse just 2 minutes. That one is enough. Okay. My point is, every day we hear this thing. Oh, Mara Uhuru wants to remain in power for the next years through Raila Amolo Odinga. People are forgetting one thing. If Uhuru today, let's assume there's no handshake. Now I decide maybe backing Honorable William Ruto. Angekuwa bado anataka kukaa kwa power through backdoor. Now because ana support Raila Odinga, anataka kukaa kwa power through backdoor. Na angekuwa na support Ruto, angekuwa the same. You see, this is double standard. I think people, before they say something, they need to reason out before they say something like that. Because if Uhuru may decide to back Raila Amolo Odinga, may decide yeye personally. Na kisema, there's no place I'm going. It's definitely true. Because how do you expect a Kenyan umwambie maliza uende? Anenda wapi? To be honest. We still have the same country to live in. So telling somebody maliza uende, anenda wapi? He still be there in Kenya. The same way Kibaki alifinish term yake, he went to rest, but still some other crucial meeting angekuwa consoled na angepeana ushauri in one truth or the other. The same way Uhuru akiretire itakuwa the same way. Ni hayo.
Asante sana kwa kutupa that analysis, hata kama the background was a little bit noisy, but we appreciate you so much. And sasa tutaenda
nikupatie uondo. Kaboko anasema niliwaambia I know who is my fifth. So Kaboko anacheka ya kwamba Martha Karua ameshinda Gachagua. Thank you. Hiyo ni uondo yenye amecheka.
Asante sana Tom, sasa nataka ulikuwa umeweka mkono yako juu. I was very happy wakati maswali mawili aliulizwa. What is your net worth? Hasla akasema yeye ako 800 million, lakini akasema 200 million imeshikwa na serikali. Akasema nyumba yake ambayo anajenga nyumbani imekwama kwa sababu hana pesa, lakini pia akasema still ako na 600 million katika akaunti yake. Lakini Dynasty alipoulizwa uko na pesa ngapi, akasema tu niko na 150 million na 56 million kwa sababu ya appreciation imekuwa over the last few years because of inflation. Sasa hii kitu ya Hustler Nation, nataka tuambie Black huko chini ya comment. Can you be 800 million worth, or hata kama ni 600 million, you have that in your account but you are not able to finish your house? Kwani unataka kujenga nyumba ya aina gani? Na ya pili alisema yeye atumii pesa yake katika campaign, ni watu kama Black wamecontribute helicopter. Mimi sijaiona Black akikuwa na helicopter hapo katika comment section. Ebu sasa Mike, ebu nisaidie hapo. Hiyo Hustler Nation sikuielewa vizuri sana.
Alex, kabla hata sijajibu hiyo, what people don't understand, watu hawelewi about state power na presidency. When you say somebody is fronting somebody so that he can control him from behind, I think that is the height of ignorance and stupidity. Let me just give you an example, Alex. Wakati Kibaki alikuwa president, wakati aliapishwa, one of the challenges that Lucy Kibaki had, may her soul rest in peace, was that I remember at one point the control of State House was called, this old man, I've forgotten his name. He told his sons, he told his sons that they had to get an appointment to see their father, until Lucy Kibaki walked to State House and told Matere that that type of management will not bring it here. What I'm saying is, the moment somebody becomes the president, everything changes. His phone, his everything is adjusted. Alex, you will call that person the next day and your phone will not go through, because it is programmed to only receive calls from programmed or accepted numbers, and everything else changes. The access that you thought you had disappears. And for you to know that, ask Moody Awori. He has written a book that immediately Kibaki became president, the accessibility they thought they had disappeared immediately. Raila had to go to State House and stand at the gate like another person, and yet it is him who campaigned for Kibaki when he was on a wheelchair. So the person who becomes a president has he's not under any obligation to be controlled by anybody, and even the powers that he has cannot allow him. So hii uongo tunaambiwa mtu anataka control mtu from behind. When you become president, the powers you have cannot, unless you just want to give up power, cannot allow you to have somebody, a civilian, to control you from outside. So hiyo porojo, for me, I want to debunk it. Now, Alex, hii mambo ya what somebody is working.
No, hapo. I think Gachagua also said something was very interesting, and I also don't want us to be unfair to him. He said, I had the money when I supported Uhuru in 2013. I still had the money when I supported him in 2017. When I refused and abandoned him for Ruto, that is when my money was frozen. Is that true, or he is playing politics? And if it's true, is Mother right when she's saying in our Azimio government we are not going to have sacred cow? So was Gachagua a sacred cow for a while?
Alex, to be honest, There are two interviews. One, not interviews, two sessions. The first session is when Uhuru Kenyatta held a meeting. I think it was being moderated by Jeff Koinange. And there was an audit of the auditor, later auditor was there. This Ouko, the former Ouko guy. And he said, what do you want me to do? I've done everything I can. But he also said at the same time, this corruption is so big, it is even in my own office. He said that. What I can say for free, Alex, is that most of these people like Uhuru and Kibaki who come to power, they come to power through a lot of what you can call pressure groups and interest groups that want to front you for certain reasons. And most of them, of course, have interest at heart that they want achieved once they get you in office. Remember, Gachagua was Uhuru's PA. And in the process, he must have done things before even Uhuru became president and after. And it is true that what he's saying is true. For me, I would not want to deny that he didn't have money. He had money. He did business with the government and other organizations. Even when Uhuru was Minister of Finance. So that is the problem we have, Alex, and that's why I've told people on this forum that the best bet for Raila, because Raila also has baggage, and these are people who are supporting him for presidency, and you cannot offload such baggage. It's like when you say a cartel is a body that sort of controls you. It almost blackmails you. You can't offload it because by doing so, you're actually crumbling your own house. So the best bet for Raila would be Martha, because Martha has no allegiance to any side of government, or of party. She's coming as NAC. ODM will be dealt with by Martha just like Kenya Kwanza will be dealt with, because she has no allegiance and she has no apology. And if you financed Raila thinking that Martha will support you, she will tell you to go to Raila. And Raila will tell you to go to Martha because Martha is the one in charge of, Raila gave Martha that docket very strategically so that he can remove that responsibility from himself and allow Martha to take charge of that office so that when his friends are being sacrificed, sorry to say this, Raila will say, I would have helped you, but you see this docket is with this lady and there's nothing I can do. And that's how this country will be cleaned up. The thing of, Alex, the thing of the moderators provoking these two people to declare their wealth is a good starting point. It is going to move even to the presidential candidates. And now that the two have declared publicly, and these are questions Ruto has avoided. Remember, Raila has already told us he's worth 2 billion, for those of you who have been following, or plus or some few millions on top or below. Ruto has been directing us to places where you cannot access. He tells us to go to Parliament. He tells us to go to the website. He tells us to go to whichever platforms on the internet that nobody can access. So it will be a good opportunity, Alex, for us to start getting this accountability and transparency agenda going to the next level, where people can tell us they're worth 2 billion today, and after 5 years, they're not worth 200 billion without an explanation. So that question, Alex, for me was the best because it has provoked that discussion to open up. And since these two people talked about it, I don't see Ruto avoiding this question this time round. Thank you, Alex.
And as I said, I think you're right. This was just a preamble of what we are going to see in the real debate. This was just ice in the cake. And the truth is that that question of corruption is going to be the main debate between Ruto and Raila. And Ruto has avoided saying how much worthy he is. Raila has declared how much worthy he is. And even Karua has declared before. Now, Laban, there was hatred of Gachagua to the president and his family. And it was so insidious to some point. I felt that he attacked the president in a very trivial way. Remember when he started, he said, let us not be trivial. But throughout the debate, he became very trivial. Then this is how he answered the relationship between the president and the DP. I want you to listen to my words carefully and then make a comment from there. He said, the hostile relationship between the president, Uhuru Kenyatta, and his DP William Ruto has not been brought about by ideological difference. It arose because of inferiority complex of President Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta must allow a strong leader like William Samoei Ruto to prevail over him. And he shouldn't have a problem if Ruto is strong, if Ruto is sharp, and if Ruto is focused. I am paraphrasing. That is what he meant. I want everybody to listen how Ruto Gachagua attacked the president. He attacked the president, that the president is not strong, the president is not sharp, the president is not focused. And he said that is why Ruto and Uhuru, diverged. So the question is, was that true? Laban, can you help us debunk the lies of Gachagua? Laban? So if Laban is not there, Mr. Sam, I think you will be a good candidate for that question.
I think now what is happening, you cannot come to the media to belittle the president, because the president is the one that has got power, together with the person that they were elected with, who is the deputy president. So coming to the public to belittle the president, that the president is has got that we call inferiority complex, it means that Ruto never believed in the president. Number one, because these people were working together. And before you work with someone, you need to understand this person and you need to agree together with him. So if Ruto could have seen anything that was not good with the president, maybe he was kind of not strong, he was fearful, he could not make stands by himself. The best thing this man could have done, ingekuwa vyema for him to pull out. But now coming to the public and telling people that, you see, the president is like this and this, and the strong man like Ruto could have done this and this. Why couldn't now Ruto go and advise the president and they sit together and discuss the matters that are affecting the nation? Because now they are working together. He is the deputy president. He always says that he was the advisor to the president. Why then couldn't he go and sit with the president down and tells the president that we have these issues, we have these things that we need to deal with, and we have to strengthen ourselves as leaders so that we cannot make a gap in our leadership. So for him coming out and saying that the president was not strong, I think to me that is belittling the president, and that actually inafanya kuonesha kwamba these people have no respect to the president. They have no respect to any people, to any person, and what they want to do actually is to bring what we call dictatorship rule, whereby for them they think they have got it all and other people are not in place.
So Sam, let me guide you here. Does he suffer from inferiority complex or from inferiority or superiority? Because it confused me.
For Gachagua is superiority. You see, they think they are so superior than the president, and that's why they are labeling Ruto to be so superior, that he is strong. He is. That is what they are bringing out to show that Ruto, he was on top of the president, and that is what they are bringing it out now loud, that Ruto is the one that was so strong than the president was down. So inaonesha kwamba Ruto ndio tungempatia mamlaka than giving Uhuru, according to my understanding. So,
asante, unarudi na second, mute. Brita, nataka unisaidie hapa. Alisema, natumia maneno yake ya Gachagua, na nataka unisaidie kwa sababu unatoka Nyeri kule, na nataka uniambie uliyekuwa Nyeri, sio unatoka Nyeri. Alisema the president should have commended Ruto and should have used Ruto's strength, which is being strong, sharp and focused, to serve the people of Kenya. Akaendelea kusema, had Uhuru Kenyatta allowed Ruto to help him manage the affairs of this country, we will not be where we are today, where we have no food. The maize flour is retailing at 250. If Uhuru had allowed Ruto to help him run the government like he did during his first term, hata tungekuwa na kila kitu Mount Kenya. Is that true? In a minute.
Okay, it is not true. Because kwanza akileta swali kama hiyo, akijibu hivyo anatupa kula zao. Because kama mimi ndiye ningekuwa hapo, ningemwambia, so they know shida kwenye imetokea, they know they are the cause of this problem. Vile alijibu ati kama president angekubali deputy wake aongoze afanye kazi, hatungekuwa na shida. That means yeye mwenyewe alikataa kazi ili tukue na shida, so that I blame president. Shida ya mahindi ama ya unga kama iko, mwenye kuileta ni deputy wa Ruto, ndiye ameileta. Because if kama mimi ni bibi wa mtu, niko kwa nyumba na bwana wangu ndiye ako the head of the house, nione kuna pahali pako na shida, ni kumuondokea, nitamuondokea ama nitamsaidia kuondoa hiyo shida, so that watoto wetu wa benefit. Nini anakuja kutuambia ati kama angekubaliwa afanye kazi hatungekuwa na hii shida? Kama anajua shida ilikuja ya nini, kazi yake vile angefanya. Si alisema hata ondokea kiti, alichaguliwa na wananchi. Then kama ni sisi tulimchagua, aliondoka kwa nini akatuacha na shida, akakataa kurekebisha hiyo shida ili tufaidike? That means anaongea uongo. Deputy Gachagua anaongea uongo. The other thing, ana shida akisema yeye ni businessman. Hatukatai, hata sisi ni business ladies and men. Lakini alitaja business yake kwenye alikuwa anafanya kazi. One, kwa rand. I think mmeshaona vile president amejitahidi hii miaka 5 ya nyuma kurekebisha hizo ofisi za rand, na vile hiyo rand imekuwa corrupt for a long time. Ametaja Kenya Power. Mmekuja kuona makezi yenye imekuwa ya Kenya Power, vile wamehadaa wa Kenya pesa zao. That means hizo bilioni anasema ako nazo ama milioni anasema ako nazo ni hizo. Na madha tunamuomba akiingia, kitu ya kwanza arudishe hizo pesa kwa hizo sekta. Huko ndiko walitoa. Kozi yeye amesema vizuri sana, nimefanya kazi kwa rand, nimefanya kazi kwa Kenya Power. And those are the two sectors in Kenya zimehadaa wa Kenya pesa zao kabisa. Kwa hivyo sisi haje kutuambia ati wamejua shida, ati wakikuwa kwa State House ndivyo watarekebisha shida. Kama hawakurekebisha hiyo wakati Gachagua alikuwa MP, kwa bunge ni yeye alikuwa anapitisha hizo misaada nini, zile misaada zenye tungesaidika nazo, lakini yeye alikuwa anapitisha zenye zinamsaidia. Tu, deputy alikuwa deputy wa Kenya mzima, na aliambiwa aondokee kiti kama anaona vizuri serikali haiendi vizuri. Alikataa, ameendelea na kuchukua mshahara pesa zetu we taxpayers, na hakutufanyia kazi. Yeye mwenyewe anajieleza na mdomo yake hakuna kazi ametufanyia. Then hata yeye ni mwizi, arudishe amekula mshahara ya bila kazi amefanyia. Na Martha Karua amesema hapo vizuri sana. Niliona mimi sitakaa kwa kiti niwe napokea mshahara yenye sijafanyia kazi. The same as deputy governor wa Nairobi alisema siwezi nikakaa kwa kiti niwe napokea pesa ya wananchi na sifanyi kazi. I'm not delivering. These people, nani anawa-advise? Wanakuja kutuambia hapa kwa nini? Kwa debate ati walikatazwa kufanya kazi na bado wako kwa hizo viti. Wakifanya nini na wanalipwa? Kama umefanya ukikatazwa kufanya kazi unaondokea, kunaingia mwingine anafanya kazi. Wewe Gachagua, sioni kama hata kama Martha angekuweko na Raila, kura yangu singepatia Ruto na Gachagua, because already wanatueleza ni uwezi, na sisi bado tunaendelea kung'ang'ana na wao. Wa Kenya especially wa Kikuyu, mtu anawaambia ukweli wa mambo na bado mnamfuata. Nyeri nimefurahia, kuna mtu ameuliza kwa comment ati niseme kwa matatu comment zilikuwa aje. Wacha nikwambia kwa matatu ya 14 kuanzia dereva 2 people ndio walikuwa wanaongea kuhusu Ruto. Au 2 people ndio wameenda saidi ya Ruto. The others wameongea ukweli, wamesema wao watasimama na baba na mama. Mama akuja asaidie president kuondoa ufisadi wenye umetumaliza ndani ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo Alex, wacha nikwambie ukweli, Gachagua aondoke, aende nyumbani, na hata hiyo kiti ya mbunge hata rudi. Tumelea watoto wale wamekuja wapya, sasa ndio tutalea waingie hizo viti zao, wao waende nyumbani. Hiyo tu.
Asante sana. Wanasema kuwa when the gods want to finish you, they confuse you first. The most hilarious part of the whole debate is wakati Gachagua alikuwa confused, akasema my mother, oh mother, even my mother is called Martha. You see, unaelewa? Did anybody listen to that? And it got me confused.
Hivyo ndivyo alisema, tulisikia kwa redio vizuri sana. He was totally confused.
Sasa hapo nikaona ni kama he was losing it, or my idea still remains, and that's a personal opinion and you don't have to take it. Ni kuwa he was having something on his ear, he was listening what he was being told, and that's why for a couple of minutes during the debate he said pardon, 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 and he forgot. He said my mic is not working. So was it the mic he was listening with, or it was the mic? So I think somewhere there he lost it. But I want to continue with the debate about his confusion and where she left, Britom left. Umesema kuwa mtu akishindwa kazi anawacha. Martha Karua said it is dishonest to continue taking public salary and privileges that come with that office when you know you can no longer deliver. Gachagua mwenyewe pia alisema kuwa Uhuru had inferiority complex, and that is why he could not work with Ruto. So he agreed that Ruto was just having a position, but he was playing no role there. So aka-accuse Martha, akamwambia, and I want to read his words, mnielewe ndio tuendelee debate. My sister Martha quit President Kibaki's government when Kibaki needed her most. When Kibaki was in trouble, when Raila was making Kibaki's life impossible, Martha Karua quit him. And then Martha Karua akamwambia, it is impossible for somebody to understand in principle why quitting is different from resignation. Now, we want to understand from our next nani hajaongea? Namuona Brian ameingia. Brian, I don't know if you are ready. Kama ulikuwa unatusikia kutoka nyuma, unaweza tusaidia hapo kidogo, alafu you make your submission. Martha, Gachagua confused, calling Martha, mama na Martha, alafu anatuambia mama yake anaitwa Martha. So sikuelewa ni anaitwa ni mama ama ni Martha, alafu kutoka hapo tuambie hiyo maneno ya resignation. Asante sana Mr. Brian. Okay. Wow. It looks like amekwenda. Julia, karibu sana. Martha wa debate. My sister. Karibu
Asante,
sana.
asante Alex.
So before I leave, I would like upeane a comprehensive review of what you saw before you start moderating. Asante sana, Julia.
Thank you, Alex. First, I want to appreciate you and everyone else. You've done, I like the interrogation that you people you've done. Hata kuna maneno Alex sikuwa nimenotice until people began talking about them. Kwanza, you helped me to understand why Rigathi alikuwa anasema ati, I can't hear you. Really, he had something in the ear. That is cheating. I think Alex should be disqualified.
No, he had something on his ear because he kept saying, you can say pardon once.
Mm-hmm.
The guy kept letting him know what he was saying, and he kept listening and saying pardon 4 times. There is no question that he wasn't cheating. Gachagua was cheating today. Tumsamehe na Mwakenya. Mwakenya is acceptable because you're tuliona. But Gachagua was speaking somebody's mind. Gachagua was not speaking from himself.
And do you think they kind of disorganized him? Alex, have you ever tried to cheat in the exam? Alafu napata, kuna rafiki yangu alifanya hivi when we were doing math. He was used to cheating. Sasa alikuwa nabeba hizo Mwakenya. Sasa unfortunately the professor one day, yale maswali, he could bring the same examples, yes. But he changed the numbers. Kama penye ameweka 10 anaweka 8. So my friend went to the exam room na hiyo Mwakenya yake na kaona ni zile tu examples, lakini somewhere aka notice numbers zimebadilishwa. So he totally got confused and panicked and even spoke about it na akashikwa. So don't you think our watu were confusing Gachagua? I think they kind of disorganized him because where Alex unaona pale Gachagua alisema now let us talk real issues. Do you remember he was asking the people interviewing him, let's speak real issues? Why was he saying
Exactly.
that?
I think he was losing the debate, and I think they told him to disrupt the moderators. And I think the moderators were really keen on that. And that's when they started hammering on the corruption issue. He didn't know that they were coming to the corruption issue. He thought they were coming to the economy and the unga economy. But I think he ended up losing his trail of cramming. He had crammed on wakitoka hii waende hii, lakini cramming yake haikumsaidia. I think Mwakenya alikuwa amepewa was fake.
Yeah, he was hoping, I think, not that he didn't expect the corruption, but he was hoping they don't dwell on that so much. I think hiyo ilikuwa maombi yake kubwa. But me, my take on the whole debate, I want to say like Alex, kind of I was surprised that Gachagua is a good speaker. I think coming from Madio or that thing, and looking at how he introduced himself, I also want to say that I have a problem with that he said that my names are, first, there's no English when you say my name. When you go to such a forum and you are a presidential candidate, you even look at your grammar and your pronunciation and your English. Hakuna kitu kama my names are. I think we say my name is. And then he went ahead. I don't know whether I'm beginning to think that you people, you should be telling us how many wives you have, because he said, my names are Rigathi Gachagua and I'm married to one wife. I don't know where that one is coming from. I don't know, Alex, mtatuambianga mko na mabibi wangapi kutoka waleo?
To be fair, Gachagua didn't say one wife. He said my wife is here, and hapo nitamtetea kidogo kutoka kwa mama Selina. Bibi yake mmoja alikuwa kule na akasema yeye ni pastor na anapenda kesha sana, so tuliambiwa
he didn't say I'm married to one wife. What did he say? I thought I heard something like that.
No, he said he introduced only one wife. He avoided talking about the other wife. He didn't say one wife. He said my wife is here and 2 children, a software engineer and a doctor. So he introduced the family members when he said, I'm a family man. Yeah, he didn't say one, but he introduced only one wife, but he has 2 wives.
And he said that he believes in issue of the family. I think he was trying to bring out that the issue of mother being single. And I thought he had said that as avoid triviality. So that is also, to me, that is trivial. So he shouldn't have done that. That is very trivial. And good mother had her family there too. I loved that. And Alex, when they took the numbers, I was thinking it was a disadvantage to mother, but I later thought about it. It served as an advantage to her because she had the opportunity to speak after Gachagua, which means you can rebut what somebody has said and you can correct on what he has said. So when he did his introduction, mother's introduction came out better than Gachagua. So how I saw Gachagua dealt more on the president, Uhuru. He had a bone to chew with the president. And maybe the moderators should have brought him back and informed him that the president is not vying for presidency. It is you and William Ruto who are vying for presidency. So because all the time he went back to the president, every time he had the opportunity to do so, he went back to the president. And I thought the moderators should have brought him back on the issue, on the matter. And when they ask him questions such as why he had cases with the corruption cases with the county governments, or why he had amount of money that he could not account for, they did not really interrogate that. They should have interrogated that. I thought they should have done that because he was not able to explain why he had that money. Instead, he said, you see, if you ask me, Alex, if you come to my bank account here in the US and you ask me how much money I am having, I can tell you, Mr. Alex, I took a loan and I sold this. I should be able, it is not rocket science why I have this amount of money in my bank account. Even you, Alex, it is not rocket science why you have that amount of money in the bank account. He should have explained, but instead he went to say that ni serikali inamwingilia kwa sababu yeye ana support William Ruto. Hapo pia alianguka. Now, I was amused when he said that hiyo pesa yake sijui 300 million, I don't know how much million, amefanya kazi in the land, the Ministry of Land, amefanya kazi in this ministry. All the things he said, he has worked with those ministries and those ministries. I wanted to ask myself, how many people are working in those ministries have made such amount of wealth? I wanted to ask myself that, if that is the case, because he was trying to explain that he has money because he has worked. And then he was said, you have corruption scandals with the county governments. And then he said something. He said that I have not worked with the county governments. I never worked with them before. I only worked with them, I think, up to 2012, something like that. Then he was corrected, sir. We didn't have county governments. Is that okay, Alex? That's what he was corrected.
He said he worked with the county government 2008, 9, and 10. That is when the moderator corrected him, say, but sir, we did not have the county government. Then he still continued to make the mistake. He said 10 and I don't know what. Then Martha Karua told him precisely, the cases of corruption that you have in court are from 2013 to 2020. And they are in 3 counties so far, Kwale, Kirinyaga, and Bungoma. So I think he was lying and then he was corrected. And I think he kept quiet. From what you could see, somebody told him, do not rebut that, leave it to go, because he was confusing himself more.
Yes, he was confusing himself more. Then he talked about how to fight corruption. He said that they're going to have a commission. Mother rebutted and said, we do not need a commission. And then he said that the state capture of bodies that fight corruption, like he was talking about the prosecutor, the chief prosecutor, the judiciary. Mother said, no, those are independent bodies and they only need to be accountable. You know, the way Mother responded to that man. And then he was talking about finances being increased. And I want to ask Kenyans. Now, I am a high school teacher. I've been working in Kenya for so many years. I did not need to have my salary increased for me to go to the classroom and teach the correct syllabus in math. My teaching of the math syllabus has nothing to do with the amount of money I was earning. The two are not related. So the amount of money the police are getting is not related to their performance. It just has to be being accountable. That is what mother said. So I thought Rigathi was really pushed to the wall. That is why he brought the first family. And at one point he was asked, what are you going to do the first family? Then he changed his mind. He said, no, I didn't say I was going to do, and we are going to do anything to them. So Rigathi tried to speak the way you can speak in a political rally, but he did not present what Kenyans are looking for. And how they wound up that debate, I love the way Mother concluded, because Mother asked Kenyans, you can look at the track record of the people presenting you as presidential candidates. Look, she was simply asking us, look at us. Can you trust us? Whom do you think can steal your money? In whose hands are you safe? I love that, Alex, so much. That's why I'm saying when Rigathi took number one, at the first time I thought that it was a disadvantage. But when Mother concluded the way she did, I said this was an advantage to Mother. That's how I see it, Alex. I don't know whether you have something.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to give my finishing remarks, but that's not how she finished. She finished, rescue is coming. I think that will be the topic. The topic of rescue.
Rescue is coming.
Rescue
awesome.
is coming. That was a punchline. So Kimera has gone. Probably Sinjiru will come next. But let me give my few, just 2 minutes, and then I think I'll go to the comment section. This is what I got from Rigathi Gachagua today. I am a victim of blackmail. President Uhuru Kenyatta has inferiority complex. Kenyatta nominated Martha Karua to be his running mate. Kenyatta sacked DP Ruto to replace him with Gideon Moi. The state froze my account. I have a net worth of 800 million minus 200 million, which is frozen, which means I have 600 million in my account. I made wealth. I am an astute businessman during the reign of Kibaki. Should Ruto and I win the election, I will sack all people with a conflict of interest while serving the state. I don't think it's honorable to quit an elective seat. In the first 100 days, and this is what I think I fear most about Rigathi Gachagua, in our first 100 days, we will set up 500 billion bond to help offset pending bills. And you know what pending bills are? Pesa yao ambayo wamekuwa wakipeana Hustler Nation. Now, this is what Martha Karua said. I am not President Kenyatta's project. I am the Kenyan People Project, and I was chosen through a competitive process. I won't antagonize Raila should we win the presidency because we are running on a reform ticket. Our administration will fight corruption and embrace priority spending. We will not amend the constitution to make up the position of the president. We have a rogue deputy president and character is his problem. I will not resign if I will resign if asked to do something that is unconstitutional. Corruption cases in our government will be heard and concluded within 6 months, like the cases of Rigathi Gachagua. And he said, I won't interfere with the judiciary. And what he said most important, where I buy my bread, I consume a bread that is 80 shillings. And then the most beautiful statement that he said, that all Kenyans should embrace. I am not thirsty for land. I am not thirsty for worldly good. I am happy to have a house in Nairobi and a house in my father's land, Gishugu constituency, Kirinyaga County. I think that was a great debate, and Martha Karua won.
Before you go, did Rigathi say that he doesn't go to the supermarket? That's why he doesn't know the price of kerosene.
Yeah, he said that. He didn't know the price of bread. And he didn't know the price of kerosene because he doesn't go to the supermarket. And then immediately started complaining how unga is very expensive. So I was wondering, how did he know it was expensive? So I think he was conflicting himself over and over. So I'm going to go to the comment section. Olo is not there, so I'm going to fill his capacity there. Asante sana. Hadi jioni, tukutane.
Thank you so much. That is awesome analysis. So maybe Mama Ann baadaye you'll tell us kama Kenya squeeze you buy kerosene in the supermarket. We'll be happy to know that. Probably kumebadilika. We used to buy kerosene in the petrol stations. Sasa kama Rigathi haendi supermarket ndio anajiita yeye ni hustler. I think today my conclusion, Jiru, is that today I saw a rogue running with a rogue deputy president. In fact, it is a bunch of rogue candidates and Kenyans do not deserve that. So Njiru, mimi nimetoa maoni yangu, nitakualika uendelee, and probably if you don't mind, you may go with the moderation. Karibu Njiru.
Okay, thank you, Madam Juria. So I don't know if you want me to give my presentation and maybe my feeling of what I saw in the debate.
Yes, give your presentation and your feeling, and then you can go with the moderation. I think the person mwenye hajaongea hapa is Kimere and Robbins. I think wale wengine wote ni kama wameongea. Na naomba mtoke Joshua, naomba mtoke kwa curtain, so that the
Somebody is talking. I don't know. Juria, okay, I think it is Ifantos, eh? Okay, he has been muted. Okay, Juria, thank you, and thank you for holding the fort. Many people have talked here about that debate, but me, when I'm analyzing at the debate, I like looking at the key details, because I usually know debate are fakery. It is very hard, unless if you are a very key observant, it is very difficult to separate the wheat from chaff. So to analyze today's debate, you need to be a little bit observant to know what happened. First of all, I would like to say that both parties achieved what they had gone there to do. But more so, I would like to say that Mother Karua went there to talk to the undecided vote. So, you know, when you are analyzing a debate, it's good to understand the motive. What did that person go to do? If you look at Rigathi Gachagua did extremely well to their base. That is the Kenya Kwanza emotive and emerging issues. He did very well there. But in terms of attracting people, in the other side of the aisle, in terms of convincing the undecided voters, that is where the problem came from him. He did well in Kenya Kwanza context, but when you want to decide to an election, in terms of attracting people who have not decided, we have close to 15%, 20%. How much of the undecided people was he able to bring out? So that's what we also need to capture. Who was able to bring something which was not there? So personally, that is what I'm analyzing. Because when you're analyzing a debate, Kenya Kwanza person will come here and say, Rigathi won. Azimio person here will come and say, Mother Karua won. I agree, because we have already made our decisions and we know. But I want to advance this discussion, in my own opinion, by looking at who objectively did something special for his group. So, so what happened is that when I look at the mood, today Mother Karua was relaxed, and she was giving her opinion in a very nice tone, and she was prepared in terms of responding to the question. Regarding Gachagua was not natural today, and you could see much of the information which was coming from Rigathi Gachagua was like something which has been pumped to him. It was like information which has been pumped to him, and he was very quick to give information, because it was like somebody who gets an handout, he reads it too much, the examination is in the morning, and you want to give the information very quickly. So those are the distinctions. And if you are not very keen, you might tend to pick that and think Rigathi Gachagua did very well. But Rigathi did not give natural information which can come from the natural packaging of a candidate. So rather, Rigathi Gachagua was an accumulation of 1 million people's ideas packaged into one person and now delivering them to the debate stage. So that is the distinction which I want Kenyans to do here. Yes, he achieved what he went there to do, but he was a bit disconnected. And I want to blame moderators today because actually Rigathi Gachagua was able to do what his advisors and advised him to do today. And I don't know the reason why moderators did not say that. The time when Rigathi Gachagua brought the issue of state capture, it was a deliberate move to get us out of the agenda. And the people who watched that debate keenly, you can be able to analyze that the state capture issue was more advanced. It now started bringing about the issues of Akina Uhuru. It brought about the issues of Akina Gideon Moi. And we did close to 45 minutes, which is close to 50% of time, handling something which you cannot exhaustively explain. On the other hand, our Azimio candidate, Mother Karua, there is a tiny thing which I want to blame her a little bit, just a tiny thing. Mother Karua was not able to bring the past of Rigathi very well. So you see here, Rigathi brought the issue of Mother Karua resigning. Rigathi Gachagua brought the issue of BAT. He brought that issue of BAT in the debate today. Rigathi Gachagua, there are some key areas. And in that level, Rigathi Gachagua took Mother Karua into defense. So where I saw Mother Karua was not able to articulate the point very well was on Rigathi Gachagua past. That one, I don't know if she feared it or maybe she thought maybe the debate might degenerate, but I wish we could have taken like 5 minutes to attack Rigathi character, because the only thing on Rigathi character, apart from corruption, which is emotive and we know about it, we did not hear about his character as a deal. We did not. There are so many critical issues of Rigathi being, because we just brushed it over saying that he has a wrong career as a deal, and we were not able to dig into his character as a deal. Whereas we were able to dig into the character of Mother Karua as a justice minister, as an MP, to the extent that they were able to bring an allegation which people are putting to Mother Karua, your allegation of a land in Ngariama. So I was expecting us at least to get something about Rigathi in terms of his character and how he had. So that is the only thing which I a little bit blame my running mate. At least I hope she could have been able to bring out that on more soundly, because they around Rigathi to hit too much on Mother Karua. But I thank God at least Mother Karua was a bit having details and she was able to rebut that. So going forward, what are the lessons are we finding here? So now this shows we have to be prepared more when it will come to the presidential debate. We need to pick something here. So we need to know that Mr. William Ruto will come and try to degenerate the debate. And that is one thing which we have to be very clear. And I was expecting that, I expect these debates to be about character and we'll be able to learn about these people. So I want our presidential candidate, Mr. Raila Odinga, in his debate, he has to make sure that Mr. William Ruto will not come and drag the debate into the issues of Uhuru Kenyatta and other people. So I expect them, we have to put the debate in a way that we have to specifically handle the people who are in the debate. So that is the tiny place where we were not able to get more time to talk about devolution. We did not get time to talk about gender. So, and you can see that if we did not over concentrate with like the issues of Uhuru Kenyatta and now putting Mother Karua into the defense and making her to start defending the issue of the project and the other thing, which are again non-existent issues, it was not fair for the debate. And I think that is where moderators needed at least they need to have a good script of the questions which they are following. I don't know if they went off script or if that is what they wanted to cover today, but at least the moderators did not make us have exhaust. I don't know if we are still going to have another deputy president debate, but we allowed Rigathi Gachagua to escape from scrutiny. And to me, I don't think it was fair. So we allowed Rigathi Gachagua to escape today. So I believe the message was delivered. Mother Karua was able to communicate to the silent majority. I know maybe from her advisors, they might have wanted a more calm person. They did not want somebody who might have gone on attack. But the time when Rigathi Gachagua went on attack and started attacking Mother Karua character, I thought there could have been some specificity where at least the Rigathi Gachagua character could have been attacked. So going forward, it's a learning lesson, but we need to know that that is the same script which the deputy president is reading from, and he will still drag us into that character of not wanting to discuss him. We know these guys have a lot of scandals, and they want to escape from that. And the presidential debate is a very good tool to make people understand. The other thing which I was not happy about today, the debate was too much of English. I wish the debates can a little bit also do some intermixing with Kiswahili. Let's also remember that we are also communicating to people who cannot talk English too much. I still believe 50% of our Kenyan population is not fluent in English. So next time, moderators need to do some a bit of intermixing so that the information can be able to reach to too many people. I can tell you today, we only communicated to 10% of Kenyans with the way the debate was done. Yes, we can get analysis from the TV station, the vernacular languages can do the excerpt and the interpretation. Then the other thing which I didn't like is I do not understand why Rigathi Gachagua was allowed to refer when he was reading about state capture there. I do not think in the presidential debate, even the presidential debates which I've watched even in other countries, I have not seen people removing an excerpt and trying to read something. And I do not know the reason why a question had to come and Rigathi Gachagua had an excerpt, and an excerpt which was explaining about state capture. So I do not understand the mixing of the state capture. So that's one thing which I would like. I don't know what made him to prepare on that state capture. So that's also another one thing which I would maybe like somebody to understand, to explain to me. Why is it that Rigathi Gachagua was highly prepared on state capture to the extent he had an excerpt? That is, he had some notes. Was it a coincidence? And from that moment, he deliberately took the debate on that direction and extremely denied us an opportunity to handle more issues of, although we were able to understand the issues of corruption and other things. So that's also another thing which I see. On overall, maybe to rate them in terms of preparedness, delivery, and spontaneous attack. On preparedness, to me, that is my own analysis. On preparedness, Rigathi Gachagua was more prepared. I gave them 55-50 on that one. On the delivery, Mother Karua delivered more. Delivery of information, that is, I can give them 60-40. Then on the spontaneous attacks, Rigathi Gachagua did more attacks. Then the final thing, in terms of convincing, Mother Karua did more convincing. So that's what I would say. On overall, Mother Karua had a little bit an edge. I gave them 48-52, with Mother Karua having 52. But we need to do more. We can harness more in the debates, and I hope Baba is listening to us, and he can be able to make sure that the next debate we can convince people more, and at least we mimion Mr. Ruto, because we can do it. Thank you, Julia.
Giro, you'll go on with the moderating. Kimere ndiye next. Kimere, karibu.
Hello everyone, nianze kuwasalimia. Asante Julia kwa kunipa hii chance. I hope everyone is all right. And the debate was good. I liked it. And I tend to differ a little bit with Giro, actually, about Mother not attacking Gachagua. We don't have to attack people necessarily. Si lazima. So as long as you articulate what you stand for in the manifesto, and Mother articulated very well the manifesto of Baba, and that's what she kept on saying. And whenever she was attacked, she was able to answer and contra and actually explain herself. So it wasn't really necessary for her to attack Gachagua just to prove any point. So I kind of disagree with that. Nimefurahia vile, especially when she talks about corruption and the way she sees it. Hiyo ndio tunataka, you know. And Gachagua couldn't even explain the source of his wealth. He tried somehow, but a lot of things didn't make any sense. And even about the state capture thing, he couldn't really explain what the state capture was. Alafu he ended up actually bringing the debate to Uhuru, and I think that's what they're trying to do, making Uhuru to become their debate or the point of aggression. But that doesn't work because Uhuru, first of all, he is not in the ballot, and they're trying to convince people that Uhuru is remote controlling everyone, and that's not true. However, hii kitu itakuja kuisha kwa sababu Uhuru is not remote controlling anyone. Mother, actually, to be honest, Mother is not someone to be really controlled. Can she be controlled? I doubt that. Raila can't be controlled either, so that doesn't make any sense. Lakini lazima watafute kitu ambaye wataweza kujaribu convince watu ati Uhuru ndiye anataka kucontrol hawa watu, because they know that the state of economy, the state of affairs is not very good in Kenya right now. So vile wanajaribu kufanya ni kulink, everything is linked to Uhuru because people are unhappy. What they don't tell us though is they have been in the government. As we speak, both of them, Rigathi and Ruto, still running the country, or they are getting their salaries from the Jubilee ticket. That's what gave them the seats they have now. So Ruto is deputy president elected under Jubilee. Rigathi is a member of parliament elected under Jubilee. And they have never left Jubilee. Yeah, now they're in UDA, but we have never had, actually, I even don't know whether they have ever officially resigned from Jubilee. So, you know, lazima tuelevuke kidogo na tuanze kuuliza hawa watu kama for example, wakati there was a question about why didn't Ruto resign wakati kama hawasikizani na Uhuru, kwa nini haku resign? And then there was another question the moderators asked, right? If you're no longer in good terms with your principal, or the question actually was about making the deputy position to be nominated instead of being elected, and Rigathi dodged away from that question, and he kept on dodging on all the questions which were uncomfortable for him. So the mother actually said, no, the problem is not the constitution. They don't need to change the constitution. All what is needed is for the people's character. People need to be of people need to change their character, and it's about integrity. So I don't understand why we can't really accuse mother. Mother answered all the questions very right, but Gachagua was going around the questions. And if you are deputy president and you're getting the salary from the taxpayers' money, if you are not providing services to the people, you need to resign. There are no two ways about that. But he can't do that because that comes with a lot of goodies which are comfortable for him. Because everything he is doing, the campaigns, the current house, whatever he holds his meetings, the vehicles, he is enjoying all that. That's why he can't resign. And that's the fact, but they can't tell us that. So, to me, the debate, there was really, Mother, we can't really compare Mother and Regardie, unlike what Jiro is saying. I think Gachagua was trying to propagate their propaganda as usual, and there's I can't give them many points on that. And when he was trying to divert the course of the discussion, he failed. And actually, at some point, I think Sophia cornered him, and he couldn't answer. And another thing is that I could tell. I think everyone observant could tell that Regardie was listening to another voice, because when Mother was talking, Gachagua wasn't even very much concentrated on what Mother was saying. You could see he was much more concentrated on his earpiece. So that means there was someone behind the curtain communicating with him. So, and I'm convinced that was the case. So everything that he was saying was coming from someone else. So yeah, that's what I will say for now. Thank you, Jiro.
Okay, thank you Bwana Kimere. So maybe nikikuuliza tu, can you tell me why do you think the debate was not able to handle some of the key issues? Sababu, I don't know if we will be able to have another second debate, good one, but why is it that we were not able to exhaust some of the issues which like they are disturbing us, governance, and issues of gender and other things, and we still had 90 minutes of the discussion, because I still think 90 minutes is a standard time and we could have gotten more. What do you think was the problem?
Well, the problem is, okay, well, let's say the time is not enough. That's the first thing. Second thing is, you know, what happens is,
Bwana Kimere, globally debates, presidential debates are 90 minutes. Even in America, everywhere.
Yeah, but the problem is
90 minutes. It is for the moderator to plan the time, but
Yeah.
90 minutes is the standard. You cannot do 2 hours. You know that.
Yeah, but when the moderators allow the debaters to guide the discourse of the debate, then that's where because like today, for example, Gachagua, to me, he has an agenda. He had an agenda, and by the time he introduced the state capture issue, for example, yeah, he was trying to divert, and the moderators that's the one thing I agree with you. The moderators weren't able to bring them to the point. So, and because you see, if you are not well prepared, what you do is you try your best to bring the debate to fit you, and that's what happened today. And that takes everything away, because they might have had many questions to ask, but there was no time, because the debaters, or in this case, actually, because Mother didn't talk much, Gachagua made sure that
Okay.
The debate was going.
Kemere,
Yeah.
I get you. I want to advance here a little bit as you give that comment. Now, you know, sometimes even when you watch debates, it's also better to learn from it. So can you tell me, based on what Rigathi Gachagua did today, can you try to project and tell us how Ruto might behave during the next one, the one which they will do with Raila? So, and how should Raila prepare? Because I think from this one, we can read something. Because I know Ruto will come and try to degenerate it more.
Yeah,
Can you try to read what the presidential debate is going to happen and how the moderators need to behave, especially to remain on the script? And how did you take the time when Rigathi Gachagua started reading that script of state capture? Is it legal or is it illegal? Can I just read in a presidential debate? Can I just read in front of the people?
Well, it doesn't look good because that means that you are prepared on. It's like, because generally when you come to a debate, you are ready to answer the questions that come up, but you wouldn't know what questions will be asked to you. So we wouldn't assume actually that you have something that you are expecting. So that's a little bit of it's a funny thing really to have a script with you when you don't know what the questions will be, because I think they don't let them know what the questions will be. So if he had those notes with him, that poses a lot of questions. Whether did he know or did he really?
Yeah, Kemere, I understand.
Like
1 minute, Kemere, 1 minute, then you come. That's why we are saying the moment Rigathi Gachagua removed that script, and it is something which is illegal, by the way, because it has never happened anywhere. That one was an intentional move. It was an intentional move to introduce an agenda. And if the moderator is not extremely observative, you might be derailed. That's why I'm saying the moderators needed to have been a little bit advised. The moment when Rigathi Gachagua produced a script, they were supposed to first of all curtail that, either by telling him we are the people who are giving the questions or something else. But that is the time when they allowed the debate to degenerate, and that's what happened. And that's the reason why, even if you try to follow like the American debate as early as 1960, they have avoided those issues because of debate degenerating, because they have ever degenerated. So, and it is a point of learning. You don't allow somebody to introduce information on a written script which you cannot confirm or ascertain. It was wrong, and the moderators needed to call that. It was not supposed to happen.
Yeah, you're right on that. And actually, one of the moderators said that because they can't, there's the documentation he was reading from, but the damage was already done. And I was surprised because Sophia, generally, she's quite a tough one, but they failed in this one. So, and answering your question about the debate, the presidential debate between Ruto and Mr. Odinga, I foresee that Ruto gonna be even worse than Gachagua. So Raila needs really to prepare. But and to be honest, I'm quite confident Raila doesn't really to prepare that much, because Raila is a very well informed person, and he is a library by himself anyway. So I have a lot of confidence in him. However, we must have a fair ground, and the moderators really need to be a little bit keen on that, because we need facts first of all, and then we need to have honesty on whatever we do. So it doesn't worry me that much, because I know Raila is something else, really, to be honest with you.
Thank you, Bwana Kemere, I understand. Anyway, what we are trying to say is that Mr. Raila Odinga has to be a little bit careful, because Ruto, I can already try to imagine it. Ruto will come prepared to degenerate the debate. He will try to bring artificial information. He will try to, you see, like all those issues which they were introducing there deliberately. You are a project, you are what? Those things, they were not meant for the debate, but they were they were insinuated there deliberately so that moderators can go off script. And that is what now we need to be careful about. Okay, Bwana Oresira, you have an addition before we bring another person. You want to say
Can
something?
I finish? Can I finish first?
Okay, 1 minute Bwana Kimere.
Yeah,
Wacha
answering
Oresira
your
aulize
question.
kitu. Ni kama alikuwa anataka kuuliza swali, then you come and conclude. Oresira.
Njero, glad to have you. Kimere and Bernard, Mama Selina and Anyumba. I think, so am I supposed to present my, because I've been waiting here.
Oh,
So
I saw you lifting your hand, so I thought you
Yeah,
were asking a question.
yeah,
You are
but
coming
you kept,
next.
yeah, and you kept on interjecting when Kimera was speaking. So you see, you gave him more time.
Just a minute, I conclude. So if you allow me. So what I was saying is those interruptions or introducing the discussion as they wanted, it's not a problem, because like you see today, Mother was quite able to answer those questions. The only problem actually is not to Raila or Mother, because they will be able to answer those questions, yeah, and to debunk whatever argument Ruto or Gachagua will come with. The deficit there will be for the public, because we would like to cover more issues, to articulate more issues, what they're going to do for the people. That's where I see the loss. But I'm not fearful that they will lose the debates, or they'll not be able to answer or to contract with them. No, that's not my fear. My fear is only that things that people need to know will be lost, because there won't be enough time for people to get the right information from those candidates. That's what I would say. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Oresira?
All right, man. Now I think, Manuel, I'll be very brief, and I think to start with, I need to say the debate was poorly moderated. You see, these people, like if you look at the private chat, there's something I've written there. Bernard, can you see that? We have said perhaps they should let ordinary Kenyans ask questions during the presidential debate. Only ordinary Kenyans understand the day-to-day issues affecting us. These journalists seem removed from reality. And the reason why I said this, because when you ask Mr. Gachagua, they were supposed to have, there were some issues they were supposed to have talked about. Let's say issues like corruption, economy, issues affecting Kenyans. Now, when Gachagua is asked a question, and this smart guy and the other lady allow this guy to start attacking the guy instead of answering the question. Let me just give you an example, like the way you guys do it here. Bernard and you see, like when we come here, we find Bernard has already drafted what we will be tackling. So when you try to go out of the topic, the guy brings you back into it. No, this is what we are discussing. You see, now the guy is asked a question, and straight away, Uhuru, state capture, I don't know, first family. Now, that one to me was really, really out of sync. The moderation was really, and you could see Martha was really trying to hold her back. She really held her back. The way she was looking at Gachagua, she had a lot of things to talk about this guy. But because now Martha wanted to articulate issues, what they are planning to do, what they're going to bring forth, and the guy kept on attacking her, even saying that at the time she walked out on Kibaki, and Mother was straight away, she gave a very nice answer why she would not sit in that government, because there were some things that were being done in Kibaki's government that she don't agree with. She didn't have an issue with Kibaki, and she explained. And you see, the issue was whenever Gachagua was given a question, the guy would fumble, anatapatapa, anashika hapa, and the moderators would not guide the guy, kumwambia hapana, kuna swali umeulizwa, can you tackle that question ambayo umeulizwa? So to me, of course, now as Njuru you are saying, you know Ruto, I think Ruto the only person who can manage him ni Bernard. Kwa sasa Ruto ukimuuliza swali, yeye anakwambiaga hapana, hiyo swali haungeuliza hivyo. And you know now baba by virtue of age, maturity, baba ni mtu atakuwa ready to tackle issues about affecting Kenyans. But the other guy, you know him, kurukaruka yake, anaambia hapana, hiyo swali akiulizwa, like now source of wealth, ataanza kuongea mambo ya kuku, sijui nini, things that he cannot quantify. And I believe like let me give an example. If I was a moderator, the last time kulikuwa na ile debate ya Sakaja, hatungeenda past why did you come late. Mimi, I would have made sure there was no debate. I would have collapsed the whole thing mpaka unijibu. Kenyans have been waiting for you.
Oresila,
yes, sir.
Nataka tu kukuuliza kitu as you do your presentation.
Yes, please.
Did you learn anything about Rigathi from that debate? Just as you talk. Ulisoma chochote? What do you know about Rigathi from the debate?
That guy is goofy. He's goofy, bana. He's goofy. Mimi, hakuna kitu mimi nazalani kwa hiyo jamaa. He's goofy. To me, I'm sorry. I know ni mkubwa wangu, but me, I know him. That man, unasikia anaambiwa story ya, anaongea story ya source of wealth. Oh, atilifanya kazi Ministry of Water, I don't know, Ministry of wapi. Anaambiwa no, bro. The cases ambazo uko nazo ni za 3 counties. Unaget? Lakini anasema ati hiyo biashara alikuwa amefanya sijui na ministry gani, sijui 208, 207, anaambiwa no. And you know, mother was once a magistrate. This lady is a lawyer. Ako na facts, anajua this guy, huyu mkora makesi zake, he did business with councils. I remember hata kuna wakati there is an allegation ati alisupply hewa, sijui hewa huko Kamega huko kwa Waluya, and there's nothing. The guy was paid and hakuna kitu alikuwa amesupply. Sasa unaona, if kuna facts ambazo zinajulikana that this guy akona na this amount of money ambayo iko frozen na serikali, it's because alifanya hivi na hivi na hivi. How comes James Matt na huyo Nina wa Nuna, mbona hawangi? Because this is information that is in public domain. We know ile pesa ujamaa iko frozen ni ile ya county council nini huko, wakati ndugu yake alikuwa mgonjwa huko Nyeri. There's another one in Kwale. Wangekuwa specific, mwambie bro, hiyo story nyingine unatuambia ya sijui ya 208 hatujui hiyo. Hata 208 tunaona huko na devolution. Equal devolution imekuja after 2010. Tell us about hii pesa ambao serikali inasema anti-corruption wanasema kuna business you did na county na nini na Nyeri na whatever. These address that. Wacha kutuambia mambo ya hiyo pesa ulipata sijui 209 no. Tell us about zile allegations that we know ziko. Unaona? Sasa mimi I really blame the moderators. They were very soft on this guy.
1 minute, Oreshila.
Yes, sir.
1 minute. According to the debate, because naona kuna vitu najaribu kutoa. Can you, from just the debate, not what you have had in the campaign rally, can you tell me KKA plan to fight corruption just from the debate, and also can you tell me Azimio plan to fight corruption from what you got from those two people there?
Sasa wewe umesikia jamaa amesema wakichukua serikali na namna hii tu ati commission ya kuchunguza sijui capture of ati wala wamecapture nini. You see, they hawana formula. In fact, jina corruption, hata kama ungeangalia wakati Madha alikuwa anaongea story ya mambo ya ufisadi, you would see Rigathi ungeona vile alikuwa anastuka sana. And in fact leo mother amekuwa very modest. I think she was told by whoever, aliwaambia tu wewe enda present yourself as a woman, don't allow yourself into altercation na huyo jamaa.
Ole.
So yes sir. So what I'm trying to say, KK hawana agenda, hawana mpango yote ya kupigana na ufisadi. Nothing.
Okay, why do you think Mother Karua was not able akutaka kuattack sababu regarding, forget about corruption. We know about his life as a DO, his 30 years as a DO. Mother Karua was attacked today to the extent mashamba sijui wapi. That thing, Mother Karua, who we know that she is clean, ana chochote, she was attacked today, wakaleta very very bad issues hapo mbele ya watu. How comes on the other end regarding Gachagua, whose issues stink to the high heaven, his character as a DO was not demonstrated there? I don't know it.
Sasa unaona hii story kama exactly that's what I'm trying to say. We have evidence ya wazee wanalia huko, wazee wa Molo, Limuru. We've seen old men, old kabisa, wakilia kwa TV wanasema tulifanywa hivi na hivi na hivi. How comes hawa moderators hawakuwa wameplan waseme tell us, we hear people talk about you in Molo and Limuru. Umesikia kitu hizo swali? So unashangaa what kind of moderation is that? They do not. Unaona? Hata hii story yenyu mnaacha kukuja kusema ati mother yako na sijui shamba sijui Ngariabu sijui wapi. We've never had. Na tumekuwa hii Kenya. Hata kama tunatoka nje ya Kenya tuko na watu ambao watuambiaga we've never had Mother Karua hata akiwa magistrate, hakuna, there's no one allegation. We know of how judiciary was by then, how corrupt it was, and no one has ever talked about Mother Karua. I'm either officiate poorly kwa kesi fulani ama kuna pesa fulani alipewa. You see, so when moderators hawajajipanga kuuliza the right questions, unaona, sasa mimi ninakwambia after all is said and done, I go back to the moderators. Hawa ndio wameficha kitu very poorly. There were some things Kenyans walikuwa na expect waulize kama hiyo mambo. Wewe Gachagua, kuna wazee wanasema, hata kuna mzee mwingine anajua alikuwa chief, kuna mzee ya chief. There are some three cases ambao wamesema baba ya huyu Samido aliuawa na kwa command ya Gachagua. There are some people ambao wamekuja forth, watu wazima walisema this guy. Unaona? Sasa those are the kind of questions we really expected that guy to talk about. So on the other hand, wakati ameambiwa mambo ya pesa, umeona, if really these guys were very serious, wange press huyu jamaa atuambie hii pesa ambao serikali imefreeze, pesa ulitoa wapi? Nipatie mtu mwingine. Naona Bernard anawaka moto hapo, anataka kuchangia pia.
Okay. Bernard, sijui kama you have an issue before we give Anyomba. Bernard? Ama ni vile utaki kulala leo?
Thank you very much. I've had a rough start today. Not that I don't want to sleep. I started the show, was thrown out. I think the hackers had me today, so I have not said nothing. But I'm happy for the progress and the performance. Kenya Kwanza has no roadmap for fighting corruption because they don't see anything wrong with corruption. You will not seek a solution to a problem you don't see as a problem. And so as long as Kenya Kwanza sees corruption as an opportunity for the smart people to make a kill, they are only looking for power to perfect corruption and, if possible, legitimize it and make it legal. That is all I see. That's all I hear. And from their leader, the deputy president, doesn't see anything wrong with corruption. His deputy also has no eye for any fault with corruption, and so asking them a question on corruption is to them it's normal. They are even surprised that you are seeing it as a problem. And therefore, if Kenyans wants this country to exist further than it has and be able to cater for its people, they should keep those people out of leadership. They are not the future for this country. They have no interest to preserve what is available and increase it. They are out to eat the remaining so that we are all left with nothing. And so any right-thinking Kenyan knows what is right. About the debate and the moderators on Robinson's Robin's allegation, to some degree, yes, and at times it's very difficult to handle unruly interviewees, people you are interviewing, in the context that you have limited time and you have a lot of questions to ask, and then this person deliberately refuses to answer the question. If worse comes to worse, the worst that can happen is to throw them out. And that's all. But if they have refused to answer the question and it's their culture not to answer the questions, it was anticipated. But although they were soft, I think they were on the defense, being on the defense because the Kenya Kwanza came to the debate as the underdogs, and they had thrown out propaganda that the media is biased, so they are not going to get a fair hearing. And so all that came into play. And I think the journalists developed cold feet. In my opinion, they would have done better in pushing for what is true and what is real, and that is only possible when you put the interest of the country above the reputation of people, especially when those people are asking for the highest office in the land. So there are some faults on the side of the moderators, yes, but the real thing is the responsibility of the people asking for leadership. Because when you go on a national platform and you want to present yourself as fit for leadership, then you need to be above board in addressing the issues at hand articulately and understandably, but not to divert the attention of Kenyans. And so I'm sure Kenyans have judged the debate rightly. Although the Kenya Kwanza bloggers, they are the leading bloggers on social media, they have already given a verdict that Gachagua got 60%, and and Mother Karua got the rest. Although that's normal with them. They have multiple accounts, so they vote many times and they invade the platform. Like here, they have tried to take over. It's only that they are overwhelmed here. But in other places, they can send as many of them. They are 36, but each one of them has like 10 accounts. So one vote counts 10 votes. And so in the course of the debate, they will end up either dominating the social media platform by spreading the propaganda. But in my opinion, I count on the right-thinking Kenyans. Right-thinking Kenyans know what is good for this country, and they know what is at risk at this point in time. It's only the few jokers who would want to take lightly what these whatever leaders are playing with at this point in time. Nobody would want to put this country in the hands of an incompetent novice who has no idea on how to navigate the country with its diversities and with its challenges to a better place. And so as we go out to vote, think deeply, assess the matter critically. When somebody's health is at A critical stage, it's never entrusted to a novice. Even if the hospital has novice, they will need to call for a mature, experienced doctor to attend on a critical situation. Kenya is in a critical place. You can't entrust it to a novice who has no idea on how to tackle and handle the matters. In my opinion, let all Kenyans wake up and embrace the reality at hand and do what is necessary. Get rid of the novice. The Bible is against novice leadership. Traditionally, we have never entrusted leadership of any community to novice. That is young people who are not experienced enough. Eldership and the leadership of all our communities traditionally as Africans has always been to the elders, not to the youth. And so the childishness and the immaturity demonstrated by Kenya Kwanza and the deputy president specifically is enough evidence to prove that these people are not ready for leading this country. We need to give them time to grow, mature up, and probably we may consider them later on. As at now, we need a mature, experienced oxen to lead the plowing of this country so that we can have a great harvest for the great future. Thank you.
Okay, I want to ask you two questions, Bwana Bernard.
Yes.
Based on the debate. So my question number one, you saw when these two candidates were entering, Rigathi Gachagua, uliona wale watu walikuja na wao. Then you saw the gesture of Mother Karua, wale watu walikuja na wao. Then after the debate, vile wanaongea na Rigathi Gachagua hapo, wale watoto pia wanaingia hapo. So what can you learn from those two images here? Then number two is can you tell me in terms of, because debates are meant to convince the undecided people. Kama mtu ako Azimio, even if you debate 15 times, hawezi toka. So debates are specifically targeted to mostly undecided people, or maybe people who might have listened to the lies, and maybe they might also want to shift their allegiance from either divide, but to higher percentage undecided people. Can you tell me, out of the two people, who do you think was able to convince the people who are not in either party? If you answer that.
Gachagua arriving with his propaganda machine is a proof that he is guilty. When a question arises and somebody insists, I'm calling my lawyer, I must appear, talk to my lawyer. You know that is the person who is not ready to defend himself. He wants help in defending himself. And so he has a lot of questions to settle with the public. And so he needed to carry all his lawyers and carry all his propaganda machines until he forgot his main intercessor and pastor at home. Okay, that aside, that's on a lighter note. But Mother Karua coming with her family and being at ease, it shows that she has nothing to hide, and she has clean hands. She can be entrusted with responsibility. But the other side demonstrates that they have a lot of skeletons and they need to cover them up. And the more they cover them, the better they sell to Kenyans. If they don't, they are doomed. The target of your audience, every time you speak out as in the debate, it's not necessarily, it's not necessarily targeting the undecided. It's winning the debate, and to win the debate is how many votes are you bringing in the basket by the way you handle the debate, whether they are from the other side or they are from the undecided. In my opinion, Gachagua and his team were so obsessed by painting the Kenyatta family black and painting every other person black to an extent that they lost the reality that what they needed in this particular debate is to get votes, convert votes, not go and prosecute a particular family or prosecute a particular class of people. Mother's responses to the question, it was focused on in the aspect of we want Kenyans to understand that giving us a chance, we will take good care of them. So she was appealing to the masses, talking to the masses. Gachagua did not talk to the masses. He spoke to himself. Now, at the risk of going to the Bible, those of you who have a problem with that, please learn to live with that. Once a preacher, always a preacher. Now, there are two people who went to pray. Jesus gave a parable, a Pharisee and then a tax collector. And the Bible says that when the Pharisee entered the temple, he went at the front and he prayed thus with himself. That is, he made himself the prayer point and the prayer reference. He said, God, I thank you that I'm not like that tax collector. I give my tithe every time. I pray every time. I live right, not like that poor tax collector. Then Jesus painting the picture, he said, but the tax collector stood afar off from the front of the temple. And he couldn't even lift his eyes to look at the front. He just bent low and smote his heart and said, God, have mercy on me, a sinner. Then Jesus explaining, he said, the tax collector went home with a blessing, but the Pharisee went home with nothing. Now, the difference in these two scenarios is that the Pharisee was full of himself, confidence in himself. He was too sure of himself until he forgot that there is a God who justifies. But the tax collector looked up to God and accepted his inability and said, if you don't help me, I can't be helped. And that is what the Bible recommends, that he went home blessed. He went home having gotten what he was looking for. And so Gachagua was so full of himself and full of defense for his side that he forgot there are Kenyans who are looking out for answers. There are Kenyans who are looking up for leadership. There are Kenyans that he's supposed to speak for, not himself and not for his clique. And therefore, in my opinion, Kenya Kwanza did not make, if they made any vote, I'm not sure. But if they did, it would be very minimal. That is my assessment.
Okay. Anything which Baba
Yes,
can learn from
Nananjiru,
today's debate? Bernard? Anything which Baba can learn? What can you
Bananjiru,
tell
did I capture what you required?
Yeah, you have captured. I don't want you to go to the details of that. I want you
Baba.
What can Baba learn from today?
Baba should just relax. Okay. What I'm saying is that Baba should just relax. He has, I think he has won 50% of the debate already, even before it begins. If he does not respond to or react, he should avoid to react to one William Ruto. He should just focus and dance to his tune, do what he went there to do, and forget about trying to get even one, because he's far beyond William Ruto. So he has nothing to get even with William Ruto, in my opinion. And then number two, he just needs to let him give answers to the questions that are given and let these people do whatever they wish to do. But from experience, you know, we judge everything from history. History has it that William Ruto does not answer questions. And so Baba should just go answer the questions that is given and let William Ruto do whatever he wishes to do. But at the end of the day, I think the majority of Kenyans have already made up their mind. The debate may not make much difference in terms of the voting pattern, but it's a good experience that will help the remaining Kenyans understand the difference between Kenya Kwanza and Azimio la Umoja, as much as it is like day and night. So Baba should just compose himself, just like Mother Karua did, and avoid reacting, because when you react, you lose. Avoid reacting to William Ruto and just do what he is supposed to do. And remember, he needs to be presidential, okay? William Ruto will come to be a street smart, clever, I don't want to use the word conman that he is, but Baba should compose himself, be presidential, be diplomatic, and just talk to Kenyans, and Kenyans trust him. The majority of Kenyans trust Baba, and putting Baba and William Ruto on the ballot, no right thinking Kenyans will be confused on the same. I think that is it.
Okay, finally, before I let you lose, finally, you know, naturally what happens is that in any presidential debate, usually 15 to 20% of the questions which appeared in the deputy presidential candidate might end up in the presidential debate, might end up. So there is this issue of state capture, and there is this issue. There are some of like these issues which regarding Gachagua tried to bring about, like even dragging Mr. Uhuru and Mr. Gideon Moi into the foray, bringing them into the foray. So the question which I'm trying to ask you, and maybe the people in the media or the moderators, they might not exhaustively or maybe deliberately not try to bring some of the character issues which Ruto has. So maybe if you are trying to advise Baba, do you think if we will not get an opportunity where moderators will be able to pierce Ruto character, which is also key for Kenyans to understand, can Baba tactically try and bring it on board? Like try to, let's say, like the way Mother Karua did today, like the issue of Aurora and Kimwarel, it had to pass away. But technically, it found its way there. Do you think Baba should also be prepared with the tactfully trying to bring some of the contentious issues which can pierce the character of Mr. Ruto, if moderators will not bring it, because moderators might want to bring some vague information and they make the debate not make the people to learn from it? How can you advise Baba in terms of that?
Baba is a very experienced politician, and when he wants to bring somebody down, he has a lot of ways to do that. He doesn't even need the moderators to bring it up. If you remember the last debate, when the questions were targeting Uhuru Kenyatta, and the questions were geared towards the possessions of the Uhuru Kenyatta family, you notice that Baba came to his aid and said, some of these things you're accusing him, he was not even born when they took place. And those are family issues. And so if Baba is for you, he will defend you. And if it's not for you and he wants to bring you down, he has enough on his desk. And Baba is very, very much informed. We are talking about somebody who has intelligence that is able to shake a government. Okay, shake a government. We are not talking about guesswork. We are not talking about propaganda. We are talking about really intelligence about each of those politicians. So if William Ruto tries to bring up something, Baba will deal with it squarely. The character of one William Ruto doesn't need even to be brought up. He will bring it up himself. Okay, he is twisted in such a way that whenever he's cornered, he doesn't know how to hold a grip on his emotions. And the moment you get emotional, politics is not your game. You will be a victim of the same thing. And so, in my opinion, Baba doesn't need to bring up anything. It is William Ruto who bring up everything. Let Baba do his very best to ensure that he gives his content proper time. Okay. Then when there is leftover time, okay, is when now you go to the trivialities of getting to each other. But he should only do that when he has exhausted going through everything detailed and specifically for Kenyans to understand. After that, he can now deal with William Ruto. But I have no doubt that Baba knows what to do to fix William Ruto anywhere. Kumbuka alisema William Ruto ni kitu kidogo. I believe those words, and I know William Ruto ni kitu kidogo when they are we compare to Baba. I am too sure. So Baba just needs to, whatever it is that Mother Karua did not articulate properly, that's what he needs to go and clear. Whatever that Mother Karua missed in making presentation, Baba should make it very clear when he goes there to clear the air about the pricing of fertilizer and all that. That did not come out very clear. It needs to be brought into proper clear understanding to Kenyans that they are brokers, and some of these brokers are the same Gachagua and team who go to NCBB and buy the fertilizer and now sell to Kenyans at 7,000, then come and blame the same government for selling the fertilizer at 7,000. So these are the people who are doing the state capture. There is no state capture without these crafty people doing business with the state. Then also quickly, I'm taking too much time, but I want to bring this in. Have you noticed that the state capture is not an agenda in these elections, but because bottom up has failed, okay, and the other things that Kenya Kwanza tried to bring up has failed. That's why they want to emphasize this state capture to try and see if they can overturn the narrative of this election, especially on the issue of corruption. Instead of them admitting the corruption issues, they want to divert Kenyans from the corruption question so that Kenyans can talk about state capture. Who is captured in this state? In what aspect? If it is not vile Gachagua amesema ni kufuatwa na yeye anafuatwa na polisi, anafuatwa na anti-corruption, hiyo ndio wanaita state capture. These people are so twisted that they want to call day night and night day. That's what they are up to. The truth is their narrative has failed. Their Sarah has lost it. They have a lot to lying on their side that they are yet to respond to. And so I'm too sure that Baba is going to have a free field in this debate, unless something drastic happens. Naona kina huyu Geoffrey Ruto anasema Baba is going to have it rough. Pray for William Ruto. Pray for William Ruto. That's my advice I will tell you, because he may not survive the 10 minutes of the debate. Mr. Njiru, naona nikwamia hapo.
Okay, ni sawa basi. We will get you another time. Wacha nisikusukume sana, nitakuuliza siku ingine. Anyumba, you can make your presentation. I know umetungoja sana.
Asante sana. Before
Anyumba, 1 minute. Kuna watu naona wanajaribu kuingia lakini kamera zao ziko on. So Bwana Patrick Maina and Bwana David Musembi, we cannot get you into the program unless your face is visible. So kindly get your camera on so that we can get you in, please, with a lot of respect. Kindly mutaendelea tu kukaa kwa background na watu wakianzia knock tutawatoa tu. Thank you. Go ahead, Anyumba.
Thank you. I wanted to add something before I proceed about, in fact, I've already written it down. It was Bernard. It was on 2013 where somebody raised an issue about Uhuru Kenyatta, about their family who grabbed lands, and Baba came in very fast and defended Uhuru Kenyatta. I'm glad that we were both in the same spirit, that we can remember that. Now, if I continue with my cases like this, you know, I've been on record saying, and I repeat it, we do not have something like Kenya Kwanza. We have UDA. Because UDA it is a party from Ruto. That is why Ruto failed to add Mudavadi and Wetangula and Alfred Mutua to become a coalition. It is only one party, UDA, Ruto himself vying for president using UDA, Sakaja UDA. Almost everybody in that party is vying for UDA. So there is nothing like Kenya Kwanza. Second, what I'm trying to look at from where I sit, when you look at the scenario, the journalists who are supposed to ask a very critical question like Molo issue, it was not there. I expected something like that. Second, when we look at the corruption issue, when people were being arrested about corruption, I can remember Gachagua and Deputy President and some other young boys like Ndindi Nyoro, Kimani Chungwa, Oscar Sudi. These people were crying behind the wall that they are being targeted. That it is not about corruption, that the president is only using DCI to target certain individuals. So that is why he was asked about corruption, and if he failed to answer what was to be explained properly to the Kenyans so that they can understand. Number three, Gachagua, in fact, I'm even very glad that now we know that his wife is a pastor. We didn't know that, but now we know. That is why he came to the podium and said that I have a wife and I have a pastor. So people who don't go to church, you can find your way to church on Gashagua's home. I think the church is there. Okay. When you come to the critical issue again, Gachagua, when he was cast, where did you get the money? I think it is in the public domain that Gachagua withdrew 5 billion in cash in dollars. It is not me who is saying, it is in the public domain. So I wonder why Gachagua did not explain it correctly for the Kenyan people to understand. Another one, there is another case which is it is in the public domain, the Gakuru case, and I think Gachagua is involved. Those are the questions that I wanted the journalists to ask, so that they can open the eyes of Kenyans to understand and to elaborate about Gachagua journey since he was a DO. After DO, he became Uhuru Kenyatta personal assistant. From there, he became a member of parliament, and so on. But now you see, when Gachagua was asked this, he jumped into another statement, which I didn't understand where it was coming from. But because he's always from a propaganda team, I think that is why he decided to jump over the question that is not being asked and answering in different ways. When you look at Martha Karua was only articulating the issues facing Kenyans. They were asked, she was asked, how will you treat people, about 6,000? She explained very well that in the first term, around 3 months, they will give like 2 million people will receive something like this, what we call 6,000, which is very good. When you come to the arriving of Gachagua, you know, I looked at those people and I started laughing myself. It was a debate. It was not a rally. So the Ndinyoros and the Chungwas and the Kurias, they thought maybe it was going to be a cheer up where Gachagua is being asked a question. Then instead of Gachagua answering, they cheer up, they raise up their hand and they answer the question. According to my view, I think that was what was on their plan. On the letter, the paper with the letter, these people knew very well Gachagua was not going to answer more questions. That is why they brought in the guy from Citizen, the former Citizen man, Hussein. I am very sure it is Hussein who give the Gachagua. It was a group of people who suggested we can give you this. Now, when it comes to a debate, you can, for a man who went to school and know what is saying, what is answering in front of Kenyans, in front of people, you cannot remove a paper from your coat to get what you want to tell people. It has never happened. You can't do that. I can remember very well when I was in school, when you go to a debate, the sergeant at times could not even allow you to remove a paper from your pocket because they might think that you borrowed it from someone. So I was wondering why Gachagua would remove a paper from his pocket. Our old deputy president running mates coming. So they have already tell Kenyans they are failures. They cannot help Kenyans. They are only coming there to tell people that this thing we cannot manage, but we are only reorganizing ourselves for 2032 because even 2027 is gone. We know very sure. So let them wait for Kenyans on 2032. On Baba issue, Baba is a very genius man, and Baba will manage Ruto because Baba is one person who knows how to manage collusion. So if Baba can manage people with 21 parties, Ruto, one man, Baba will manage him even before 90 minutes, 45 minutes. Baba will be done with Ruto and the debate will be off. Everybody will be walking out. That is my opinion. According to my opinion, that is what I can say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bwana Nyomba, I want to ask you a question.
Yes, yes.
Can you try to tell me,
yes,
from the debate, what do you know about Rigathi from the debate?
From where I sit, I watched Gachagua as somebody who is tempered, who does not control himself. He can speak whatever he feels to speak. He does not look at what can destroy him and what can build him. Yes.
Okay.
Another question?
Okay, sawa Bwana Nyumba. Let's keep the conversation going. Kabla nilete Joshua na Elijah. Mama Serina. Mama Serina?
Yes.
Sitaki ulale. I want to bring you on board. Nataka unielezee uliona debate. Nini unajua about Rigathi Gachagua, and hebu niambie uliona mama aliperform aje. According to you, are you happy with the mama? Oh,
wow.
Umepotea.
What happened? Kwani umeniokopa ama
mimi sijaguza wewe, but umenisikia?
Yeah, nakusikia.
Oh, so nakuambia uliona debate. Can you tell me what you learned about Rigathi Gachagua And can you tell me, were you happy with the mama? Vile mama alifanya? Maybe in 2
Okay.
minutes kabla tulete wengine.
Ukiniambia mambo ya Gachagua, former DO mwenye alikuwa na read messages ya kutoka State House, I saw him today. He was not himself. Alikuwa na panic. Niliona mtu, nafikiri ni desturi ya Kenya Kwanza kujaribu kuongea uongo. Niliona mtu anataka kuindafia ya kwamba, na niliona mtu kama umekuja debate between the two deputy presidents, si ya kukuja kutetea the current deputy president, ama haikukuwa debate ya kuongea kuhusu outgoing president. So Gachagua, he never talk of what he can do as our deputy president to come. Alifikiria kukuja kuattack Uhuru Kenyatta, alikuja kutetea Ruto. That is what I learned from him. If I go back to Mother Karua, nataka kumshukuru kusema she was so calm, she was listening. All the questions aliulizwa Mother Karua na panelist alijibu. To my observation, kwa sababu Gachagua alikuwa anasema Mother Karua na baba ni puppet ya Uhuru, alikuwa anajaribu kuweka mambo ya Uhuru, kuona kama mama ataingia trap. And mama is a lawyer, state counsel, state what we call, yeah. Mama is a judge. Alinyamaza, aliwacha Gachagua kujimaliza peke yake na maswali yake. Mama alisema yes, ni project ya Kenyans, yeye na baba. Na alisema kwanza waliulizwa kama anajua kwa nini, what is the, as a deputy president, hiyo kiti ya deputy president inastahili itolewe ama ichenjiwe. Mother Karua akasema there is no, hakuna kitu mbaya na deputy president, ila ujue wewe ni deputy president, unafanya kazi na your president anakupatia delegated duties. Na Mother Karua akasema atakuwa mwaminifu, atakuwa respectful kwa president wake. Kati ya Gachagua akasema yeye na Ruto wako sawa, wamechaguliwa, na akasema hawatakosana. Hatukuuliza kama wanakosana, na kwa sababu Ruto na Uhuru walikuwa nafaa even the same shirts, walikuwa natembea karibu wanashikana mkono kama baba na mama like, lakini hiyo iliisha. So kukuja kutuambia wa Kenya hawatakosana na wametoka mbali na alisema wanafanana. So I don't know wanafanana kwa usuri ama kwa ubaya. That is how I see. Mother Karua akasema in case, kwa sababu hata katiba yetu ya Kenya inasema watu hawezi kuwa 100% always. Mother akasema atakaa chini na baba, kama kuna issue wanamaliza, they come out. Kuna ile kitu inaitwa household. Na akasema hata kwa familia kama kuna jambo wanamaliza na wanatoka nje. So which means mama alisema yeye kwa sababu ya principle yenye ako nayo, na baba pia ako na principle. Hao wote wawili wana principle ya kufanana. So walitaka, Gachagua alitaka kusema vile mama aliresign, na akasema yes, kama umepatiwa kazi na wananchi na hiyo kazi umenyang'anywa, yani mkono yako imefungwa, you cannot continue kukula pesa ya wananchi, una resign na unawacha wengine wafanye. So Gachagua akasema Ruto ange resign hata kama hakuna kitu anafanya, yake ni kukula pesa yetu, na yeye hata wakikosana na Ruto it will be the same. Hayuko tayari ku step aside. Na mother akamwambia pile ikaze alifanya kazi na Songo na akaona ni ngumu, honorable thing, una step aside, unawachana naye alafu wengine wafanye. So kwa leo niliona mama Deputy President of Republic of Kenya ule ametosha na ule ako ready to serve Kenyans. That is how I can say about Mother Karua. But about Gachagua, I see a man ule atakuwa na msimamo na kutudanganya ya kwamba wanaelewana. Ni vile atungepatiwa microphone sisi wote, tungemuuliza tangu alichaguliwa kuwa deputy president ya UDA, hata microphone amenyang'anywa, amefichwa na ana say. So kama hii tunaona na achakalia kiti, how about kama kweli ingewezekana akuwe our deputy president? We will be working ama tunaweza kaa kama wa Kenya bila kujua kama tuko na deputy president katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Ni hayo tu Njeru, vile niliona to my observation. Otherwise, okay, nataka tu niseme moja. The three ladies, the first debate ya two ladies, it was great, wonderful. So for me, nikichamulisha ya Martha Karua na Gachagua na niende ya the two ladies, ni kumaanisha kwamba Kenya wako ready and the ladies of Kenya are very ready. For me, I see Martha Karua akiongoza kwa debate yake na Gachagua, and I see the other lady. So Bernard, I can say the three ladies today, they did a great job and they are ready to serve Kenyans. Kwa hivyo naomba wa Kenya wapatie nafasi kina mama ama viongozi wa mama wale wamejitokezea kutuongoza, because in the two debate, Gachagua is the last. Ya kwanza, the other lady was number 1 and then number 2, and then you come here, then Martha Karua won, and then if you compare Gachagua and the two ladies were also top of Gachagua. So out of 4 deputy presidents, the man in suit was the last one. So he should go back home, stay with the wife, because he told us he has a wife. So he can go back home, the wife can cook for him, he can go to church, he can kesha, or he can be anywhere around there. Thank you.
Okay, sawa Mama Serena. Joshua, nipe tu dakika moja, nataka kuuliza Mama Serena swali. Just 1 minute. Mama Serena, sijamalizana na wewe. You know, all these 2 deputy presidents are from Mount Kenya region. Based on what you saw, who do you think is going, nani unafikiria ataleta kura mingi sasa ya Mount? Do you think sasa watu wa Mount Kenya wanaweza ridhika na Gachagua ama wanaweza ridhika na Martha Karua sasa? Based on that, uliona aje?
Based on that, Martha Karua has carried the day, na hata ukitaka zaidi, kuna msee anaitwa Kabogo, ula anasimama kiti ya Kiambu kama gavana, amesema in the two debate, alikuwa ameonya watu ya Central, na already he has a deputy president of Mother Karua. So if Kabogo can recommend and see who want the debate, who am I from Rift Valley? Ile kitu tu ningekwambia ni kwamba I want nikwe mkabila kidogo tu, uniruhusu ya kwamba Wakalenjin hata ingawa wanajua mtoto yao hakuna kitu anaweza, they have to defend him. Ile kitu imenishangaza ni wakati Gachagua instead of akuje aongee kuhusu tipeti ya Kenya, anakuja kuaddress your son President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and the first family, and he gave us, sijajua mwa Kenya ni nini, alitoa karatasi akasema wanafunga Uhuru Kenyatta ama wanafunga the first family, na wakati alipoulizwa unasema unafunga the president, akasema wanalete commission. Sasa mimi nauliza Central, kumbe ukweli pena tunaambiwa kikulacho kiko nguoni mwako. So don't even say nani ana sacrifice kijana wenyu, ni nyinyi wenyewe Njiru ndiye mnapeleka Uhuru kuwaipisha, na ile kasi yote amewafanyia, mnawacha kijana yenyu anatolewa nguo. Where are the Kikuyu community? Mulichunga Kibaki, mulisurround Kibaki, hata kama hakuna kitu anafanya hatukuona aibu. Today I'm telling you, dunia mzima, because this debate, it was not about Kenya, it is about ulimwengu, it is about all over the countries, and people were calling me even now in US here, they are telling me, is it that part Uhuru is? And I say, no, Uhuru is a wonderful president of Republic of Kenya. So Njeru, can you ask your people, amuna household, yani Kikuyu ile tuliwaokopa samani, kumbe nyinyi mulikuwa pure tu, pure kabisa. Asante.
Sawa mama, na nikuulize, unajua pia kijana yenyu aliletwa hapo. Kijana yenyu Gideon Moi ilisemekana alikuwa apewe kiti. Ucomment hiyo?
Because Gideon Gachagua, Gideon is a very ample kiongozi, ametetea Uhuru maisha yake yote, hata akiulizwa anasema hapana, tusaidie serikali ya Uhuru. So for him, torturing Gideon Moi ni kumaanisha Central. Wacha nikwambie sasa, Central hamuna ndume, so mnataka tu kwenda kukopesha. That one is, hakuna Kikuyu ingine angempatia kiti apart from Gideon Moi. Which means, yes, hata Ruto akikuja kuwatawala, I think he is right. From today, I agree with William Ruto that the Kikuyus, we were afraid of it, tuliona nje na hatukukuwa tumechua ndani. William Ruto amekuja kuingia mpaka tukajua the people tulifikiria walifanya kazi. Oh my God. So we can even go into our bedroom, sleep with their women, and they will come and clap for us. Thank you so much for clapping for our two brothers, William Ruto and Gideon Moi.
Sawa mama Selina. Wacha tusikie Joshua sasa. Umenigonga, nimekubali. Hata Mato anasema ati vile umeniambia ndume zimeisha. Haya, tutalea zingine. Wacha kwanza mama na baba waingie. Hiyo span ya miaka 10 tutakuwa tumelea.
And I hope mutalana lesson as Central Kenya ya kwamba your home is your home. That is why baba akona bedroom yake ya kwamba mtu akijaribu kukanyaka. And let me tell you, even Rift Valley, this Ruto, your kingpin, no other man from Rift Valley can step in his backyard. Ni ndume amechaa nje ya Rift Valley na anakuja kuongeza na kwenyu. Gideon Moi is able. Isaac Ruto is able. But Ruto amewakanyakia chini kusema I'm the kingpin of Rift Valley. Alafu na nyinyi Central because hamuna, but kwa sababu mumepata mama, I hope mutaamuka na kuchunga because now Martha Karua can layer because she is a mother. Before 10 years, atakuwa amelea strong sons of Central that they will depend their people. Kama tungekuwa tunaenda vita leo Njeru, hakuna Kikuyu hata moja angekuwa mbele. Thank you.
Sawa, Bwana Joshua chukua.
Yes, habari yako Njiru? Habari yako Njiru? Yes, niko kazini but I can just talk. Today tuliona the way huyu jamaa anaitwa Gachagua alipoanza, he started with the issue of family. He thought that maybe it's going to beat a mother on the issue of family. Akaongea vizuri, akasema kuwa he value family. And then he went ahead akasema kuwa yeye akunywi pombe. You know, I don't know why he was mentioning about alcohol, because we are not concerned about whether somebody is taking alcohol or doesn't take alcohol. But now he will try to portray himself as somebody who has somebody who's clean in society, he value family, a Christian. He even mentioned the wife, that was pastor. But I was happy with Martha Karua when she came, and she also came out and introduced the family. Lakini tuachane na hayo. But Gachagua was, you know, he was trying to drag the name of Uhuru too much on his debate. You know, hii debate haiko ombe Uhuru, ilikuwa ni Gachagua na Martha Karua. So I don't know why he was trying to drag the name of Uhuru in this debate, because at the end of it, it is Azimio, not Jubilee government. So when he was dragging the name of Uhuru, and then he was asked a simple question, that will you go for the family of President Uhuru? The answer was that here is not individual. But I was shocked that when he mentioned the name, he was specifically and mentioned the name of the family of Uhuru. But now he's being asked that after this, will you go for the individual? That's the family of Uhuru. But now Pierre, he was asked twice, but he was not clear. He was not clear about this. And even that lady told him that, can you hold the bull by his horn? Because already you've mentioned the name of Uhuru, but now when you're asked that, can you go for this family? And it was not clear, akadodge, na ikaenda hivyo. And then the debate went well, but Gachagua ni kama he was a bit confused, because ukiangalia the way anajibu swali ni kama he's not even sure with what he's saying. He tried his level best, but he was not coming out clear, because Martha was he had a good knowledge of like the issue of state capture. You know, Gachagua wanted to bring a state capture like something a monster, not corruption. Alikuwa anajaribu kusema kuwa state capture is like somebody, but Martha Karua told him very well that state capture is corruption. In short, state capture is corrupt, because he was trying to separate state capture with corruption. But Martha Karua told Gachagua that state capture is corruption. So to me, Gachagua was trying to dodge the questions, and after that, he went ahead and said that, can we go to the issues? But the issue, when you're being interviewed, you don't dictate the moderator. Can you allow the moderator to ask you a question? But now he didn't want anything to do with corruption. Gachagua alikuwa anataka soft landing, mambo economy, mambo ya unga. That's why alipoulizwa kuhusu kerosene, akili yake tu ilikuwa, the first alipoulizwa mama milk, akajibu vizuri kuwa milk si bei yake ni 120 per liter. The next question, he thought that atauliza mambo ya unga, lakini panelists wakamuuliza about kerosene. Instead of us answering mambo ya kerosene, anasema kuwa I've never gone to supermarket, because he knew that it was flour, maize flour. So a little bit he was confused. And then there's something also alipoulizwa mambo ya evidence, he was claiming that Azimio anapeana pesa. Alipoulizwa kama ana evidence, but he mentioned something there that they have evidence of photography. So when you mention photography, I don't know which kizungu, because I thought maybe angesema photos, they have photos, but akasema photography. So Gachagua was a bit confused. He tried to answer question, but alikuwa naepa huku na huku. But when you look at Martha Karua alikuwa stick to the point, and the issue of corruption, alipoanza corruption, alimaliza na corruption, because he had a principle. And then also he tried to drag Martha kwa some allegations, and then he tried to drag Martha kwa quitting during Kibaki's government. But Martha was bold, and he answered Gachagua very well. So this debate for today, I think the way Mama Selina amesema, tuliona mtu na tai ya yellow na suti, but whatever he was answering, they were not according to what we expected. Na kwa watu wote hawa, we had three ladies. I can say that Martha was number 1, and then yule wa Jacoa was number 2, and then yule wa Agano Party, I don't know, by Agano Party, wa Maure number 3, and then Gachagua was number last, because Gachagua hakuwa na any point, ni kama he was being directed. And then the issue of, let me now go to the issue of Wairia supporting Baba. That's a good move, and I'm sure that now Muranga, because Wairia ni governor of Muranga, is going to bring vote. That one I don't have any doubt. Ataleta vote pale Muranga. So, and moving ahead, I'm seeing Central is coming in each and every time, because we are getting new leaders. They're backing Baba, and also there's somebody in Embu. I don't know, in Embu also, he backed Baba. So I'm seeing by the end of this month, people are going to shift, and they're going to get so many votes for Baba. So I don't have much to say. I'm at work. The man I'm being decided today, I'm not settled. We can continue. Thank you very much.
Okay, sawa bwana Joshua. Can you take a question? Hata kama uko kwa kazi, naweza uliza swali kwako.
You can ask jibu. Najibu.
Okay, now, debates are very important to understand the character and the methodology in which a candidate, and you can use the debate also to truncate the character of the person they are supporting. Just from analyzing a deputy statement, you can be able to transpose it to the presidential candidate. From the debate, what did you learn about Ruto from Rigathi? And from the debate, what did you learn about Raila from Martha Karua?
Yes, from debate, I've learned the two branches of UDA, Gachagua and Ruto, they are corrupt. Because you know the reason why I'm saying this, and the reason why they didn't want to come to this debate, they knew very well that the issue of corruption was going to feature. So I can learn that these people are corrupt. And when I learned on the side of Baba and Martha, they are very clean. That's why you saw Martha, he maintained corruption from the time he started his debate until she finished. But Gachagua was trying to dodge. So to me, I know they're liars. Even when he was asked the wealth, Gachagua was not clear about his wealth. It was not clear. But Mantha was clear that his wealth is 150 million. But Gachagua was not clear about his wealth. And he tried to dodge so many questions. So to me, I know the bunch of Ruto and Gachagua, they're corrupt leaders. But the other side, they're clean leaders, and the track record speaks.
Okay, thank you, Joshua. I think that one is enough. Let me not engage you more. If you get more time to come and present when you are off your work, you can always come. Thank you for your presentation. Let's keep the dialogue going. Yeah, I can see Bob Papa Azimio is here. I hope Papa, you have been following us. Umekuwa ukitufuata ama you want a brief of what is happening here?
Thank you very much, Njiru. I've been trying to follow to watch the debate because I was held up and I didn't watch it clearly. So actually, I'm still having it on TV. I'm trying to watch, and maybe you brief me more.
Okay, it is impossible for me to brief you. Me, I will just ask you a question.
Yes.
So that now you will see the script there. You will find time and you try to watch that debate. So today, regarding Gachagua and Mother Karua have debated. Regarding Gachagua decided to use notes in a live debate. Regarding Gachagua decided to bring Uhuru and Gideon Moi in the debate. Regarding Gachagua decided to bring some personal attacks to Mother Karua. On the other side, Mother Karua decided to be relaxed. She decided to articulate the issues. She decided to defend their ticket without trying to dig into people's extreme character. She talked about corruption and other issues. So maybe as you enter to the debate, the question which I want to ask you is, who do you think, because you know debate is a matter of pushing your votes, who do you think between Mother Karua and Rigathi Gachagua added votes to his basket and why? Or scanned his votes and why?
Thank you very much. That's a very good question. You know, from the onset, Gachagua became very defensive and tried to demonstrate a bit of soberness, but very keenly trying to deflect Martha Karua off the main agenda, which was issues on leadership, corruption, and etc. So I honestly believe that Martha Karua had an upper hand, and any right-thinking Kenyan, any Kenyan who has some reasonable form of education would definitely go for Martha Karua. And the reason I say this is that she stuck to the issues bedeviling this country. She articulated them very well, whereas Gachagua was bitter. It looked like he was counsel for the DP and trying to justify the presence of the DP in the government, which to me was not the issue. In fact, I want to believe that the moderators allowed him too much leeway to meander around non-issues which were not of public interest. Because when the moderators allowed him to give us lectures on how Uhuru Kenyatta has done this, on how he tried to defend himself regarding his corruption cases, those were not issues that, because those matters, one, in fact, if he was clever enough, he should have just deflected that story of his corruption cases and insisted that these matters are in court, and he would not want to debate on them. But he tried to defend himself, and even tried to go an extra mile, and say how he was dragged naked in front of, trying to seek sympathy where there is none. I don't want to believe in this modern day and age that the police went to his house and dragged him naked in front of his children and his wife. Those are, in fact, if he really were, if that is what really happened to him, the man should have sued, because that is dehumanizing. But he has he doesn't have any evidence of that. So those are just hearsays, and was trying to say, he was sympathy seeking. And Kenyans are not stupid. I don't think Kenyans would fall for that kind of narrative. And he was just merely playing around and trying to look defensive. And then another issue is that this gentleman apparently, I don't know whether he was carrying a booklet. I'm not so sure, because even right now, if I look at my screen, I'm trying to see what he was carrying. Some notes to try and justify his presence there. Because he knew very well that he was coming to meet a very tough debater. And somebody who was going to be forthright and a straight shooter. And he was trying to use notes which I don't think he had either. One, he had not read them well. Two, the notes were very, very off topic or offline, because when he's asked about the money, where are they going to get the money? He talks about money which is not even there. He does not seem to know that the budgetary procedures in Parliament. I mean, the fellow was very academic or theoretical, with notes that were actually faulty, and they didn't even do him any good. And the contradiction of his statements also was very, very, glaring, because he denies a matter that is in court. He does not seem to understand what charges that are facing him. He denies that he has not done business with the counties. This was very. I found it. It was a below par thing. Martha Karua should have gotten somebody who would have debated. In fact, I think the debate between Martha Karua and the other deputy candidates for deputy president would have been much more interesting, because this fellow, he came out guns blazing and trying to defend a record that the duo do not have. And it wasn't, for me, it wasn't something interesting you would want to, I mean, an exchange of ideas, something witty. It was lacking. It was one-sided. And everything that Gachagua tried to articulate was not hitting or was not ticking the correct boxes to try and convince any right-thinking Kenyan who follows government activities, how the government is run. It was all about William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta. And I did not see also the need to bring in Brookside, or try to insinuate that Brookside buys money. Brookside is a company like any other, and will source its raw materials. I mean, at the affordable prices, the best price, the best deal that they can get, and there is nowhere it is written that a farmer must sell milk to Brookside. So there are certain things that this gentleman was talking about which they were populist. They're trying. He was trying to whip emotions and try to appeal to his their base that the other. I mean, Uhuru Kenyatta is oppressing them, and he's sending Raila Odinga to even oppress them more. So that debate was one-sided. Back to you, Njiro.
Okay. Sawa bwana Bob, can you allow me ask you a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Now, according from that debate, what I know we can be able to capture the character of the presidential candidates. From the debate, what do you know about Ruto? And from the debate, what do you know about Raila? From their principal assistants.
Just a minute. Yeah, you repeat your question, please.
I am asking you, from the debate and how they articulated points, you can be able to analyze the character of their bosses. That is, from Karua, you can try to analyze Raila Odinga. From Rigathi Gachagua, you can be able to analyze Ruto. So, what do you learn about presidential candidates from that debate?
One, on the side of Azimio, Martha Karua, there is a sense of, let me call it, confidence in the principle. Martha Karua believes verily that Raila Odinga will be a good rule of law, social justice will be top of the agenda. And then she also feels like that she will be able to complement Raila Odinga with her strengths. So when you come to William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua, Rigathi Gachagua actually is a yes man. I don't think there is anything good that will come out from that duo, because one, Rigathi Gachagua does not seem to have an independent mind. He looks like he's a subject of William Ruto, and what William Ruto would want to do, or policies that William Ruto would want to pursue. I don't think Rigathi as a deputy would guide him well. He will lead him on. There are things that not everybody knows everything, and I don't think Rigathi is going to be a good partner to William Ruto.
Okay, that's okay. So let's get new people in the discussion. Thank you for your debate. You can still continue holding.
Yeah, and before you go away, I also
I'm not going away. I'm not going away. You have said before you go away. Is it me who's going away or you?
No. Before you give it to another panelist to take over. There was there's something I noticed about the moderators. The moderators didn't capture what Kenyans would have wanted to know. Yes, they tried to dig in on corruption, leadership, policy how the government would be run, governance. But there are things that I think they left out and allowed side shows. And the side shows that came in are things that were not of public interest, like Gachagua trying to sympathy, and they never asked him to substantiate. There are questions, there are things that Gachagua talked about, and they should have asked him questions like that issue of trying to tell us that 200 policemen were sent there and he was dragged naked. They should have asked him why didn't he seek redress, because that for one is dehumanizing. They let him score points which were not he wasn't meant to get. Yeah, okay. Anyway, back to Njiru. I can see the other panelists who have come in.
Okay, fine.
I'm still around. We will, as I remember, I had not finished watching this debate. But as we continue, I'm also watching.
Endelea kuona nyuma ya curtain. Before I bring Nyomba, Nyomba, you can see what is happening there, but I want to bring you with some questions which you can answer as you give your presentation. Today, Mother Karua and Rigathi Gachagua have done their debate, very hyped. What can you learn from the two people? You can tell us, what do you know about Rigathi now? What do you know about Mother Karua now? Then, number two, do you think the debate was exhaustive? Did they tackle the issues which you are expecting? And maybe you can also tell us, what can you tell us about Ruto, or what can you tell us about Wairia based on the information which was brought there? And maybe you can also try to tell us, what do you think is your opinion when when Rigathi Gachagua tried to bring Uhuru Kenyatta, tried to bring Mr. Gideon Moi into the debate, even when he knew that these people and they cannot be able to defend themselves in the debate, and only now to subject Mother Karua now to start talking in terms of that. So can you try to handle the topic as you talk in that line as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Njero. I salute you. Mama Selina, I salute you. Bob, Papa, I salute you. I respect you and salute you. Soyak, I salute you also. Now, Bwana Njiro, I'm overwhelmed by the many questions you have asked me. I don't even know which one to start with, the topics that there are many. But generally, they're pointing to one point, the characters of these people.
Si unajua mimi lazima nisumbue mzee. It's some knockout anyway, but endelea wewe.
Yeah, now, I volunteer the information that I didn't see the whole debate. I had something else to do. And of course, sometimes I get impatient, although I'm an elder, when somebody brings a lot of nonsense or things that are not factual. And in short, Gachagua has followed after his own leader, William Ruto, in not being factual. Anu watu wa ule mzee wa kitendawili, vitu kama hizo, they are not factual, na matusi na nini. The lady, our deputy president, very composed, factual, and to the point, not going wild, looking for in the ocean, trying to fish. Now, as I said, observing the debate, even very briefly, I repeat, I didn't see the whole of it. That gave me a picture of where they were going, and then I went and did something else. Gachagua is a reflection of his own boss. And as Bob Papa has said, he doesn't have an independent mind. And actually, if you remember well, when he was being interviewed about his administration leadership in Limuru, when he was a DO, he said, them were just to do what Moi was telling them. Tell them, stand up, jump, jump. beat people. You know, he said it himself that they are following instructions from Moi. So that's why he beat people in Molo, and that's why he beat people tortured people in Muru. So this is a man who can't have a proper stand. We know, let me take point by point. Mother Karua is a leader who stands her ground. Remember very well, way back, many years back, many may not realize, especially the young people, Mother Karua walked out of Moi in a meeting in Kirinyaga during Moi's top leadership then. He was at his apex, and nobody was joking with Moi. Moi was a no joking person, actually. All right? Of all people, and everybody is watching, in protest, Mother Karua walked out of that stadium. And some of us actually suspected very bad things to follow her, to be punished or tortured or arrested. Nothing happened to her. Similarly, during late Kibaki's reign also, the Mother Karua could not stomach some of the nonsense of the people, the leaders who were with in the Kibaki administration. She quit as a minister. She did. So this is a principle. The point I'm raising, the two in comparison, they are 2 worlds apart. One is principled, the other one is not principled at all. The other one, as Bob said, is a yes man, and he will do anything without questioning. Now, similarly, as I said, you could see from the debate, Mother was very composed and answering questions as asked. But our friend, Gachagua, was going wild about Brookside, about the bank, the waiver of taxes and all that. Again, the whole thing was witch hunting. From his end was just to datify the Kenyatta family. Not only the Kenyatta family, as it has implied here, the dynasty issue was coming out, and I don't think Gachagua has come from a dynasty, such a, you call it a hustler family. So him was just want to show that the Kenyatas, the Mois, Gideon, the Raila dynasty thing. And I still remember, you panelists, these things he has raised, they all died down. Of course, the dynasty, there's a time, some people even banned somebody's vehicle here in my area in Nakuru, in that people are being incited. It was like the brewing of a revolution of the poor against the rich, because the implication was that the poor are poor because the rich have made them poor. But every other theme you're speaking died out. Is it the hustler one? Died out. Actually, the only one left now, and it's not going to work, is him being anointed by the church as a king, the church. That one is also going to fall into pieces. And the idea of saying, and I said the other day, that Raila is not religious, Christo, so what? He is actually. But even if he wasn't, who said Kenya should not even be led by a Muslim or a Hindu? We are looking for leadership. Not Kenya, you are free to worship in any dini unataka. Hata ile non-believer yule anaitawa nini, watu wenye they believe there's no God, si wako, they have freedom. Nobody arrests them for not believing in God. So every point they raise, it hits the wall. Now, let me now go back. The birds of the same whatever, they flock together, and you could see a true picture of Ruto in Gachagua. But also, these are God's wonders, Raila and Mother, those are the independent people. And you can see the life Raila has led because of his independent mind. He's not a yes man. He stands his ground. That's why he's been in jail for 9 years. Not jail. He was not jailed, actually. He was, you call it what? Jailed is different. Sometimes the language fails us. Jail, you have to go through the court, then you are jailed. This is a matter of actually political harassment. 9 years. And you see, now, this is a gifted man. Even after 9 years when he came out, he still worked with his tormentor, Moi, and they joined. Remember Kanu and the NDP or NDP, yeah. You have to check the screen because if somebody wants to raise something, me, I'm ready before they forget. Do you give Azimio a chance to ask me something, Wananjiro?
No, I think it is better you finish. Azimio will come. Azimio, please.
Okay. In fact, I'm finishing because I didn't note down the points that you raised, but I'm handling them in a general manner. The character of Gachagua, the character of Ruto. Here we go for Raila and also for our deputy president, Mother Karua. The leadership is in the Azimio team. It's not in the UDA team. No, it's not. And I beg all Kenyans, wherever you are, even diaspora, you go for the best. The best team is that of Raila and Mother Karua. And come August 9th, let's all vote. And my prediction of 60% for Azimio and 30% of UDA, but it's going down because of the Wajakayo issue. May I surprise you to tell you that I'm even predicting just before the election, Wajakayo is going to join Azimio, and all his votes will be brought back to Mother Karua and Raila Odinga. Bob, you can dispute that. Wajakayo, the 800,000, 1 million is going to bring back to Azimio, and we shall win with the overwhelming numbers. Let me stop there, Wananjiro, but I'm available until morning before I do what I usually do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Baba Azimio, you can comment. I also wanted, Bwana Nyumba, kwanza usiende. I want to comment and ask you a question.
It is too early. I'm with you for the next maybe half an hour.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring to the attention of the panelists that there is one particular question that I would have loved the moderators to ask, but they avoided that. I don't know whether they avoided or they were not aware. I would have loved the moderators to ask Gachagua why him and is it Kahiga moved to court to stop the inquest of the late Governor Gakuru, because that alone, moving to court to stop that inquest, summons to have them to appear before the inquest, sparks a lot of, it brings a cloud on the integrity of Gachagua and the involvement of whether he was involved or not in the death of Gakuru, which was a very important thing, and yet the moderators seem not to have caught wind of it. Okay, back to you, Njiro.
Thank you.
1 minute,
Bob. Yes.
Or just give me 1 minute. You will come to respond in everything. Easy to see. So there is something which I want to bring it here. Maybe to, Baba Azimio, it is a bit difficult for moderators to bring all issues, or maybe even the scandal or whatever, especially those things which when they are brought, maybe people start saying it's the rumors. Sometimes it is advised the candidate should technically try to bring out the issues. But I think technically Mother Karua decided not to handle some of those issues. Maybe there was a character which she wanted to bring it out. But in most of the presidential debates which I've seen, it is the duty of the opponent to bring out issues. So maybe that's how I would say. So there's something I wanted to ask Bwana Nyumba here. Bwana Nyumba, when Mr. Rigathi Gachagua was asked how his relationship is going to be between him and Ruto, and could there might happen as an issue which Uhuru and Ruto are having now, and then this guy was trying to say that Uhuru suffers from inferiority complex. I don't know where he even got that description, I think it was something which was lifted from Google because they know inferiority complex. I think it was something which was lifted from somewhere. So the question which I wanted to ask you, you know, you cannot predict a relationship. You cannot predict. Like, for example, even if I have a friendship with you now, I cannot predict how long our friendship will go. So when somebody comes in a national stage and tries to accuse the other person has a weird character, that is why they cannot be able to blend with other people. So what I wanted you to tell me is, how certain is Rigathi Gachagua sure that hawatakosana na Ruto? How certain? Because ujuangi hata tukioana mabibi, we are not sure if we will go to term. It is always a game of probability. But when somebody comes in a national TV and tries to accuse the other person, it suffers from inferiority complex. He doesn't want to say where the disagreement came. So does it mean that Rigathi Gachagua, even if he notes Mr. Ruto is very corrupt or he has a very bad character, he will still continue tolerating because for them they don't suffer inferiority complex? Does it mean that he will agree to whatever will happen? It can be, everything can happen. So can you tell me how certain is Rigathi Gachagua sure that their relationship with Ruto is going to work? And we don't know.
But Bwananjiro, maybe before I comment on that, let me raise the issue. I said Jakayo may bring his words to Azimio. I missed to comment on the Wairia issue. You can see many more are going to join Azimio, as is indicated in the topic here of Wairia, to support Baba. Yeah. Now, let me go back to your question now. I can assure you that if at all, and God forbid, the team of Ruto and Gachagua takes over, Gachagua will be subservient to Ruto. Gachagua is a bootlicker. A bootlicker will make sure that whatever the boss says, it's done. Now, there's the dictatorial element in Ruto, and you suppress anything that seems to be challenging his authority with all the forces he has and is capable. So, I agree that, and I said, and let me repeat, God forbid, if they took over, theirs will run, because Gachagua will have no force, no energy, no following to overcome the brutal element in Ruto's rule. You know, the man is brutal. It's no joke. And in case the jokes around with Ruto will just do the necessary. Okay. Now, so it will run. Similarly, remember that Ruto was just there was no friendship from the word go, nothing like that. This was just convenience because of the ICC issue. That's what brought them together. These are people in two different worlds. Even the pretense that they're working, wearing the same ties, the same shirts, coats, and suits, all that, it was fake. This was just drama. There's what we call chemistry, not the chemistry of chemicals, but chemistry between people. Even husband and wife, there's a chemistry. Even between friendship, there's what we call chemistry. You're in rapport, you are together, even in thinking and acting, okay? There's no one time Uhuru and Ruto had proper chemistry. Theirs was a chemistry that was poisonous, okay? It was pretense all the time, because Ruto cannot actually, he thinks he's number one. So all this time, and he says you're running the government at the expense of Uhuru Kenyatta. Okay. Now let me come to the point of superiority or inferiority. Who among the two feels superior or inferior? No. Ruto is the one who suffers from an inferiority complex, not Uhuru. That's why Uhuru is just a free goer. You know, he is not threatened by anything. Ruto all this time the hustler issue, I used to walk barefoot. Me, I used to walk barefooted 11 kilometers one way, 22 in a day to my primary school. That should not now, he still suffers from that. You know, Uhuru has grown in the State House. So among the two who is suffering from the inferiority complex, it's him, not Uhuru, the other way around. So as I finish, I would agree that, and for that time I said, God forbid, if the Ruto Gachagua team took over to run, because Gachagua has been non-existent. He can't stand his ground against Ruto. No way. He will be beaten to trash. Thank you. I think I've answered a bit of it.
Sawa, sawa bwana Nyumba. I want to, there's somebody who wants to ask, who is asking a question here. Let me ask the question on their behalf, kabla niulize yangu. So, Njiro, can you ask Nyumba how the Nakuru campaigns went? So, bwana Nyumba, huyo ni Trufosa Rai, wanakuuliza swali hapo. Anauliza swali ya campaign.
Which campaigns went? When you talk of campaigns went, is a bit difficult.
In Nakuru.
And ask the campaign, how are the campaigns ongoing? Because they're ongoing right
I don't
now.
know, kuna campaign ya Nakuru, maybe, I don't know, maybe Trufosa can write the question properly.
I think Njeru Baba was in Gilgil, he was in Nakuru, yes, but it was not Nakuru town. He came to Gilgil and then he went to Naivasha. And Mother was not there because she was in the Tibet. Yeah, the Nakuru meeting was so well, especially Kikope and Kilkil.
Okay, sababu uliona Mama Selina, was it loaded? Kulikuwa na watu?
Very loaded. Na watu vile walikuwa na respond kwa baba, you could not even imagine. It was a nice, like watu wamejitolea kabisa. It was full.
Bwana Njiro, and thanks Mama Selina for coming to my rescue. You're a true friend of mine. Eh? Keep it up, please. Thanks. Now, being in Nakuru, even having observed or not observed, let me tell people who don't know about Nakuru that Kikope is a town that has grown up out of the clashes, actually. Kikope. These are people who have moved there because of the various clashes that has happened in the country. Eh? And some of them are even victims of the 2008 differences. So, the Ruto was there the other day, in the same place. In fact, the MP for there, Mother Wangari, she's a UDA person. But the population there will not go for UDA really. These are sufferers of the clashes, actually. And there is no way they would go the UDA way. So even me, I have not, and thank you, Madam Selina, for that, because I'm saying I was busy elsewhere doing something else. But I have the perception of what happened. Okay. They will receive Azimio in great style. Thank you for that one.
Okay, Bwana Nyumba, I have a question for you before I bring Mr. K. Mr. K, please, na kama unaweza weka kamera ni vizuri. You know the standing orders hapa, watu wanatakikana wakuwa wanaonekana sura. Ile ingine yetu, maybe we can allow you, but hapa ni ngumu kidogo. Maybe kindly you can get out of the curtain. Ili kila mtu asikuwa anakuja. So Bwana K, kama unanisikia, get out of the curtain please. So Bwana Nyumba, the issue of character came up in today's debate, and you know that issue of insubordination, or yes, I know Rigathi Gachagua tried to say that Ruto is a deputy president. He was elected. It is not a nominated thing. Then Karua on the other end, she tried to say it's about individual character. You can carry, you can package yourself properly. I'm just trying to give you a the synopsis of their responses so that I ask you a very critical question in that. So, Karua trying to say that even being a deputy president, you can be able to package yourself in a respectable way. So that one was able to come out from Mother Karua. But regarding Gachagua, defended deputy president character. In other way, he was kind of saying it is okay to disrespect your boss. It's okay to do that. And he even tried to expand the story by even trying to show how even Mr. Uhuru went and tried to kick the deputy president and and he wanted to bring other people there. He tried to build that story. Now there's a question. According to how you saw these people answering the question, you might not be having how the constitution has packaged this thing. Do you think in Kenya we will ever solve that issue of a deputy president disrespecting his boss if we go regarding Gachagua way, where we assume that I'm elected, I can do whatever I want, I can even do campaigns when I'm not supposed to do them, I can do anything. Do you think, because like Mother Karua said, the constitution has no problem, do you think there is a solution from these two people? That is my question. Do you think there is a solution? Because it is unethical to have these two people pushing on opposite direction. Do we have a solution from the debate?
Now, Wananjiro, the constitution is ours. We are the ones who passed this constitution 2010. And actually, Ruto was against it. Actually, he's against everything else. You saw the other day, he was even against the lowering of the price of maize meal, you know. He's a guy all the time. He's negative thinking, actually. Yeah? So, the constitution is okay. Let me go back straight to now. Mother was a magistrate in Nakuru one time. So she works in the public service, or the government, that is, because of the three arms of government, executive, legislature, and judiciary. So she understands how things work. Me, I worked in government for 20 years, understand how things work. And there is no way, and even from the word beginning, I used to tell my friends, there is no way you're going to be to go against your boss and win. You won't, you can't. I said, when I saw Ruto now disobeying or trying to go against his boss, I said, no, this does not work. It happened to me one time in the administration. Out of the blue, jealousy. Some people did something that was not right. And I'm the boss. I didn't have to even write a letter. I just called headquarters, Nairobi. Stop salary for Njiro. Stop salary for Selina. Telephone call. Took them another 6 months to get their salary back. Miss Babe. There's no way you joke around with your boss to pin you down. And I remember there's this book about political thing. I've not read it. There's a degree or whatever. How many laws of Njiro, you know better than me that. I think Ruto has not read that book.
48 laws of power.
Yes, yeah.
And
one of the laws.
And I think there is a law which says don't outdo your master, something like that.
Yeah, you won't win. And that many leaders use that book. They know it is actually practical. Yeah, I can see Bob wants to contribute. Give Bob a chance. Yeah, please. Let's see him out.
Okay, let me just add something on the issue of inferiority complex. You know, Njiru, the relationship between the president and the deputy president is clearly spelled out in the constitution. And there is no way absolutely that the president can feel inferior to his deputy. The president in the constitution is superior to the deputy. And what Gachagua was trying to say is a doctrine I cannot even understand. I don't know where he got that kind of thing. Because, how would a president, feel inferior to his deputy? In what way? He has the powers given to him by the constitution, and he is there to serve the people and rule by using the constitution. So where does that come in? Maybe somebody else can give me a different perspective, but there is no issue of inferiority complex. That for me is something that was out of this world.
Bob, I was answering that, and I said this. That's how giving the issue of the ranking and discipline. Once in any system, the juniors start disrespecting their seniors, that system breaks down straight away. Whatever institution, order. And I remember it's only that things have changed. You'd have to say sir to your seniors. Yeah, I did. Not even the civil service. Don't know, maybe things have changed, but it's still the same thing. You have to respect your seniors. It goes like that because again, they are juniors to you, they should respect you, and it works. Once now people behave like Ruto has behaved against his boss, then the system can break down. It's only that Uhuru is able. Now, again, remember, Bob, I'm answering what you have said. Ruto is there to get instruction and guidance from his boss. That the constitution says very clearly, duties allocated to him, or by the president. And I repeat again, President Uhuru was not elected because of Ruto. In fact, it's the other way around. Ruto is a beneficiary of Uhuru being elected the president. It's as simple as that. And you could see recently that's why the deputies insisted the picture has to be there. Okay, and that's the quote past that. It's okay. But the president is the one who is actually in power. Remember that, and when said you need to be employed in civil service to know how it works. Ruto never worked anywhere. From university, where did he work? He was in political. Youth for 92, blah, he has never. So even the system of discipline doesn't understand it. And I finish. Bob, how can you feel inferior to your junior? How? It is not possible. So Gachagua is actually, his mindset is that of Ruto. These are guys who are lost, and they're just raising issues that they're not factual. Just big mouth. And you can see even these are people who shout, and shouting they think they have made a point. You can see the composure of our Deputy President Karua, composed, answering quietly, factual, confident. These others you want to shout, but some people get carried away, even in a rally, or even some priests or pastors. Njiro, I don't know if you're a pastor also. I know Bernard is here. Some would go shouting so loud so that they think they're convincing the Nini by the tone and the shouting. No, it's just being composed slowly, and you can win. Njiro, let me just stop there for now. But I've not gone away. I just want to make a cup of Nini tea, and then I'll be back. So I'm not getting out of the screen unless you chase me away. And Njiro, you're also wearing a shirt like mine. I don't know.
You're mute.
I'm saying you're wearing a shirt like mine. I'll check in my wardrobe. I don't know if it's there or not.
Inaweza kuwa nililetewa. Sawa. Thank you very much, Bwana Nyomba. We like your contribution. That's why I indeed wanted to engage you a little bit. Thank you. You can do whatever you want to do. You can always come and chip in. So may we have... Oh, Mr. K has just disappeared. Okay, anyway, my mood is... No problem, but my mood of having you here, I like asking the question. So maybe those panelists, those people who are viewing us under the curtain, they think that I'm not doing the right way. That is my style. So I like engaging through questions. So every person who comes here has his own style. So my style is I like engaging people through questions. So that is my style, and it's good to allow people to be original on what they think is good. So when you hear me asking a panelist a question, it's not that I'm disrupting them. My mode of giving is trying to interrogate and trying to get issues from people. So that's my style. So we are on a criticize. That's my style. So Mr. K, get on board.
Thank you. I don't. You don't have to answer each and every Dick, Tom, and Harry, but you know we are different. And the good thing about this country is that each and every person has an opinion, from the chokora to the president. We might differ in many things, the way we speak, the way we organize ourselves. So, me is to encourage you, Njiru, don't be answering each and every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Let them be there and keep them. They actually called busybodies. You see, without them, then life can be very boring. Therefore, it is important for them to speak their mind. But anyway, let me talk about today's debate and characterize what happened and the hits and the misses, as the subject says. And it is like day and night. I don't know what we saw in Gachagua that was different from what we know about him. Personally, he displayed a lack of mastery of even the law, lack of knowledge. He was not proficient. He was not eloquent. He was just there, because you spend a lot of time, and more than 70% of your time, attacking the president and his family. What did they do wrong to him that he thinks by attacking them that we are going to be convinced to vote for him? It is so unfortunate that this country has degenerated, and we have gotten to ourselves to a place whereby people want to revenge. They feel like their anger is going. They want to affect us with their anger, so that we hate the president. You know, like at one point he said that they have monopolized milk. I mean, we know that we're in a free market, Bonanjiro. If you don't feel like buying Brookside, there is Fresher, which is a different company. Go buy that. There's Tuzo, which is believe not Tuzo. Tuzo should be Uhuru's. But there are many companies that are also producing milk. Moro is there. It's a different company. So when you're talking about state capture and you are targeting a family, it makes me not understand what kind of
Sorry,
argument is
Bwana
that.
Kamau. Bwana Kamau, KCC is there, and sorry, Bwana Njiro also, because I feel bad about this. Gachagua is the people who have captured the state with his 7.2 billion from nowhere. He's a state capture himself.
Thank you, Mzee. Unajua, me, I love listening to you because your knowledge, your experience, and I've listened to you. In fact, the way you've analyzed the politics of today, and I'm happy. So we should not be minoring on the majors and majoring on the minors, because when you are told you are the deputy president, what that means, you will be the second in command on the sixth richest country in Africa. Well, that means you have over 54 million people or 50 million people who are looking up to you. That is what you qualify. That is the interview. The debate today was an interview for you to lead these people. You are the person who is going to be a policy maker in everything, human rights, registrations, and you're going to be representing Kenya in bilateral talks all over the world. Reducing a debate to these people are given a waiver by the government. You know, giving a waiver, it is not illegal. Yes, it might not. It might have been. It might have been done because the president was the president and he was in charge. But that is not an illegal exercise. It is something that is there. The Minister of Finance and the Commissioner of Customs, I think they are gazetted, and it's in the law where they can give waivers, and even the Commissioner of Kenya Revenue Authority, he can give waivers. These are things that happen on a day-to-day basis. In any case, even Kiroche should apply for waiver. He should show that he is unable to pay the taxes that he is supposed to pay to Kenya Revenue Authority, and he is given a waiver. These are things that happen. And therefore, reducing a debate to attacking a family of His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta was stooping so low. And therefore, on the side of Gachagua. In fact, today somebody said on Twitter that this time around it is not Kenya Kwanza anymore, because at one point Gachagua produced a Mwa Kenya. He had some written notes for him to debate, and you know, debates you should not come with written notes. It is not the practice anywhere in the world. So watu wakasema siku hizi itakuwa inaitwa Mwa Kenya Kwanza, itakuwa inaitwa Mwa Kenya Kwanza. Kwa hivyo hawa ni watu ambao hawajui kile wanafanya katika uongozi. They don't know who they are leading. They don't know how leadership is all about. I doubt whether in the event, in the most unfortunate event, these people becomes the president or the deputy president of his country. How this country will be. You can see his principle. Mr. Nani said I should say Ruto. You can imagine he goes to Kitui, and the first thing he goes there to do is to abuse Kalonzo Musyoka Nywere imeisha. That is the agenda. The other side, he says that that Mama Ngilu, a widow, that she is a muzee. She cannot be married by anybody. What kind of, that is not presidential. What are these people seeking? Are they seeking to be the president of Kenya? And you're abusing leaders who
Excuse
are
me,
leaders.
she cannot, she abused women because they cannot do their room 350. Ngilu is a respected mother, and now because Ruto want women that they go and dance around him, that is the problem with this Kenya Kwisha. I'm sorry to intervene.
Thank you, Mama Selena. It's unfortunate that we have our mothers, we have Kina Selena here who are our mothers, and we disrespect them. And everybody has a mother, has a sister. And you wake up one day, you take your entourage to Kitui, and you start saying, where did this mother go? This woman go? Yeah? Ati ameolewa na nani? Nani anaweza mama mzee kama huyo? It is demeaning, it is low. He wanted to imply that that woman is filthy, and he wants to become the president of all our mothers. How come? How will this country be, Mr. Njiru? And therefore, Kenya Kuisha is just, for a lack of a better word, a gangster group, a group that has no a misguided missile, a missile that if lands to Kenya, then we are all destroyed. You saw the display of their deputy president, somebody who lacks articulacy, somebody with a lot of words that mean nothing. You know, he doesn't have. I think it's because he's a novice as a political novice, because he has been in parliament for only 5 years. He has learned nothing.
Mr. K, one thing as you talk, can you tell me, what is the character of people and women who are still following Kenya Kwanza, knowing very much that these people are abusing women a lot? Do some of their supporters have respect for women? If you can still support somebody who is abusing women, the other day he abused Wamarwa. Do you see a problem there?
There's a big problem, and I'll be so surprised if there's any woman listening to me and any woman who will wake up in the morning and go and vote Kenya Kwanza or that UDA, because each and every statement is demeaning to the women of this country. There's no way you can compare Wamarwan with a woman depicting that a woman is nothing. You know, that was depicting a woman is nothing. Ati huyo ni mwanamke, tupigangi mwanamke. You know, you're depicting that a woman is low in the society, is not an important person. And that is very wrong, because that is a patriarchal attitude where you feel like the only person who should make decisions in this country is a man. And we should not allow that, Mr. Njiru. This country now, people should be respected, whether male or female. There are only two genders. Or let me put it this way, there's only a man and a woman in this society. And the society has to give room for women. They are good leaders. In fact, they are the best leaders because they have the human in them. They have the family mind in them. And if you depict that women are nothing, then what kind of a person? That is why you see in most of their caucuses, the caucuses of Kenya Kwanza, it is male dominated. Yeah, the women that come here, there, they just dance as Madam Selena is doing. They are not given an opportunity to speak. They are saying they are going to give half of cabinet women, but that is a promise. Why don't they show by giving the deputy president? In fact, Wajakoya and the pastor, the bishop, they have done better. They have given ladies who are very eloquent, very proficient opportunity, and they stood very well today. Their debate was outstanding. I wish they had taken one of the ladies to Kenya Kwanza, because we cannot allow our women to be demeaned in this country. I feel bad when somebody is comparing a woman as nothing, and therefore that abuse to Mamangilu was uncalled for. This guy should apologize, because you don't just go and attack a woman. You don't just go and attack a leader
So,
who has
Mr. K, will he be apologizing daily? Unatusiana jana, leo utusiane. Kwani hizo apologies zitakuwa za kila siku? Is it apology or it is somebody's character now? Because those apologies will be too many. Why? Mbona ni yeye peke yake anatusi wanawake? Hata Wajakoya sijasikia akitusi wanawake. Why is it that only one individual?
It's unfortunate. And I think, as you say, you don't know, even if he apologizes, he might go and abuse another one somewhere else. And that is why even people believe. There was a time where I saw even the wife almost kneeling down for him. And that showed that there might be something that the intimidation is even in the house. Because if you do not, if a wife can greet you as if you are a stranger, then what kind of a leader is this? Me, I pray to God, and I wish my God can answer my prayer, that the cry of these women, and particularly the ones that have been abused by the system, abused by people like that, because what Ruto is just doing denotes what is happening in so many organizations today. In fact, I was with another lady who told me she quit her job because of the bosses wanting to sleep with her so that she can sustain the job, and that is happening in so many parastatals and in so many organizations, even in the media, where people cannot believe a woman can be employed on merit. And when they get the interns and they get those people who are coming to work there, they want to interview them in the bedroom. That should not work. That should not happen. And that is why I'm saying Mother Karua being in the highest table in this country, he will protect our daughters, he will protect our mothers, and even protect our grandmothers. That these people have a right to be in this country and they have a right to have space in this country. And any person who has been sacked or fired because he did not get tuned to those people intimidating them, then these people should be taken to court. The law should take its course. So, Mr. Njiro, that kind of a behavior shows that in the leadership of Kenya Kwanza, in the most unfortunate event, women will be in the periphery. They will be intimidated. They will be sexually harassed. They will be abused. And any woman who is following Kenya Kwanza, I'm so sorry to say, you are doing a very big disservice, and you're doing a very big betrayal to your fellow women leaders, to your fellow women fellow women. Kwa hivyo mimi, kwa maoni yangu, what I saw today was the debate. Gachagua didn't understand anything he was doing. He had come with a Mwakenya. I think he's Mwakenya Kwanza now, and he had no idea on what he's going to become in the event he is elected as a deputy president come 9. But on the other side, what we saw with Mother Karua is composure. It is eloquence. It is understanding of law. He did not, even when he was said, Gachagua said that this is a project of Uhuru Kenyatta. He said, yes, I'm a project, but not only of Uhuru Kenyatta, but of all Kenyans. And that is true. He is our project. Not the word project, people think by using it, it is a bad thing. Projects are good. When you have a project at home, it's nice. This is a good project. And this is a ticket that will deliver this country from the shackles of poverty. Because once they hit the ground running, and they arrest these people who are plundering the country and stealing from right, left, and center, then everybody will enjoy their rightful earnings, will enjoy the hospitals, the schools, and the roads, and everything that the government should do, is supposed to do. And therefore, my prayer is that they get installed on 9th and they be sworn in so that we can see a different country. I really get concerned, Bonajiro, when you go like a place like Rongai. Yeah, well, the government is supposed to be in Rongai before people invest there. You find people have invested in a particular place, and there is no school, there is no drainage, there is no water, and there is no hospital. And then the government realizes that people now are there are almost 100,000, and these things are not there. And then they come like an afterthought. They are trying to destroy people building. They are trying to move people from one place to another. But when corruption is killed and destroyed, Wanajiro, then even before you invest in a place, the government has already gone there. There is electricity, there is water, there is hospital, and everything is okay. Kwa hivyo mimi najua na mimi I'm so convinced that this is a final liberation that we are going to experience as the people of Kenya. And that liberation is not with Kenya Kwanza, because these people taking over power, Gachagua and Ruto, hata kiberiti tutakosa kwa nyumba. I'm telling you, we are going to go back to the Stone Age, where people were lighting fire with stones, because they will have destroyed the economy, stolen everything that is available in their eyes. And that is why you see Wazungu say there is no honor among thieves, because thieves, even when they steal together, they still want to steal from each other and kill each other. That is the Kenya Kwanza. It is a group led by their leader, who is a priest of corruption, and there are about 50 people who are following him each and every day. They are people of washes. They are thieves. They are thugs. This country will be destroyed. There will be no tender that will be actualized. Why? Because they have seen that the country is there to steal. Kwa hivyo, kwa maoni yangu na kwa mapendekezo ni kwamba Wakenya tunapokaribia kuchagua rais tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, tukaweze kupatia Raila Amolo Odinga nafasi wa kuwa na Bi Martha Karua, na tutaona utofauti mwingi hapa. Si emotions, si emotions hapa. Tunapiga kura na vile Kenya itakuwa better for Kenya. In fact, I don't see Ruto changing, so I don't see him ever being the president of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you, Nyiro.
Okay, Azimio, if you have a question you can ask, then niulize yangu. Go ahead. Mr. K, ngoja hapo.
Now, I heard you mention something about whether it is the character of the DP. Excuse me, sorry. To behave the way he's behaving. You know, Njiru, this is character. You know, the consistency in which he has been insulting leaders and Kenyans at large. Let me call them Kenyans, not even leaders. Because, you know, he has done that in Bungoma. And, you know, funny enough, every stop that he makes, he thinks of disparaging a particular leader that is not aligned to his political formation. you know, he moves to Nairobi. He decides that he's going to unleash his insults on Igathe. He moves to Kitui, and it is Ngilu he's targeting. So this is his character, and I don't think, there is any doubt that the DP has a problem. India has a problem with anybody who seems to be doing the right thing, because all the leaders so far that he has, or even Kenyans that he has addressed in a condescending manner, or he has disparaged, you know, are people who might not necessarily agree with him. And not to say that he is always wrong, but you know, as long as you are not with him, then you are on the other side. Because you know, look at it this way. You know, when he was telling an innocent Kenyan who was, I don't know that Kenyan, I can't remember what actually he did, asking him, unanijibu kama nani? You know, somebody who you are not even in competition with, and he can stoop down low to that level. He has no, he doesn't have what you call, he doesn't choose. This is a fellow who behaves like, what do you call that wind that goes around, and the real wind, you know? The guy behaves like a hurricane. You know, he sweeps across anything that he meets that it might be an obstacle to him politically, be it small, be it big. So it is his character to behave in that kind of manner. And it is very sad that, you know, to even imagine that there are women out there who would, you know, vote for him. Just this evening, or last evening, I walked into a local shop where I live, and I wanted to buy something small. And a lady who is an elderly lady, who is a neighbor, kind of a neighbor, comes there and tells the shopkeeper that nyinyi amwangalii mambo ya debate, tumejua maneno mingi. Then I just made a comment that kunaendeleaje? And at Gachagua, you know, Gachagua ametuelimisha sana. You know, I just looked at that lady, and I had no words for her, because you know, when somebody tells you Gachagua ametuelimisha, I don't know what that lady really meant. But I think, in my opinion, it is about poisoning the mind, and the fact that Gachagua went all out to attack the family of Uhuru Kenyatta, or the Kenyatta family for that matter. You know, that sounds very sweet to people who have been brainwashed. So that group of UDA, as Mr. K puts it, is a group that is a criminal enterprise. Is not a group, a political formation that has anything to stand for. And I want to urge Kenyans who are listening to us that think wisely, you know, because there are events that do not add up. As a society, you know, there are norms. We have norms, and we have values. We cannot have somebody who a few days ago was being anointed, and the next thing he's doing 2 days later is to insult women. And if there is anybody who thinks that it is right to vote for Kenya Kwanza or vote for UDA, should ask themselves, is this person that I'm voting for, is it the same person who every Sunday comes to the pulpit and addresses Kenyans in a very humble manner, trying to portray himself holier than thou? Is he the same person who was being anointed 2 days ago or 3 days ago, and 3 days later he's howling insults left, right, and center. So
Bwana Azimio,
Kenyans, please. Yes.
I want to throw a question as you discuss, so that I also bring Mr. K here. I just want to throw a question. The question is this. You saw regarding Gachagua and the attacks to Uhuru Kenyatta, to the extent he connected even those issues of state capture to him. From the explanation of Brigadier Gachagua and your own research, what you know, was this thing true information, or is something because of hatred and maybe the pain which they have for Uhuru Kenyatta? Is it true information or hatred? Can you tell us? Whatever Rigathi was talking about Uhuru, is it true information or is it from hatred point of view? Can you try to separate for us the two? And especially when you are talking, 1 minute, and especially when you are talking about somebody who you worked for close to 6 years, this person has helped you to be in a, he has illuminated your life in a way. Was that the best way to describe the status of affair in Kenya on one person? Even that state capture which they were explaining, is it on one person? That is my question.
Regarding Gachagua's relationship, or can I call it relationship with Uhuru Kenyatta, it comes from a point of bitterness. It was the way he explained himself was not objective. Number one, there's an issue he mentioned about the merger. Was it the merger of NIC and the Commercial Bank of Africa? There are certain waivers that during such mergers, there are waivers that you can enjoy as part of an investment in a country, and it is looked at from the point of view that of what the merger that is happening brings into an economy. And he became very personal, and there must be an issue that is deep rooted between the Rigathi Gachagua and that family. It can't just be something that is ideological, because when you talk about farmers being exploited, and as either Mr. K or Mr. Nyumba gave us their view that there are so many other companies. Nobody is forcing anybody to buy which product. This is a free market. You can consume what you want to consume. So directing all his anger, or directing, trying to explain himself on the issue of state capture, and all he tried to focus on was the Kenyattas, was something that is more than just. It is not ideological. This is personal, and I'm sorry to say that from my own research or my own knowledge and reading, the differences between Rigathi Gachagua and Uhuru Kenyatta came from the fact that it is rumored that he stole money from the Kenyattas, and that is the reason that he was dismissed. It is not very easy for these leaders, a CEO, to dismiss a personal assistant. A personal assistant is somebody who knows a lot of information about the person that he is handling, and there is definitely something that meets more than meets the eye on the issue of Rigathi and Uhuru Kenyatta, because I always say that some of these debates are like job interviews. And when you're asked a question and you completely depart from that question and try to portray yourself as a victim of another party that is not party to your to the interview, then it tells you that you are not focused. Either you are not focused, or there is something that is dragging you towards that to a third party. And I can even see the Trufosa in the comment section saying that he was sweating. The fellow wasn't easy. You know, body language speaks a lot. And the body language in him told it all. When Martha was answering some of the questions, or when she was rebutting, you could see him look down. The fellow was became totally uneasy. He's like, what the hell is this lady going to talk about now about me? You know, so his body language betrayed him a lot. And I want to believe that it was totally uncalled for and unfair to rope in the head of state and his family. He should have brought in the head of state as a head of state and not as Uhuru Kenyatta or the Kenyatta family. That was out of order, and any right-thinking Kenyan would not take him very seriously. Back to you, Njiru.
Okay. Mr. K, can you contribute on the same?
I just want to add on what Mr. Azimio is saying, because it's factual. When you reduce a debate, which is an interview, to become the second most powerful person in Kenya, to attacking a family, then it is amateurish. It is being an amateur. And I want to give you a scenario or an example. When Barcelona was Barcelona, and at one point they played with Chelsea. But let me put it this way: when you're playing Champions League, or your team is Champions League material, and then you bring a championship team, yeah, you say Barcelona is playing with, for example, Chemelil. What happens, because Chemelil will come there, some of them will come barefooted, the football will be diluted. It will not be a classic football game, Bonajiro, because there is an amateur team here which has brought its traditional village mentality to the field. And so eventually, even it eludes or erodes the meaning of that interview. In any case, what we saw today is that the interview was diffused. It was destroyed. It lacked meaning. In fact, even Mother Karua did not come out clearly with the manifesto. Why? Because the person we are debating with has destroyed the game. He has come with attack of a family because of their personal differences. Yeah? I want to imagine for a minute that Uhuru Kenyatta and family decides to take all their companies to Nigeria, or because they can even take it to Uganda. They take their Brookside there, they take their team sales there, they take everything they have invested in this country outside. Then what about what happens to the investment and the taxes they give, the people they employ? Because we speak as if Kenyatta are taken, if everything is owned by Uhuru Kenyatta is taken by the government, then everybody is going to be rich, and that is the mindset of somebody like Rigathi Gachagua. We still have a very big room to improve in this country. In fact, this country has too much potential, and it is too big for all of us. Because let me surprise you. You might not have these statistics, but I want to tell you, Bwana Njiro, do you know Kenya, the only arable land, the land that people can go to plant and harvest with seasons of rain, is only one third. And that includes the waters, and that includes the forest, and that includes the waterways. So you can imagine we still have a massive land that is not habited, that is not put in irrigation. But what are we talking about? They own Brookside. That is why we are poor. They own this thing. That is why we are poor. But we still have a big land that can be put into investment. And therefore, he reduced a whole interview to attacking a family. And it is very easy for people to have a punching bag. If the president is anytime, there's no government that is going to be popular. At the moment, even when Kibaki was in power, people still felt like Kibaki was not doing enough. In any case, there was still protest of Vunga then. But when Kibaki got out of power, that's when they realized, Allah, this guy was a good guy. Kwa hivyo Njiro, mi ngoja nikwambie, tukifika mahali kila mtu anaona ni kwamba ako kwa zile shida ako nazo kwa sababu ya Uhuru Kenyatta, then yeye amekosea. Yeye hana mwelekeo. We have to differentiate between being in motion and in movement. Some people are still waiting for one day that they are going to get a bet, or maybe something happens and they get money. No, you should start somewhere. Yeah? Kwa nini unataka kupata shortcut? Wengine wako na ng'ombe nyumbani hata hawezi kamua. Why? Because they believe that is not a good job. That is the job you should start with, so that you get to the next one, to the next one. Don't think that if we are told that when we come in, Hasras will have something, that you'll have something. No. You're voting on 9th as a Makanga, and on 10th you'll still be a Makanga. You'll be a Boda Boda guy on 9th, and on 10th and 11th you'll still be a Boda Boda guy. That is something people should be taught. Wajue ya kwamba ile kazi ambao utaamukia ukienda kupiga kura, hata ukimaliza kupiga kura, hiyo kazi ndio utafanya. Kitu unatakiwa kuamini sana si hiyo bilioni unaletewa hustlers. Kitu unatakiwa kuamini sana ni ile mboga na sukuma wiki imepanda hapo kwenyu nje. That will help you more than somebody coming and telling you, when I come to power, I will help you do this and this. What the government should do is giving you an enabling environment for you to excel. But hiyo story watu wanaambiwa ati state capture, if we destroy state capture we are going to be rich. That's a lie. What we should address now is things that can propel the economy of Kenya. What I wanted to hear today was the manifesto of Azimio being elaborated by Mother Karua. She was not able to do it. Why? Because the interview and the debate was reduced to name calling, was reduced to attack of the family of Mr. Kenyatta, and the attack of, in fact, she was attacked about BAT, she was attacked about land somewhere, and she was very clear that those things are not there, they are just rumors. And so she was diverted and did not articulate the Azimio manifesto. Because I believe there are so many things in Azimio manifesto that can enable this country go to the next level. For example, if I had an opportunity to talk to Mother Karua today, and of course Azimio team, I'll tell them one of the enablers that can stimulate the economy immediately, it is to make sure that any public service, either the government takes over public service like what is happening in Dubai, or they zero rate petrol for any person who is in public service. Mtu yote ana transport goods, mtu yote ana transport watu, hiyo gari zinatakiwa kuwa zinabeba mafuta na zinakuwa na kadi ambayo wananunua mafuta ni kama AFCO. Why? These are the people taking one person to another place so that he can be able to generate economy. They can be able to build money, make money or something of a sort. That's something that should have been addressed. The other thing is how to deal with the unemployment. It is true that our economy cannot absorb all the 6 million unemployed youth. But what can the government do? We can merge. We can merge the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Trade, the Ministry of Labor, and make sure that we classify, we register the unemployed youths, and we airlift them. We take them to London. We take them to Dubai. Let us have if it's a house girls. Mi nasema hivi, kama ni house girl 300, let them not go through agencies that are corrupt and people die out there. Let the government do it officially so that these people can be recognized and they can have a decent job. These are things that we can address. Lakini kuja kutuambia ati Uhuru amechukua hii, anauza maziwa, anauza mkate, sijui Rairu imeenda kwake, imekuja kwangu. Those are things that are inconsequential. They are not going to help us. What we need to do is to absorb the 6 million youths so that they can be able to be busy and they can be able to provide for their family. Those are things that we should think about. Thank you.
Okay, so before I bring Joshua, let me contribute one thing. You know, I still want, this one is my own opinion. I believe that there was still an opportunity of trying to be a little bit abrasive in that debate. Yeah, because what I saw is that we were not, regarding Gachagua was not properly exposed, and his character is known. And some of those state capture they are talking about, I don't know if it is an allegation or it is something true. Kuna kitu nimekuwa nikiona kwa mtandao, nimekuwa nikisikia KKA wakipata serikali ni kama wanataka kupeana JKIA kwa Dangote. I don't know how true it is. So now the people who are talking about state capture, we now have things underneath which they are working below the table. So maybe what I'm saying is this one is for future, because we are not going to have another deputy president debate. At least, even if the moderators don't bring those very sensitive issues, those abrasive issues, which can help us understand the character of the other person, our candidate should reach to a level whereby they can bring those issues in the table. Because I still believe regarding Gachagua was not exposed enough. His character as a DO was not exposed. Whereas Mother Karua character as a justice minister, blah, 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 it was highly exposed. So for improvement and next time, it is the responsibility of our candidate to make sure we go to the other side and get some issues. Because remember, even the other side themselves, they poked into our side. So that's what I say. So on that element, that is where I still deducted Mother Kalua's small marks about, because she was not able to bring out the negative side of regarding Gachagua, which was very important for the viewers today. You don't need to be abrasive, but we could have brought it, because like the issues of Moro are known, and like those other serious issues are known. So Joshua, you can make your contribution then tukue na Kosea.
Yes, Njiru, habari yako? Nimerudi kidogo. I think Martha, we can't blame Martha so much, because Martha sio ile politician ambaye ni na propaganda. If you watch Martha very well, she's not that kind of person with propaganda. He articulates his issue, anasema the reality, what is in the ground. So we don't expect a senior lawyer to start exchanging words with
Okay,
just
Joshua, it is not exchanging word, but if you are in politics, the truth of the matter is that you have to be a little bit abrasive, not a lot. She needed to be a little bit abrasive, but we cannot say that we have to just let's do clean politics, let's not attack, let's not do this. No, that's not how you do politics. You see, some of these things, yes, we know they have not been confirmed, but you cannot say that you just want. And much of the things which you are talking there, they are still allegations. But it is upon you to bring the most abrasive allegations onto the table. But we cannot just say that, Mother Karua doesn't attack, she plays clean politics. We cannot go that direction. And I'm saying this so that Baba can learn. It is the responsibility of Baba to bring out the character of Mr. Ruto. Remember, these moderators, they also fear. Let me ask you a question like today. If like that guy like Smart started talking about moral issues. Oh, there is someone who is not mute. I don't know who is it. I'm on it. Okay, let's assume like that Smart guy or that lady. asked the question about tomorrow, what will be the safety of that girl? I'm just trying to ask the issues. So sometimes it is the duty of the candidate, because you know some of these moderators who are trying to ask the question, ni watu wadogo. They are not assured of their security once they live there. So although I'm not saying that we need to fear, but what I'm saying, sometimes watch international country debates. At times it is the responsibility of the other candidate to pierce the character of the other person. So once you pierce the character of the other person, the moderator can pick it. The moderator can pick it for you. But the moderator cannot pick for you very abrasive and contentious issues. That's what I was saying. So let's not just say that we need to do clean politics. It's not about clean. It's about doing something which moderator can pick it for you. But the moderator cannot bring out an abrasive issue for you. Watch any international debate. Watch American, UK, everywhere. The moderator will never help you on abrasive issues. It is you to bring it. Otherwise, the moderator, people will start saying they are biased, they are what? It is you to bring it out as a debater.
So generally, the debate was good, and still Martha stand the best candidate to address this issue. So I know Gachagua was trying to fumble here and there. He really struggled with bringing up this issue. He was confused, and generally, even if post debate analysis, I had the people who were discussing in Citizen, they really praised Martha because Martha came out with the issues that were basic, and you know, if you look at the way he started with the issue of corruption, he maintained it, but to Gachagua was bringing some sort of propaganda, not even propaganda, allegations, which doesn't even prove them, because the issue talk about the issue of Martha being funded, and they say that the corruption, the land that he said, and Martha responded well and told him that if there's anybody who has an evidence, can he be taken to court? Because Gachagua right now, his case is in court. So you cannot compare Gachagua and Martha and you want to put them in the same table that they are all corrupt. Because the issue of Martha are allegations, which are not even reach court. But for Gachagua, his issues already are in court. So you can compare these two things. And the Gachagua, he came there, you know, he thought maybe that's a political rally. The way he was talking as if they are in a political mode. That's why I can, you know, I really sympathize with Martha with that debate. I really sympathize because, you know, you're arguing somebody, you are in a debate with somebody who is a politician, who behave anything, you must have some sort of decorum. If it's a debate, let it be a debate. If it's a political rally, let a political rally. But the way we saw Gachagua was talking, he was talking as if somebody who is in a campaign, not even a debate. But Martha was very sober. That's why even when Gachagua had that allegation about her, he didn't jump over, she didn't jump over Gachagua, but he gave Gachagua time. Gachagua talked, and then later she came back and counter. So to me, however much we may say that maybe it didn't talk the whole, but Martha was very sober. Sometimes you don't have to play that hard in a debate. You don't make it hard. You know, when you make it hard, the way I saw Sakaja and Igadi, you know, that was not good. That debate of Sakaja and Igadi, I didn't like it. You know, when one could exchange words. Also, the debate of in the evening, the evening debate between the two deputy for Agano party and the other one for Root party. You know, they were changing words. But for Gachagua and Martha was very sober. And if Martha could be somebody, like Junaid Mohammed, then they could bring, each and every person could bring propaganda. So to me, Martha scored on this debate. And I wish even in the next debate, that is on 26th, Raila should be sober, articulate his issues, give us his manifesto. Even if your partner want to poke all and bring some allegations that he cannot substantiate, but you must stick to your agenda. The way Martha stick to his agenda, he came out and he came out well with the issue of Babacare. So to me, the debate was good, and the person who did this debate to be seen as a debate as mature was Martha. Gachagua, he was trying to poke all, bring allegation, and even he was trying to brand Raila and Martha as a project. You know, you cannot come in a debate and start branding people as project. I remember there is a debate that was there 2013. 2013, the debate that was there 2013, Uhuru and Raila. It was a very sober debate, very sober. However much somebody who tried to poke holes in another person, but it was very sober. So the debate for yesterday, I praise Martha for coming out well. She articulated his issue well, and I'm sure even the 26th debate, Raila will come out well and articulate his issue. So we should not play that a debate of defensive, hard debate, name calling. You want to taint another person as
Kuseo, I think we have lost him. Go ahead.
I see Mama Selena is around, and so is Bob.
No, I'm getting ready to go to work. Please, I will listen.
No problem. I was just wondering, you have forgotten so quickly the way we were attacked. You see how Mark has been taken away.
No, yeah, I just want to listen because I will be leaving in another maybe 10 or 15 minutes. So I just say, instead of me being quiet, let me just relax and listen to what you guys are saying.
Take your time. Take your time. I was
so
just
much.
wondering why you are reinstating the same name there.
Yeah, I'm going overnight.
Leave that name. Don't use that name.
What name?
Put Mama somebody. No, not you. not the one which is known, because these people are still after us.
Oh my God. Yeah, I will. You know, I had put Sally Chep, and then somebody came complaining. We have never seen Mama Selena.
No. You are okay. You are okay that way.
I will put Mama Simio.
Something like that.
Yes, let us be Mama Simio and Baba Simio now.
There are a number of people who don't mean well, and I'm telling you, most of the people who participate here, there are people who try to get whatever they can about them.
Yeah, they are spies. And
oh yes.
The problem with them is the topic and discussion we have. A lot of people are listening and it makes sense. And when they come, they're like they are possessed the way Gachagua was doing today. Yeah. They don't have anything to tell people.
Exactly.
So they're really jealous. But you know what? It is only 20 days. Baba, we will come back to this TV and make it more proper. And actually we will be leading with things happening in our country.
You see, some of us who do a lot of research, we do not want anybody to be able to intrude to what you are receiving or using. So hacking is real. So be aware of it.
Let me tell you, let me guys give you information. They just call me, the people, you know, even the wife of number 2 is not in Kenya. They have already taken, they are running away. All these people they are leaving. Things are not nice.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
They know things are not nice, so we need to be careful. But you know what? As we are discussing issues that is affecting the country, and you don't have to defend on your person. You know, we are Kenyans, 42 tribes of 43. So I cannot just come here. In my house, I have grandchildren from everywhere. I'm a mother of Kenya. I have Luos in my house. I have Tesos. I have Luyas. I have Kikuyus. I have 12 grandkids. I have Tanzania and I have Uganda. Who am I?
That is quite expansive.
I cannot just come here and talk about a tribe because those are my blood. My grandkids are my blood. So when I see them, I don't even see Kenya. I see the world.
You have the face of Kenya with you, Tayari.
I have Kenya and I have Tanzania. My first grandborn daughter, the father is a Tanzania. My son Asan a Uganda. And then apart from that, I have Luos. I have Luya, Teso. I have Kalenjin. I think the only tribe I don't have is Kisii. Otherwise, the main tribe, this one in Kenya, I have them in my house.
You never know. Life is going on. One time you will have.
No, even if I don't have myself, my children will have them.
Yeah.
But my sister is married to a Kisii, so I'm saying my blood. So when we are talking sometime here, even the grandkids can call you and say, Mama, why are these people? My youngest, before he was listening TV and he was saying Ruto. And then I say, I'm voting for Raila and Mata Karua. And he look at the dad and say, Baba, we are Asimio. Now, because she said, the grandma say she is Asimio, you know, because she was listening people in Nakuru talking about it. Yes, so they had to change because, you know, you have to talk to their family and they had to change. And you see even the small ones, they don't know. You can imagine a 3-year-old boy talking about Asimio. Who are you voting? Asimio. Who? Raila, Mata Karua.
I see tribalism disappearing from face of Kenya in the next few decades.
It has already gone. It has already
in the
gone.
next few decades, that would be a good thing. Me, that is what I look forward to. That's why the other day I was saying, the next time we take census, we forget about Maneno tribe in the census document.
There is no tribe. My last born daughter, my grandson is Otieno. They come from Siaya. And one of our child is from Fiika. And then another one is from Teso. Then now the two girls, I have Kikuyu. I have everybody in my house.
I think that's an accomplishment of that's a very good accomplishment. I think you should have nothing completely to complain about when it comes
Chomba,
to tribes.
you know, Chomba, I sent him to see sometime I talk to him, I say, hey, you are in Nakuru, please, can you pass and say hello to those grandkids, you know? So we are Kenya, and when I talk, I'm a Kalenjin. I'm supposed to be defending my community, but this is not about community. It is about the truth, about the country. When Kikuyu is buying unga in 250, the Kalenjin is buying the same. The Luo is buying the same. The Luya are buying the same if they go to school. So you cannot come here when somebody is spoiling your country and you defend him and the people are suffering. Okay, for us, we are outside here. We can send money. We can assist our family. Like now, I have 5 children. They are going to vote and say, Mommy, we want you to give us transport. They are going back to Western. And I told them, I'm giving them 2,000 to go, 1,000 and 1,000 coming back. I have given them 10,000. And you know what? They are mates in some houses. But they go and told my daughter, ask Imam, we want to go and vote for Asimio.
How nice of you.
So I'm paying for them because even me, I say that 10 votes can make Baba be something. I promise, I say, I'm giving you. So they are leaving. They are going to vote and come back.
Oh, that is very encouraging. That is very good.
Yeah, because now they went and tell my children, because so we are trying, not because we need anything. When the country is stable, I have gone through this because I manage, I hope a lot of Kenyans can feel what Ugandans are going through. When you have a leader, and if you guys make a mistake, the police force, when somebody say he want to change police from watumishi kwa wote to make it a force, you know you cannot talk. When you have a police force like Uganda, they are killing people, putting people in the thrones, safe houses, leave alone Nyayo house. Nyayo house was one. In Uganda, they are everywhere. You cannot see your child. All these children are gone. And that is what Kenya, if they don't be careful, if we get a bad leader like that, our country will suffer. You see the way they start killing our children. You found young men in Yala River, you found them in Mombasa. That is what they are doing, bad leaders, because they want to control the people. And Kenyans, we are playing. Court has given us chance to have these leaders, they can go for 10 years. Uhuru is a good person. Make a mistake to give it to a person that he will throw the constitution away and rule for life. What will you do? Somebody just came in power for 10 years. He's a billionaire. How about if you give him to be a real leader for 10 years? All that Nairobi, all that Kikomba, you are crying, all that Ngara, it will be somebody's property. What will you do? So Kenyans, we need to be sober. With the help of God, we have not seen, we see the small clashes that it was. Kenyans, we need to be sober.
No, we need to be sober. You take a rest if you are having an early morning tomorrow.
No. I'm just leaving. I'm going to sit down the whole night until morning.
Oh, okay.
So yes.
Thank you.
So it is okay. That is why I was not even sleeping, because you cannot sleep with this Mutembe, but I said let me lay down.
Sure.
You want to sleep, but you want to listen. But we have done anyway for 21 days. Let's pray. And things the way it's going, everybody is saying Baba is already. And the way they are coming out to abuse Uhuru, they are doing us favor sometime. I think they are doing us a favor. You cannot abuse somebody who is in the power, and you want him to earn power for you.
You see. Well, now that you mention Uhuru, if you refer to this debate that took place, for whatever reason, I'm so surprised why the moderators let this thing. You see, what the UDA have been propagating outside, instead of facing the person who is contesting, who is Baba, everything they are directing towards Uhuru.
But
you can see
in genuine, can you see those are young? Where was Jeff Koinange? Where were these?
Precisely. You see the moderators who are there. They let the thing slip.
Can you imagine the US? the people who are doing moderation, they are very old people, the people that they know what they should ask. Are you going to get those young children and now you want them to be there? Where is Chep Koinange? Where are those great men that they could ask questions? You know, Kenya, we are messing. We are messing with our country. And now I hope they learn a lesson. We want to see the presidential, for the presidents, we want to see grown-up people that can ask you questions. But you are bringing these small children because they are, you know, sometimes we have to agree that even with education, we need that wisdom. People who can ask you questions. You know, Gachagua was overrunning them. And Martha Karua
Precisely.
was just
And you see, Gachagua could afford to go off target.
Yes.
Then he brings in issues. The moderator get absorbed in it, but even instead of asking the leading questions, which are obvious,
they cannot.
The issues about corruption, the moderator need themselves to do a lot of research and
But
find
for
which
me,
are the corruption
those
issues in Kenya.
Those are young children, and again,
It was very sad.
You know, you have kwa kila kitu, experience are very important. Our niliona kama ni watu wadogo. That is why Martha Karua was looking at them, looking at Gachagua, and you know, what do? You look everything, you are like, oh my God, I'm just here. Let me be quiet. I like the way she was calm. Those are young people. If they can do the same to the presidential, nothing. Ata wangefanya. It doesn't matter. Where is these strong people that we know they can ask real questions?
You see, like we have specific corruption issues against KK, specific, which are facts. The moderators did not even have them. Take for example, Gachagua. Gachagua has got a 12 billion case in court. None of the moderators seems to have done any research to find out what exactly was this 12 billion made up of.
Maybe there's...
Gachagua gets away saying that 2008, CG 2009, as
and
when he did that.
To correct, Martha Karua ndiye alimwambia no. Hiyo kesi uko naye ni ya hii mwaka. You know, tunataka, yani ndiye sababu we are discussing a lot, lakini makosa ni yetu wa Kenya. Nani alichakua hawa? Hata hiyo watu ya Royal Medias. Kwani hawana watu wanaweza kuja kufanya hiyo? They have, wako watu. Lakini wanaenda chakua hii watoto wadogo wametoka shule, wako tayari, lakini nao wametulet down.
Lakini ya mama, even kata kama we ni mdogo, you know that you have a corruption questions to go and tackle at the debate. And it appears none of them could not even mention a corruption case against Gachagua. So it now turns out as if it was propaganda.
Martha Karua start with corruption. She end up finishing with corruption. Gachagua when they ask him about corruption, he say institution. We need to separate police. We need to separate shady something. That is not, and you know, nobody can even ask him a question.
And yet the facts are there for everybody. Both who bother to check would have known exactly which are the specific corruption cases we have.
Okay, Kuseo, can I ask a question?
Yes.
There is something which I always ask myself, although I know it is the norm that the media houses and those media people are the ones who should ask questions. My question is, is it automatically that debate should always be moderated by news anchors or people who work in the media? Are they the most qualified people for those jobs? I'm just trying to think around. We don't have objective people who can specifically work on that, because I think like many of the media people, they just do reporting, or it's because they are the custodian of information, or what?
You see, Njiru, if I want to grill you and I bring you on a particular subject, myself, I need to have done sufficient research and know the cases you have. You see that today, Gachagua gets away by saying that I was being blackmailed. Yet these things are facts for which he has cases to answer in court. The moderators did not even bother to mention any of the cases Gachagua is facing. They are just putting us through generalities and let Gachagua get away without answering facts.
I'm telling you, those moderators are fearful. I can tell you, there is no any moderator who will bring a corruption scandal there. I'm
But
telling you.
wacha tuulize, how could you, tunaambiwangwa hata kama ni kotini, wanasema usitache mtu ama parliament. Wakiwa parliament na kuna kitu wana discuss na wanataka kutacha Njeru, and Njeru is not in the parliament. They say usitache china ya mtu ule hawezi kujitetea. So because today they waliwacha china ya rais the presidency ya nchi ya Kenya. You know, people are laughing at us.
Yeah.
How could you let somebody talk about the president from 1 up to evening? Why can't you say
without
no?
even mentioning facts?
Why can't you tell them
That was
no,
very
you
sad.
don't have to talk about the president because he's not here to defend himself. Martha Karua is not in the government. Raila is not in the government. Martha Karua could not speak about Jubilee because she's not part of Jubilee. She cannot come and defend Uhuru. No.
So, the moderators need to have stopped the Gachagua. When he was veering off out of tangent, he ought to have been stopped.
Yes.
Because the president was not there to speak for himself.
Okay, I agree with you.
I thought they were telling him, between you and Martha Karua, you will be coming to be the deputy president in 2 weeks. What are you going to do? But Gachagua was defending Ruto, talking much of Uhuru. He did not even tell us akikuwa deputy president anayesafanyia nini wa Kenya. He never talked about it.
Okay, Mama Selina.
Moderators wangemuuliza,
I agree.
Why are you doing? Hakusema kitu.
I agree with what you're saying, but you see also there is also one slight fault. Martha Karua pia angejaribu kuleta that issue on board because she was there when she realized that the moderators are also veering off. She needed to analyze the situation.
No,
precisely.
Because Gachagua, let me tell you.
No, Mama Selina, we can't. It is the truth.
Let me say this in Jeru. Listen, please. Walikuwa na jaribu sana kwa sababu wamesema baba na mama ni puppet ya Uhuru. Walikuwa nataka kulete issue ya Uhuru ili Martha Karua adefend Uhuru, ndio waseme look, hawawezi kuja fanya kazi. So how will you defend mambo ya Jubilee and you were not in Jubilee? I like the way she was quiet.
Okay, Mama Selina, but you see, that was the point. 1 minute, Mama Selina, that was the point where now Martha Karua had an advantage and she could have placed something which could, you see, no.
Because the facts are in public.
1 minute, no.
The facts are in public.
No, Mama Selina, we are trying to debate. You see the moment when this thing has been brought, Martha Karua could have placed at least one scandal of that, so that now when you are trying to correct the two information, it is brought in order. So on that element, she left it too open. Yes, she did well, but she left it too open. She was supposed to close in.
When they touch Raila, Martha Karua come in defense of Raila. He say, I will be, and my principle. He never let Gachagua talk about Raila because that is the person he will work with.
No, I'm talking of scandals. Scandals.
Look in Jeru. Ruto ni deputy president ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Gachagua ni mtu ya Jubilee. Here is Raila. He has been out of government for 10 years. Martha Karua has been out of government for 10 years. When Raila came to rescue Uhuru, hakuenda kufanya kazi katika serikali. He support the government and these people wanalalamika. Let me tell you, if Martha Karua could have come in and fight for Uhuru, Gachagua alimwambia Martha Karua, Uhuru alikuwa point, hili uende umsaidie ama umutetee. Of which it is wrong. Martha Karua say no, I will be there and I will serve my government and my principle. So huwezi enda nyumba ya mtu na uingilie mambo yao. I think what Martha Karua did, kama angeingia hiyo trap ya Gachagua, I'm telling you, kila kitu ingeharibika. That woman is very clever. Huyo mama ni lawyer na ni judge.
No, I'm not denying what you are saying. What I'm trying to say is, remember, not everything is said. Unaona kama sasa hizo vitu ambazo sijui anasema aliappointiwa ni vitu ni uongo. Even if you want to, so, but what I'm trying to say is that Martha Karua became too soft to regard it.
Okay, tell us what you wanted her to do.
At least I need, you know.
Let me tell you, Njiru, let me help you. Martha Karua needs to have highlighted the integrity issues around DP. One of them, you know, let the truth be told, DP is one of the ghost workers in Ghana. He is, you realize even the way he's using current resident. That is somebody who wants to be president. And all the issues around the current resident, you remember the way he has acquired some of the properties that he had. You remember things like Western Hotel. These are things which are in court. It is not propaganda. You remember how he got the land from Criticals in Coast? You remember that? As a government, a state officer, he ought not to have taken that, call it a gift or whatever it is. It is wrong. For somebody who wants to be president, you can't do anything like that. But remember the issues around the ABC land. Just a minute. Let me finish the scandals that she could have used. You remember the ADC land. These are things which are in public domain, in the legals, in the courts. Remember the issues around Muteshi. Now, to make matters worse, the huge thing which is why Gachagua is having trouble, the case in court, he allows Gachagua to get away with it, saying that it was blackmail. What blackmail? And it was 12 billion.
But Martha Karua told him the money you get from 3 counties. He told him the case in court, you get the money from 3 counties. And then there is a time he told him the Kimwareres, and he said, you know better, you and your principal. You know now, Gachagua was coming to fight Uhuru, defend Ruto. He did not say anything about Yakuwa deputy president. I see people are putting up
this idea that the first family, you know, Gachagua spent almost, I think, more than 5 minutes on the first family. Yet they are not the issue. They were not part of the issue there.
Yeah.
And what they own and that don't own.
Okay.
And the moderators just let them get away with it.
So what we are saying, what we are saying on this issue is that it can recur in the presidential debate between Raila Odinga and Ruto, where somebody interjects with information which is not needed, and then we let them loose. So that's why we are trying to say these are very sensitive issues, and we have to hold these people accountable of scandals. Remember, in election, scandals are very important. That is what will win you votes. Otherwise, we cannot just play clean.
And Martha Karua told him in 6 months, whoever has done anything in 6 months, we don't need commission, we don't need anything, people will go to court. And now Gachagua akasema, hey, ndiye Uhuru waliweka ukuje utufunge. You remember that? So, uzuri Martha Karua alisema in 6 months, kama kesi ama mambo ya petition inachukua 6 months, everything will be that. And then Gachagua akasema, unataka kuchakuliwa kuwa minister uindafie na mambo ya kotini. And Martha Karua stayed proper nini kwa katiba. And then the moderators awakanyamasa. We blame them because it could have stopped. If you go out of order, I think they could have said, no, let's go back to the debate, Gachagua, this is what we want. Somebody is putting up the hands. Please, can you give them to hear
Oze,
from?
wacha wanainua mikono. Brian, you can begin. Then we get Joshua, then we get Alex, then Oze tutakuleta. Wacha wa contribute here.
Okay, Mr. Njiru. This time, Mr. Gachagua was very smart, because as much as Martha was trying to shoot and even getting into the corruption cases, the cases that he called, the time maybe he got he's being squeezed to the wall. What he used to do, I don't know whether somebody was talking to him or I don't know, but he just keep quiet. He don't rebuttal any corruption case that is mentioned by Martha, especially when Martha was talking about Kimared, Kenya Power, Petroleum, and Galano irrigation scheme. He didn't rebuttal. He kept quiet. So in that scenario, will Martha have forced him to talk about it? So from there, she left it like that. Even if the time when he was talking about in 2008, 2009, about the scandal that he's facing at this time, then Martha corrected him that it was between 2013 and 2020. Gachagua kept quiet from that time. He didn't even utter any word. So from there, that's how tricky and smart Gachagua was during that debate. I think that's how it was. Thanks. You can go.
Yes, Njiru, to me, Martha brought the issue well, but the people who let us down were moderators, because it could be easy after Martha has thrown those questions. They ought to follow up with the question, because Martha cannot ask a question. Martha could just make allegations, but then they could follow with the question. But now you realize that after Martha has brought the allegation, they were just quiet, and Gachagua managed to run away with that. So the people who let us down was not Martha, because Martha was very calm, and in any debate, you win a debate when you articulate your issue well. You win a debate when you answer what you have been asked. But Martha did well, and even allegation, Martha brought them well about Kimorer, about the issue of scandal. But people who let us down were moderators, the moderators who could not do a follow-up with the questions.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'll be very quick. I was listening, and I think Jose is degenerating the debate, trying to blame the moderators for what they did not intend. The purpose of a debate is a theme. These moderators had one theme, and they spelled it from the very beginning. They had rules. They gave themselves rules, they gave the audience the rules, and they gave the participant the rules. And according to what they signed, of the moderators, the media houses, the people who come there, and also the participant, is that there is a rule of engagement. And the rule of engagement is you have, as they spelled out, they were given topics, but they were not given questions. Now, the work of moderators is not to be judges. The work of moderators is to press questions and therefore give them the ball so that they can be able, the two of them, to interject and deal with each other so that we can come out and see who is best suited to be otherwise a deputy president. They were not pressing for a presidential candidate. They were looking who suits to be the best presidential candidate. And for me, they did it very well. Now, on the issue that you are saying that they got away, do you remember that Gachagua also skewed up and asked Martha Karua that you are accused of two things, of the land in Kirinyaga, and also whatever was that scandal that Martha Karua was alleged for. Martha Karua went on to say,
the BAT one.
Yes, Martha Karua went on to explain on her part in details, and even said that if I have a case in any court, I press the sitting governor of Kirinyaga to bring the charges within the smallest amount of time. Now, what we were supposed to prosecute today was not the moderators, was to look at the temperament, was to look at who is best suited to become the deputy president after we have had a rogue deputy president. Who could be trusted? Who could work with his presidential candidate? And thirdly, who could, out of factor of principle, if, and they press that question over and over, if they could not agree, what was the most agreeable thing to do? Is it to change the constitution, or you keep staying on work but give the president problems? And you saw what the two of them said. No, so I think the moderators did a very good job. They brought out the good character of Martha Karua. And Gachagua kept on debating with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who was not there. So I think the moderators did a very good job to show us temperament, to show us fidelity, and to show us who is ready to become the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. And Gachagua kept on debating with a president who was there, who was not there, saying that inferiority complex, saying tutawashika, we will deal with them, saying things that, you know, in the end, the moderators asking, what are you going to do with the first family? And Gachagua got confused. So, I mean, we can't blame the moderators for having a very simple theme. Can you be trusted as a deputy president after we have seen what Ruto has done? And I think the moderators executed their job very well. And in the end, whoever that is sitting here today will have to tell me, from what we saw, from the question they asked them, do you think Martha Karua is the best suited to become the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, or Gachagua?
Yes.
That was their work. It was not to interrogate, execute, much shouting the way you wanted. No. Moderators not supposed to do that. They have one theme. Are you going to be a deputy president? What is your work? To be a principal deputy of your man. Gachagua said that if you are smart, if you are doing the three things he said, then your president should not be fearing. He should give you duties, and you can even do them better than him because you are smarter and whatever. But what did Martha Karua say? Martha Karua said, I am going to work under, and the duties that I'm going to be given are the ones I am going to do. And I think the moderators did a good job, according to me.
Okay, you win us from there.
Okay, Jose, can you finish your presentation so that we can get other people going?
Yeah, yes, thank you. I would just finish by talking something about, you see, for me, what happened, for whatever reason, I think Gachagua had even done some premeditation or practice on what he was going to do. You realize the moderators had said that the questions they were going to ask and the topics were only known to them and them alone. Now, somewhere down the lane, you realize Gachagua said what? That he wanted to brought in this issue of state capture. And then more or less took control of it and rolled over the same thing himself. He was even hinting to the moderators what questions to ask. He already came prepared to show he had premeditated. He was prepared even with a definition from what, according to him, is state capture. And then what does he do? If you check what was in the UDA manifesto, whatever Gachagua was rattling there is what is actually in that manifesto. Trying to bring in the president as much as the state capture. Once the moderators accepted it, he went concentrating, ramming down on state capture. Yet it did not originate from the moderators themselves. Instead, they were seeking to understand, to be told what is state capture. Something which looks like Gachagua was like had even prepared a speech. So he went rattling down on the same. to bring in this state capture narrative. And then, of course, what does he do? Bring in the issue of the project. Now, for me, I thought that the moderators ought to have pinned down on his allegations about this state capture, because according to me, state capture is basically about impunity by those in power for selfish gains. And the state capture, you remember from the UDA manifesto, they have rantled it round and down around the corruption agencies and the courts.
Yes. 1 minute, as you move on. I'm trying to ask myself, regarding Gachagua referred to a paper. So let's assume there is a debate. And I go there with a book. Is it legal? Can I go in a debate with a book? Because reference can be anything. Let's say I carry a book. Can I go with a book and I try to read in a debate?
I don't think it will be. I think the rules of the game would not allow it.
Then why didn't the moderators call out this issue of reading in front of them? Are you supposed to read anything? That's what I'm trying to ask.
Maybe it escaped their notice.
They did not see it?
I think it escaped their notice.
Okay, from where you see it, is it legal? Can you read in front of a debate?
No, you can't. Okay, you can, but I think it really waters down your conception of issues. Because remember, these people are supposed to prove why they think they are the people who are fit for this job. So if you go there with prepared notes and what have you, what perception do you portray?
Oh, so it is not
in illegal. A way it works.
You can read, eh? You can read, eh?
I don't think you can read.
Yeah, that's what I wanted somebody to advise me. Can you read?
I'll have to recheck it up, but I don't think.
Okay, what Gachagua did.
I don't think that was allowed.
What Gachagua did, Gachagua was conniving. In a debate or anywhere in the world, if you are reading a court proceedings and you don't want to skew it out or give a wrong information, you can reference, okay? So whatever he was saying was reference to the court, but he ended up holding those papers and started reading the prices of food, of fertilizers later on, okay? So it became at the beginning, it was to the reference to the court. And I think that is why the moderators at some point said those are allegations. They didn't go far to actually acknowledge that now he was having more Kenya. But I think he got away because he behaved as if he was reading a court judgment, okay, which you can reference from. But within it, now became the Mwakenya later on that we realized. So I think the moderators were wrong to allow it after that. But you saw the moderator tell him those are allegations. And if you could read the body language at that particular time, the eye contact caught them when Gachagua was busy now reading. Then that's when Gachagua started being more confused. The pardons came in and a lot of confusion started coming in, and all of a sudden he became a moderator and said, let's go to issues that the listeners want to hear. So you can see that he was conniving. It is not allowed, but he was able to get away by lying that it was a reference to the court thing that he was reading at the beginning.
Now, now you see the reason where we say now our moderators need to do some better job, because they needed to call out that he was not supposed to refer. It was taking advantage of another person. Mother Karua is not referring anywhere. She's articulating things from the brain. Then you allow another person to refer in front. It's cheating. Why could they call out this cheating?
Let me conclude, then you go on.
Had Martha Karua won the debate, then we could have gone after Gachagua. But it worked better for us because he was more confused, and after that he went on a defense mode. Gachagua started very well from where I'm looking at. He confused us. He was a little bit eloquent more than what we have seen in the rallies. But after he went to Mwakenya, he went on defense mode, and I think that is when he lost the debate. So it worked for us from where I sit. So I can't blame him. He did the right thing.
Okay, let me close, then you proceed with somebody else. You see, when he started saying that, let's go to what Kenyans or what the people want to hear. You remember in the beginning, the moderators had indicated that they are the ones who know the questions and they are the ones who know the topics. Now, by Gachagua suggesting that let's go on to what the people, basically, he was like putting an area where he was prepared. Now, I remember the moderators talked about specific corruption cases. You remember the Kimorer, the Arrows, the issues of the fertilizers, and all these issues that they mentioned, the Golana Kulalus. What did Gachagua say that because the moderator had wanted to know how they are going to tackle corruption. Now, instead, Gachagua comes up with an answer which of course, I remember it was in their manifesto as well. This issue of commission. How do you tackle ongoing corruption by going to set up a commission so that they restart the cases afresh or what? It was completely the wrong way to do things. In other words, they had no strategy to deal with the corruption as it is now. Now, the reason for that, he knows that the current corruption issues circulate around the top leadership of KK. And by talking about commission, he made sure that he clearly avoided it. I thought then the moderators would then be prompted to go specific and point out cases like they did on the Kimares and what have you. But you realize Gachagua dodged this way out of all this. Nobody, no moderator pinned him down to give Kenyan a specific answer. He did not. A commission is such a vague answer. Anyway, thank you.
Makiadi is here. So, Makiadi, Brian, and Daudi, they have not given their presentation. I don't know if you'll allow them to give their presentation first, or you want to give your presentation, then you take over and you give.
No,
them.
give me a minute,
Okay.
Njiru. I'll be back.
Okay, no problem. So, Brian, you want to ask a question or you want to give your presentation? I see your hand up. Because it's your time now before you get Daudi. I think it is better do your presentation.
Okay, maybe I'll just take 1 minute. Okay, just 1 minute. Yeah, according to today's debate, yeah, just 1 minute is enough for me. Okay, as part of today's debate, there's some few things that I observed. One, when you're going for a debate, we tend to rate it in terms of one, the clarity, how clear you articulate your issues, the eloquency, and maybe how you are composed, and the facts and the knowledge you have as per the debate. But when you come back, okay, all these 5 factors, matter has it. But when you go back to my friend Gachagua, it's like it was programmed on a specific topic. And mostly it was about their constitution, not their manifesto.
State capture.
No, never bother. It is manifesto. Most of the time, it's like he was trained too much on his manifesto. So any question he was being asked, he could try as much as he can to divert it towards whatever they have in their manifesto. So you'll find him most of the time he was not even responding to the questions he's asked. He's asked a question, instead of responding to the question, he moves away from the question, he brings in the manifesto. Then just how he used to behave most of the time. And when it comes to very sensitive issues like corruption, Though he tried to come in with he knew that when it comes to corruption, because that's where the problem they have. He created a punching box, a punching bag, was directed to the Kenyatta family. So anything to do when they attacked about the corruption, they redirect it to Kenyatta family. Another one is about the food, because he wanted also to rebuttal the food, because they've been going around and saying, oh, the cost of living is too high, cost of living is too high. But when yesterday, when the food was made, flour was reduced, it was, I don't know how, but how they took it. But to them, because it was the only narrative they've been selling to their guys, that the cost of living is too high, then the unga ikapunguzwa bei. So it was like it dismantled the narrative. So he had to come in and maybe try telling us, oh, it's only after one month, then from there things will go back to normal, so that things like that. Okay, thanks.
Okay, Daudi.
Yes, hello Njiru, Makiadi, Mama Selina, Papa who is not on the screen, Kuseo. I see someone say you're tipsy today, but I don't think you are. Mr. K, Alex, and Brian. Very good evening from this side of the world. I think the debate was great. You have to give it to Gachagua. We expected worse than he was able to present today. I think he did a better job than what we expected. So you just have to give credit where credit is due. He did a good job. I'd also like to concur with Alex that the moderators did a good job. They tried their best to keep the time aspect of the debate under check, which was really good. I'd also like to point out that there was respect between the debaters, which was nice. There wasn't a shouting match, probably from a few encounters, but mostly I think there was respect between the two debaters. So the debate was great in that regard. If you saw what Biden and Trump went through, you would appreciate what we had today. So it was a good debate overall. And I'm happy that as Kenyans, we are progressing and there's some level of civility that we...
Trump and Clinton was worse.
Exactly. It was worse before that. But you can see that there is a disparity between the two debates. There was respect. The debate actually was able to go on to its conclusion without, the debaters stepping on each other's toes. One thing that I was disappointed about was them dividing the two debates, where you had the ladies go first and then Rigathi and Mother going second. I think just to respect, it seemed like these were two different leagues. Like one was minor leagues and there was a major league. I felt that was wrong for the ladies. They should have included all of them in the debate. So that was just a minus. But coming back to the substance of the debate, if you came to listen to the noise, you might have picked Gachagua as the winner. But if you came to listen to the substance, I think Martha was the winner today. I really was very impressed because she was measured in her answers and responses to the question that the moderators asked. Gachagua, on the other side, always sidestepped the questions, and he would always store his narrative and try to avoid the question. So from that angle, I think Martha won the debate on substance. So it's a good direction for the country going forward. If we can have people respect each other despite the different affiliations in terms of the parties they are in. That is, I think, just the respect we have for each other is a good positive for the country. Martha did it great. She was poised. She showed maturity. She answered the question in terms of just the integrity question she was asked. She was able to respect the moderators and answer the question to the point where I think we're all convinced that she is the person who deserves the position of deputy president. Gachagua always countering the question with accusations on the other side. So I didn't think he answered questions very well. We still have questions around his wealth because he kept misinforming the public, and from point to point he had to be corrected by Martha. On the topic of the fertilizer, I think that was Rigathi's strong point, where he was able to quote fertilizer prices going from DAP, CAN, and 17, 2020. He was able to pull all those prices from the sheet he had. I think you have to give it to him, whether it was cheating or not. It was a strong point for him, and Martha seemed to be a little bit detached from the common mwananchi. The fact is, down at the grassroots, fertilizer prices are high, and I would have wished
students can't have textbooks during exams.
it's it is sometimes there's what we call the open book exams. If for those who have done law and you go to the law development center, they usually have books open. It is how you're able to take the information within that short amount of time and put it into a cogent answer. That sometimes is what is looked for. But I think somebody was talking to Gachagua. I think somebody was in his mic. That's how I was getting confused. And I think in general, that is UDA / Kenya Kwanza's trick of using tactics. But I feel like not so many Kenyans are going to make a decision based on the debate, but it gives those of us who still have some doubt some level of assurance that we have a deputy president in Martha who is going to be composed, who is going to be respectful of both the public and also her principle, and who is also able to, hold decorum and just be a person of substance. You saw Gachagua sometime kind of got tickled a little bit when, he was pushed a little bit. You would see his face. I mean, we don't have colors changing in our faces, but you would see that he was rubbed a little bit. And another thing that I thought was good for him and the UDA team is that I think they've gotten a strategy where if they are pushed in regard to corruption, they keep quiet. That's their strategy. So I don't know how Azimio and the opponents can counter that strategy of them just sidestepping, those accusations. They ask about Kimorel, they just keep quiet, and then they bring something else. So a strategy has to be developed on, holding these people. If they're trying to sidestep a question, they can be pushed further and, get them to respond. But overall, I think it was a good debate. Gachagua performed better than I personally expected. Thank you.
Can I ask a question to Daudi?
Through Njiru.
Njiru, you agree?
Njiru has said, okay.
My question is this.
Yes.
If given what you have heard about Gachagua and the accusations, let's say that the issues he has in court, and when that issue under corruption was touched,
yes,
and you remember how he answered it, he said it was blackmail because of his support for the DP. Now, listeners who are nothing, who have never known about these things, or who don't know more beyond that, do you think they got convinced that hey, these people are just blackmailing Gachagua? Do you think some Kenyans now think like that? Those who had no idea of what is in court.
To answer your question, I think you have a point in that for those who haven't bothered to read further about the deals he's had with the different county governments, might have gotten the misconception that he's being persecuted. And so I think going forward, it would have been nice for Martha to point out these cases point by point. That would have rattled him and gotten him to go on a defense. But I think she was a little bit nonchalant when that thing was brought up. So if Raila and Ruto come face to face, I think there has to be some level of surgery done in a very precise fashion, to bring these things up. Otherwise, they do have a tactic of sidestepping these questions and pushing it back. And the lazy answer is that, hey, we're being persecuted. But that is not true. If you can push further and say, for this case, you did this, case number 2, you did this, and you did that. And these are things that for Kenyans who probably have forgotten can be reminded, there's actually fact to what is being mentioned here. So I think there should be some level of precision in how the answers are, given, instead of hand waving. And that's what I think was a problem with Martha somehow. She wasn't really very precise sometimes in her answers. But good question, Kusel. Thank you.
I think Martha dealt with that with all due respect. When it came to Martha say, I don't know how you can find 5 billion in your account that you cannot account for. And also the moderator spoke about doing business with all the counties, and he watered down, and then he got confused, which was good, which he said it was 208, 208, 209, 210. And then the moderator pressed and asked him, we did not have county government by then. And then he went further to confuse himself and said it was 209, 210 and something else. Then Martha came in and said, the cases that you have more particular that I know that we need to pay attention. He spelled out one case that he didn't want to go to all these that Kuseo is saying. He said, you have traded with 3 counties that we really have question in. That is Kwale, that is Nyeri, where your brother was a governor, and also Bungoma, where Lusaka was having a wheelbarrow for 1 million. And then she went further to explain upon it. So, I mean, by saying that Martha did not do that, I think we were waiting for a Yale match, which we did not get. And as we said, Martha composed herself. The only thing from my side where I sit that I can say that, but which may not hold water, is that she restrained herself so much so that she cannot also give us the Martha that we have not seen again. So in regard to the questions of corruption, Martha pressed. Didn't she ask about the trading of Kwale, Bungoma, and Nyeri, where the brother was? Yes. Apart from that, what did you want her to ask more? We have only 90 minutes.
Can I respond?
Sure.
Yes, please. You realize with debates, it is more about the sound bites you can give than the information you're giving sometimes. If we go back to the Nixon-Kennedy debate, if you were listening to that debate on the radio, you might have given it to Nixon. But if you're viewing the two on TV, and this I'm looking at history and reading through some of the things. If you're watching TV, definitely you might have given it to Kennedy. So sometimes how you deliver it is very important. Style and content matter, and that's why I think Martha was not. She just remained nonchalant, as I said. She was restrained, which might be good, but at times you've got to push the point home. You look at, for example, Obama and McCain and Obama, Romney, and you see those debates. You can see the seriousness in how sometimes Obama was delivering the points. That sends the message that we have someone in charge here. We have somebody who can hold their way. But that is my opinion. I think Martha could have also worked on the style a little bit better. I don't think. Yeah.
Daudi, I 100% agree with you, and that is what I was trying to explain here. For me, yes, I agree Mother Karua did a good job, but what I was not able to pick from Mother Karua was the character, that rogueness of Rigathi Gachagua, which at least, because already Rigathi Gachagua attacked, and you saw it. Rigathi Gachagua, and he brought a number of very, personally, like me, I didn't know those things about Mother Karua. Personally, I didn't know about them. But the fact that Rigathi Gachagua reached to the level of showing those issues about Mother Karua, I think Mother Karua a little bit restrained. She was supposed at least to show some of very the very taintful issues about Rigathi. Maybe she had her own strategy. We could be viewing in different lenses, but I saw the restraint was a bit too much. Yes.
Okay. Ndemba can not Ndemba. Njiru, can I at least make some few remarks?
Make a few remarks and take over.
Okay. So one thing that I want to say here is I want to deviate from some of the issues that have been said here. Alex, I know you are very categorical that you support what the moderators said. I would want to move away from that line because I think moderators are supposed to guide the debates. Moderators are supposed to give a direction to what is being spoken. Moderators have questions that they need debaters to answer. And I think without moderators, we would have chaos. Without moderators, we would have shouting matches. Without moderators, we would not have direction in a debate. And so I think whatever I saw today with the moderators, I would want to say that they did not do a very good job. Because most of the time, if you want to accuse somebody of something, I believe it is fair. It is fair for that person to be present so that they have a right of reply. So when Rigathi Gachagua tried to move the debate to the direction of accusing the president and the family, who are not even politicians, I felt it was a bit unfair to the president as a person and also his family. The accusations were grave. I even don't support the taking out of a note and reading gazette notices to imply that the president was involved in some form of deal to try and make his companies gain advantage by not paying taxes. I think it would have been very important for the moderators to guide that debate away from that direction, but they failed to do that. It's just the same thing as Rigathi Gachagua not feeling comfortable having his issues that are in court being discussed in the open. But then the moderators let that go, and you can see the debate basically degenerated into something else. I've had many people say that they did not hear what they wanted to hear in terms of economy, how the two parties will create jobs for Kenyans and the youth, issues to do with health. And it's because people wasted a lot of time talking about non-issues, talking about how people have been persecuted because they don't support somebody's cause. I think that was not what we expected. And so one thing that I know here, and we always do it here, Njiru, if you're in a debate and you see that one of the panelists is deviating away from what we are talking, sometimes it becomes essential that you guide them back to the topic so that we don't go off track. And Sophia, I don't know, Sophia Nun, anaitwa Sophia Wanini ama Wanunu, and James Smart, I believe James Smart tried to do a good job, but Sophia could just let that pass. And I'm not saying because I have anything against her, but I think next time, I think what they should be doing is getting feedback from the viewers so that they can improve on areas that people basically felt like they were shortchanged, because people had so much expectations from this debate. The other thing that I wanted to say is that I think Gachagua came with one intent, and that was to pin the failures of Jubilee government to Azimio. And that is why he kept on referring to Martha Karua as a project, Uhuru's project. And I believe Martha Karua was very careful and very smart to evade getting dragged into that road. And so she actually did not what we call restrain herself, but she actually read the game early. Because if she went that road and started defending the Jubilee government against its failures, then we would not have had a debate where she would have actually explained the manifesto of Azimio and what they intend to do for the people. So she was very smart, and that's why I guess that took Gachagua off track. And I think down the road, he started talking about things that are very, very, very relevant. Now, one thing that has been brought out today clearly is that Rigathi Gachagua, according to his word, he claimed that he is worth 800 million shillings. That includes the 200 that has been frozen by the government, and minus that, he's roughly about 600 million. That is what he said today. And Karua said that she's roughly worth 150 million. So some people have basically christened themselves as hustlers, trying to defend the people who are less fortunate in the society. But I believe the two guys that are christening themselves as hustlers are billionaires. William Ruto is a billionaire. Gachagua is a billionaire. He tried to evade the issue of 5 billion, but people know it is in public domain that the amounts that are in question are not just the 200 that he was talking about. The amount ran into billions. His accounts that have been frozen have a total amount that ran into billions. And so these guys have basically been aired out in the open. And I think Kenyans can see that these people have no interest of the common mwananchi at heart. And so it was important today that Martha Karua maintains her lane, and she did great. I believe moving forward, it is very important that even as we go to the presidential debate, we try to avoid involving or bringing names that are not necessarily involved in this election. Uhuru Kenyatta is not a candidate in this coming election, and I would expect, for all fairness, that the moderators try to stick to the point. If it is talking about healthcare, then let the debaters talk about healthcare. If it is talking about job creation, let them talk about job creation. You can always talk about the failures of a government, and not basically by mentioning a name, because the person who is also supposed to take the burden of the failure of Jubilee government is still running for office. And I did not hear anybody mentioning his name. So the way they try to avoid attaching much of the failure, and Martha Karua told Rigathi Gachagua openly, because they don't want to take the blame of what they have messed in this government, but they want to take the credit for what has succeeded. So that was very important to note, and I think I will let somebody else also give their observation. But before I just do that, I want also to actually appreciate what has happened today with the Mwangi Wairia. I think Mwangi Wairia was running around without an agenda, but finally he has realized that the Azimio group is going to form government. So we welcome him home, and we hope that his one vote and probably the vote of his wife and children will come into the basket. Njiru, I think I'm done. Or maybe we can move on to Ndemba. Sijui kama Ndemba umekuja mbele ya misa, lakini karibu.
Nimepata mise hapa, lakini now that I want to comment on on something you've said. I think I need to I can't agree more with what you said. At some point, the debate was degenerating into I don't know if it was a specific script that Gachagua was using, because he wasn't responding to the questions he was being asked, and in his 2 minutes, he was going on a tangent to attack the president. He was giving a lot of alleged, like saying that Uhuru was preparing to go and swear, and had intended to come in, and the same political statements that pretended to. I mean, was determined to have Ruto step down so that he can appoint Moi as a deputy president. I thought I agree with you that the moderators at that point, kind of, let us down. You don't allow in a debate as such someone to speak some things that are not verifiable, and you allow it to pass. At some point, if I was Martha, I would have asked the moderators to tell me, is the person debating Uhuru Kenyatta or debating Martha Karua? Because he seemed like he had forgotten whom he was debating. He was focusing on attacking the president, who is not a candidate and who is not even there. So for whole time, even when he's asked a question, when like the question I can remember that was on point was, what's the source of your money? He went on a tangent. He was like, the Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta in 2000, I don't know, and what, he knew I had this money and there was no problem with it. So the moderators, I think, were let down. Martha was focused on responding to questions. He was purposed on diverting everything to create a perception. In fact, that he was consistently pushing that the president is not letting go. The president is going to be, the surrogates of the president are going to be Raila and Martha. A question that I would have asked, now that he was appointed by the deputy president, is he going to be a surrogate of the deputy president? Now that UDA has a chairman called Johnston Duya Mudhama, is the government going to be run by Johnston Duya Modama? A simple question. Because if you are chairman of a party, so if you are a chairman of a party, you run a government. So is Johnston, the chairman of UDA, going to be the one running the government? Because it can't. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. If therefore the president is going to be running the government simply because the chairman of Azimio there, therefore the chairman of UDA is going to run the government. I think some arguments that were flying flat, and the moderators were kinda, I don't know whether they were fearing something or what was going on. We don't know, and I'm sure as we move on, we are going to know really what happened, because they allowed him to go on a tangent for like, and you're still quiet. He says something that you're seeing. Actually, this one, you cannot give allegation against someone who cannot defend themselves in the debate. He gave a lot of allegation against Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who was not in the debate. And none of the moderators could even tell them, okay, fine, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is not in the debate. The person you are debating is Martha Wangari Karua. There's only one thing that he highlighted. And Martha defended herself against that when he was saying that Martha walked out of, Mwai Kibaki. After Martha had already done that, he now decided he was going to divert attention. I think that was a letdown. Having said that, also the debaters, and I like what one of my friends, is a public finance lecturer, one of the universities in Kenya. He said some of the follow-up questions were not coming. The guy lied about public financing. The guy lied about what they are going to do, and it was not followed up. So probably they did not want to question further, or for a reason known to them, they they allowed it, whether by default or by design, that the person digressed the debate to a political campaign. He was just coming in to repeat the same things he says in different political campaigns that he goes to. He didn't add any value to the debate. He didn't give us more information about the Kenya Kwanza manifesto. He didn't say anything much other than what he says. When they're saying we are not going to be, like when he started the debate, it's not going to be about personalities, it's going to be about issues. Now, when you blame the Uhuru Kenyatta, is that about a personality or about issues? So I really think that it was no time well spent, and of course, depending on who you listen to, I think personally, the people who listened, Karua was more sober in the debate. She might not have come in with the intention like what Gachagua had come with. He had come with an intention to disrupt, to cast aspersion on the president, to paint the president as the one who is going to be running the Azimio government, but not to debate Martha Wangari Karua. That was from what he said, from how he was talking. That was his intention. The moderators allowed him to do that. I don't know if that was the intention. So when we are making up our mind, in my view, the debate was a waste. And if that is the kind of a debate that we are going to be finding even in the presidential, if the Ruto decides to come, then I suggest they don't even have a debate. We should not have even a debate if that is the kind of drama we are going to be treated to. And if those moderators are going to be behaving like that, because you need to bring someone to order. I agree with you, Makiadi. They should have been brought to order. He should have been brought to order from the word go. When he started running roughshod on accusing the president, he should have been told, hey, the person you are debating is Martha Wangari Karua, not President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. These allegations that you are putting across, they are allegations, they cannot be confirmed. And he's not here to defend himself. An allegation like them allowing allegation that the president was intending to choose to appoint Moi into the position, Gideon Moi into the position. That's an allegation. Why bring it and why allow it? I was rather disappointed with the moderators. Moderators should be able to give guidance, you know. Yes, allow people to talk, but give guidance. Anyone thinking, I think if there's any suggestion that the moderators did a wonderful job, then it means therefore our level of or expectation on debates and expectation on moderators is highly compromised. If anyone suggested that they did a good job, then that's an interesting level of thinking and an interesting level of probably shows where we imagine the level of debate should be. You know, they say if you know better, you do better. If you know good, that's what you do. So it shows probably we really have a long shot to do. I mean, watch other presidential debate, watch other debate, watch other moderator, compare with what came out of that. I think it was just a waste of valuable Kenyan's time. I'm hoping if there will be the presidential debate, if at all Baba is gonna meet Ruto, because if it goes by this, then probably that is what's gonna be. I'm hoping Baba doesn't even waste time to go and even debate Ruto, because Gachagua was a letdown. And if that is what they're telling him, that this is the only opportunity you have, soil the president as much as you can. And the moderators are told, you be quiet. No, we can't have such. I think that's what I can say. So that the hits and misses, we learned a lot about. Now, that was escaping my mind. When he was told to introduce himself, I think I would want those people who are supporting the other side to start saying, if you go to any interview and you are told to describe yourself, one of the things you need to say, I am so and so and I don't take alcohol. Because that was part of the things he said. And my wife is a pastor, you know. So you need to go ahead and bring us, tell us zile vinywaji mnakunywa. Hata mimi hapa I am Pemba and I take only water. Hata ukionanga nikikunywa hapa nakunywa tu maji peke yake. I want to take it back to Makiadi.
Okay, Ndemba, I want to play a video here shortly before we move on to Miss. I'm getting confused. Sijui kama Miss, did you come before Joshua? Naona kwa nini kwa screen I don't know who came before the other, but I believe you came before.
Let Joshua let me say continue.
Okay, yeah, I am still wondering how you came on the screen and you're the last person here. I thought you came before Joshua. Let me just play one video here, then we give you an opportunity also to make your remarks.
Honorable Karua, the question on just what happens if you disagree with your principal, and if your principal should have the right to essentially let you go, should we relook at that?
I think the way the Constitution is, you disagree in-house, you resolve it. I do not think there is anything that cannot be resolved unless if it's something that is unconstitutional, that is being demanded of me. I will remember the oath, my oath under the Constitution, that there are things, if they are outrightly illegal, I certainly cannot be party to. But happily, my principal is a believer in the rule of law and constitutionalism. And he is also a man who views everything through the lens of social justice. That is why we have a dignity package for those who cannot afford meals on their table. That is why we have Babacare to rescue Kenyans from lack of access to medical services. If you look at our agenda, you will see that this is an agenda that talks of the socio-economic rights of Kenyans, an inclusive agenda that has every Kenyan, whether poor or rich, as demanded by our Constitution. So I cannot stand here and honestly say that we shall have the same position on all things. That never happened, not even in Mwai Kibaki's government. But in 6.5 years which I served, I never publicly berated the government that I served or the president that I served. I just said my hands were tied and I withdrew. My principle differed with Mwai Kibaki, but all he said to the public is that I was not consulted. How they went back room and resolved, we never know. We only know they came out with a unanimous decision. That is what people who have respect for the public do. People who have respect for their offices do. But holding an office while not serving is dishonesty.
Honorable Gachagua, the same question, I realized didn't respond the last time.
Okay. Mise, I want to give you an opportunity and then I think Nemba will take over, but I want you to respond to that issue. I know you had Gachagua's response to how he will resolve disagreements between him and Ruto. I would want to hear your perspective also on that as you give your submission. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Themba. It's good to see you. Mvum Makiadi, Njiru. I don't know why you look so miserable when Julia is not here. And but maybe soon she will be here. But Joshua, thank you for the opportunity. They always forget me whenever I show up. And Makiadi ends up complaining of the moderators and the good work that they put in today. I think to begin with the observation of the moderators, they did a wonderful job. They reminded the debaters, the candidates, when they went off topic. And I think the gentleman at one point put Gachagua on spot that he could not substantiate the allegations that he made, the documentation, the information that he was reading from some sort of documentation. I think they did their best. Whether the assumption or the suspicion that they are compromised, I think is I think they could be having their own biases. Same as you, Themba, you have your own biases when you're moderating. Makiadi the same way. It's very normal, but I think they did a very good job. I wanted to overall speak about this there is a slogan that I think it's Mtembe TV that said, don't take away the mic from Gachagua. I think Gachagua proved otherwise today. I think he needs to get a mic more often. Actually, for a second, I took time to listen to Gachagua today, and I used to think that he might not articulate issues in a very sober way, but I found him, even though he's brutal in his approach, same way Themba sometimes is brutal in his approach. I think he articulated issues. He brought issues in a way that were not confrontational. When Mother Karua said that she is not angry with wealth, she doesn't want to amass wealth, she's only okay, and she said she's worthy 150 million. And I wondered how someone who is worthy 150 million is not thirsty of wealth. And in terms of allegations, I think I liked the way Gachagua debated Mother Karua, who was very sober. Mother was very composed, very careful what she wanted to say, and was avoiding and walking away from having or exhibiting the kind of character people have known her for. But I think Gachagua found a way to make a point without necessarily being confrontational. For example, Gachagua said that all the things mother said and those things that are in the public domain, they are all allegations, just the same way he could not affirm the allegations of Mother Karua in terms of land in South Kariama and the bribe that she received. And she insisted, and he insisted that it's just allegations. I think that was good, in a manner that demonstrated a mature debate that did not have, just confrontation that would look trivial. I have heard people saying that Gachagua was targeting the president, and I think for me, what I made out of that is that Gachagua was trying to point the inabilities of the head of state and the reasons why the head of state has been unable to fight corruption, and he cited the reasons. And that for me was very important. And even though he attacked the president or the president's family and so on, I think the point here is he was trying to strike the shepherd so that the sheep could scatter. I mean, he said that the president is the chairman and Raila Odinga is the captain. I don't remember how they phrased it, but my thinking was that he wanted to bring it out to the public that the the president has some sort of interest in the coming government, and he's doing everything to make sure that there's new wins, and which makes me feel okay that the president needs to step back and let the two sides compete or have a healthy competition. In terms of walking away, those are principles. I might have missed Gachagua's response on how he will deal with disagreements with Ruto. But for Mother Karua, it's obvious that if something will come up against her principles and beliefs, I think it is in the public domain of what our position will be. And most likely, it might not be very different relationship like that we have seen with the deputy president. I think I'll stop there for now. But overall, it was a good debate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We need to move on. Joshua Mark, karibu.
Yes, thank you, Banatemba. To me, I tend to disagree with Mise. Gachagua performed poorly in this debate. Gachagua was more defensive and offensive. It was more of defensive because, like the clip that Makeda shared, you cannot claim that you cannot disagree. Even husband and wife, they sleep the same bed, but they disagree. But Martha accepted that. No, yes, you can disagree, but we solve our issue behind the curtain. And then you come out to give a solution that this is how we have agreed. And even he said that my principal disagreed, and he was saying that he was not consulted, but later they agree, and then they come and bring us the agreement that they have agreed. But to Gachagua, he was saying that I don't think that we can disagree with Ruto. That they're going to work softly until they finish the term, which that's a big lie. You cannot. People have different principles, different characters. You cannot agree in everything. So when you're saying that, to me, that was a lie. Even the husband and the wife, they sleep in the same bed daily. They disagree.
Joshua, Joshua, it was not a lie. It was confirming he is a Mr. Yes, that he will not be bended. He will just be agreeing on anything, whether it is foolish or anything. That was his insinuation.
Joshua, unmute. There was feedback. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. So I was saying that that's a little bit. He was trying to bring something that it is very impossible. Even a kid that you born, you disagree with the kid. So when you come, different characters, different background, different religion, different. You cannot just say that you can agree in everything you're doing. So Gachagua was more or less of defensive, and in a debate, you accept, and then you give a solution. Because you see, Martha accepted that indeed I walked out because that's my principle. I cannot be in a government that I'm earning salary yet I'm not serving. So Gachagua performed poorly, and instead of him articulating his issues, he went and attacked the president. You cannot attack somebody who is not there to defend himself. So Gachagua went ahead and attacked president, and he wanted Martha to get in this debate of president. But I'm very happy that Martha tried her level best to avoid it. The only time that he tried to, he was asked about the role that president played in Azimio. He tried to answer, but it didn't come out well. So however much Gachagua was trying to bring her to the discussion about the president, he tended to run away, which was very good on side of Martha. So Gachagua, the debate yesterday was, he did it poorly, and I wonder why people are saying that Gachagua performed well, because all question he was asked, not even a single one, he could answer. So Gachagua, the debate was poorly, and the moderator also performed poorly. You need to do a follow-up with the questions. But you realize that I don't know, time was short. That's why you realize that Gachagua was like the issue of corruption. There are so many questions that they could have asked Gachagua. Because Martha, when that allegation about the land and about the people who sponsored him during the election, I mean, Martha came out and said very well that it was like this and this and this and this and this. But Gachagua, everything, he was lying. Even the issue of doing business with the county government, he was even confused. So in a debate, you only win a debate when you articulate your issues, you answer question, but everything that Gachagua was asked, he was more of defensive and offensive, and he wanted just to attack Martha, he wanted to bring propaganda, and so many sort of issues that he wanted to bring. So I watched the debate for the two deputy president in the first debate. They performed well, especially for Ajakoya. The lady could tell us the reason why they prefer people to rear snakes, because of venom. But if you go to the other debate for Gachagua performed poorly. And to me, I can rate Martha was number 1, the Root Party was number 2, Agano Party was number 3, and then Gachagua, the man with suit with a yellow tie, performed poorly in that debate. And I'm expecting 26th, the same thing if will happen. I will expect Ruto to be last. Thank you very much.
Ndemba, just give me a minute to play the final video so that I think we can move on.
TV, Nairobi. And as we continue to count down to the August 9th elections, the IEBC today conducted the second presidential results transmission simulation exercise and promised a smooth exercise come election day. Now, the simulation exercise featured 580 polling stations and lasted for close to 2 hours. And as Citizen TV's Brenda Wanga now reports, political parties represented say that the performance of the IEBC on transmission has improved.
So as I had indicated that once an image...
For the second time, the IEBC is taking the election stakeholders through what to expect from the evening of August 9th, when the votes start being counted and the results being streamed here at the Bomas of Kenya, the National Tallying Center. The results transmitted electronically will not only be beamed on the screens here, but will also be available in real time to the public through a public portal.
With disabilities.
According to the IEBC, the result transmission system has been secured from end to end, with the KIMS kit programmed to only transmit results for the polling station assigned to each kit.
We have taken those steps to ensure that the credibility of the vote is assured and protected. So it cannot be changed. But in the event that it is changed, we will know and we will reject it.
The results coming from each polling station will also be uploaded and transmitted only after going through a rigorous confirmation and verification process that starts at the polling station.
When a form is sent, that is Form 34A, it is taken through it. The first thing we check, is it from an authorized device? So all the devices in the field are whitelisted that they are the ones who are supposed to send results to our system.
The system has also encrypted result forms with individual digital signatures that help confirm that the form hasn't been modified in any way. But even with all the assurances, political players are still asking questions.
We want it to be made clear that the physical form will be the actual result that will be brought and used for announcement by the National Presidential Returning Officer, and that what is being sent is just a provisional result.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody.
The simulation featured 580 polling stations out of the over 46,000 polling stations countrywide, with 1,111 of those without 4G coverage and who will be depending on alternative connectivity for the results transmission. IEBC came face to face with some of the challenges that could occur on election night.
As we were seated here, we received news that there's been a fiber cut in Mandera affecting almost all the constituencies. So we may not receive the 12, I think Mandera has 6 constituencies.
Candidate, the agents have signed.
The exercise, which took about 2 hours, processed results for about 560 stations. A concern about the speed of the delivery of the results on the actual election day, when thousands of Form 34As are expected to be transmitted.
Estimating, if today is anything to go by, a minimum of 4 days from the polling day for IEBC to be able to pronounce the winner.
The political parties will have a chance to see the satellite alternatives to the transmission of results before the election day. Brenda Wanga, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Thank you, Makiadi, for that. I really don't want us to, because if we start talking IBC, Kuseo will talk here until tomorrow. So I don't want us to. I don't trust IBC. I don't want to trust them right now. I don't want Kuseo to take our time again on the same issue. I want to bring in Adams. Then I bring in Daudi. Kuseo, you know, you've been here. Julia. Sema.
Justice denied, Themba. That justice delayed is justice denied.
I also was trying to say the same, like you can bring Adams. I can speak after
them.
You can speak after Adams.
Yes.
What do you mean justice? Julia came before Adams.
Yes.
You are the one who is saying that you don't want to go into those issues.
No, I don't want to talk about IBC. I mean, Kuseo will take all the time telling
It will
us.
be 1.5 minutes only after Adams.
No, Kuseo, remember IBC.
Leo tunaongea mambo ingine ya muhimu Kuseo.
Acha IBC wa nini? Okay, Julia, come on so that I bring Adams.
Okay. As I just wanted first, I think I'm going to rebut on Mise. Mise said that is Mise here? Mise, come back here. I need to see your face. So hi, Mise. Good to see you. Mise talked about mother's wealth, 150 million. Mother was very clear that her property is only 150 million because of appreciation. That's what she said. And I don't know why Mise is hiding, because Mise needs this clarification. So mother was able to explain what she owns and why it is that. And she said she made her declaration when she was vying for presidency. And she said that the difference in the value is because of the appreciation of property. That is why her property is worth 150 million. And I think those of you who live in Kenya, I think you can attest to that. So I wanted to correct Mise on that. That debate, I want to agree with Demba and I think someone else, I think it's Makiadi, who's talked about the moderation. I think even here when we are speaking, the moderators are always asking us go back to the point. And I think some of us are culprits there. I don't want to mention their name, that like digressing. So if they don't do that, I think we can always be digressing. And sometimes when we decide to pick on the person, rather than discuss the topic, they are also always directing us. Now, I found Gachagua really digressing, and I found that he decided to attack the president. And I'm surprised why people are praising Gachagua here, because the president is not vying for presidency. The president is retiring. So I think if we got to look at these two debaters, we got to look at whom can we trust, whose character came out, and what kind of a character did that come out. Now, we're looking for a deputy president. We're looking for a future president and deputy president. Now, by what they discussed and what they articulated, can we depend on them as the next deputy president of the Republic of Kenya? And what they brought out, did they bring out what we think they could prove? Or why are they able to present evidence about what they brought out? And what they said, did they talk about what they're able to implement? And what they said about implementing, do we think this country can benefit from what they said? Now, and we look at their past record, then how they describe themselves, or how the questions were asked. Now, what did that say about their track record? Now, if we could tell the track record from that debate, now the question is, can we depend on them as the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya? I think those are the questions we need to ask ourselves, because people are saying that that Gachagua spoke like this or spoke. It is not how much words you speak; it's what you speak, and what you speak. What does it speak about you? What you speak. What does it speak about you? What does it tell us about you? Now, and if we are able to learn from what you speak about you, now the question is, can we depend on you? Can we tell integrity from what you speak? So looking at that, I found that Gachagua was inconsistent, especially when he was asked about corruption scandals. He could not explain why he has so much money in the account, and he decided to deviate from those questions. Now, on the other side, Mother was very consistent. She expressed that she had not grieved even for land. She said she had no intentions of amassing property. Now, Gachagua spent most of his time attacking the president, and he could not substantiate most of the allegations. However, Mother was clear about how they were going to fight corruption. Now, while Gachagua talked about setting a commission, Gachagua said that the judiciary needs funds, the police needs more funds. Because Mother said it's not about the funds. There is no direct relationship between how much amount of money you earn and how you perform your responsibility. Martha said it's a matter of being accountable. And earlier I gave an example in this debate and said, I have been teaching math for so many years. The amount of money I earn does not determine how I teach in the classroom. I can decide to be effective or not effective, irrespective of how much money I am earning. So whether the judiciary have money or the police have more money, it does not determine how it's a matter of character. So we expect accountability. And Mother went ahead and said, all these bodies, the judiciary, the police are independent bodies. So we expect them to be accountable and responsible in what they do. Now, Mother says further that performance is not related to funds, and independent bodies should be accountable. Now, Gachagua was using, I was very disappointed. At one, I noted that Gachagua had a Mwakenya. And I also, you people, did you see that Gachagua had something, a gadget in his ears? It's like someone was speaking into him, into what to say. Because at one time he said he cannot hear what the moderators were saying. And he asked him 3 questions. It's like he was confused between what he was hearing in his ears. Somebody was helping him present. That presents another character now. So me, Gachagua, he was a cheater. He should be disqualified from this debate. In fact, tomorrow the press should come out, the moderator should come out and say they disqualify him. Because why should I present something and Kuseo is helping me in the background? That was a cheater. So that brings out the character of Gachagua. Who is this character?
But you realize he had papers he was reading from. He had papers inside there.
Okay, read around the papers. Even if you are not got the papers, maybe you can make a brief summary notes of what you want to present. But I suspect that somebody was speaking into his ears. Somebody was trying to navigate ideas for him. That is what I saw. And then at one point, I saw that he was trying to direct the debate. He said, can we now go to real issues? He was told, stop implying what we are discussing is non-issue. That is what he was told. Now, because now, and you could see his body language, he looked down like this. He peeped, you can look at me. He's looking at the moderators, and then he peeped down, looking at them, making sure they're not seeing he's looking down. So he could look at their eyes to see whether they were looking at him looking down, and then he looked down again. He began to become jittery and to become nervous. What does that tell you? I really sympathize. I would not like to have such students that I think they had really drilled him this morning and tried to make him memorize a lot of ideas, and now he was getting mixed up. So that's the character I see of Gachagua. Now, it was not eloquence. Rather, he was depending on what he had memorized. So in summary, what I saw 2 people. I saw a rogue running mate. And I was not surprised. I was surprised that he was eloquent, but I was not surprised at the character of Gachagua. And when I saw Gachagua summarizing his speech, I saw the deputy president, William Samoei Ruto, in him. Now, I saw 2 people, a pair of rogue president and rogue running mate. I saw 2 people who were destined to lie to this nation. That is what I saw. Now, and when I looked at the summary, what Gachagua said, that he did not think that we needed infrastructure. He said that they could set about 50 billion to help the people at the bottom. Now, while I look at what Mother said, this is what Mother said. Now, I want to quote her. We have no shortage of resources. The problem we need is that we have physical indiscipline. And we need to look at how we prioritize spending. That's what she said. And she said the main problem here we have is corruption. However, we need to do what it will take us to rebuild the economy. And when she said, and while we work to rebuild the economy, there is a crisis. We have about 2 million Kenyans who are going hungry. And he said, Kenyans, help is on the way. He said 3 weeks after the election, 3 weeks after we are sworn in, help is on the way. So when I looked at what Mother said, Mother gave this country hope. Now, while I heard Njiru earlier saying that she wanted maybe Mother to behave like Gachagua, no, she became a different person. She presented herself as somebody who knew what she's doing and why she was going to become deputy president. While Gachagua represented himself as a heckler, somebody who was presenting issues without evidence, somebody who was only interested in attacking the person of the president. So we saw two different characters. And I think after that debate, we saw that we can depend on Mother, because what she says today is what she's going to say tomorrow. And most importantly, from that debate, Mother proved to us, after asking Gachagua, having asked so many questions about his corruption scandals, about dealing with the county assemblies, not county assemblies, the counties. You remember Gachagua said he had never worked with the counties, that he had worked with the counties before, I think, 2012. And then he was reminded we didn't have counties before that. But we were reminded by Mother that Gachagua had about 3 scandals, be involved in corrupt scandals in Bungoma, I think, county, and I think with Nyeri, and I think another one is Kwale. Gachagua had said previously he was involved in counties before, I think, 2012. So Gachagua was still lying, you see. So the summary of that debate gave us one clear thing, that we have two groups of people. We have Gachagua and William Samoei Ruto, and that everything they are telling us is inconsistent with what they do, that we cannot trust them. And most importantly, we cannot trust them with our resources. If somebody cannot account for the money he has in the bank, how can we trust them with our resources? So that debate, however much somebody wants to put it that Mother should have attacked Gachagua, she came out the kind of a person I'm looking for. I don't want a rogue deputy president. That is my take, Demba. Asante.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Julie. Lord Adams, the second.
Thank you so much, and good evening to all of you. Yes, yeah, it was an interesting day today, and let me just go straight to the debate. I may say the win was in 3 phases. Number 1 phase, Gachagua won on makeup. Whoever did his makeup did a good job. He had a good makeup, so he won on makeup. Number 2, Gachagua won on Uhuru Kenyatta, but he lost to Martha Karua. Number 3, at the end of the debate, Martha's grandchildren stole the show, and they ran away with it. Generally, the first debate, or the first phase of debate 1, the lady for the running mate for Professor Wajakoya did a meticulous job. That was a job well done, and everybody would agree with me. She articulated issues, the real issues that faces the nation. And actually, that is what we wanted. She put it bare, and she explained everything, and everything was well captured. She answered all the questions, and I also give it to the moderators who moderated the first debate, Zubeida and who was the other one? They did good job. They did exactly what's supposed to be done. Actually, I wish that Zubeida would come to the second debate to moderate because the second debate was the big one. So those are the points or areas where Gachagua won. He won on makeup and attacking Uhuru Kenyatta. He did well. But on the debate, nah, he didn't. So the only issue, I want to take it this way. Martha Karua and Rigathi Gachagua I also want to blame it on the moderator, but even of themselves too. They did not, I don't know whether you guys realize that the real issues that the Kenyans, the citizens needed to hear most, the issues that affect the people, the common mwananchi, they didn't discuss it so much. They just brushed over it. They did not tackle the job creation. They did not tackle on economy. The food shortage, I didn't hear it. It didn't come out so well. Governance, corruption, they just tackled corruption, but regarded personalized it and then diverted attention towards Uhuru Kenyatta. So it didn't come out clearly. Unity of the people, infrastructure, education. These people did not tackle those issues correctly, the way it was supposed to be. That debate was like, it was kind of a show of might. Who is better than who? It was about who I'm better, I can do better than you. So the debate was kind of so much selfish, especially on the side of Rigathi. It was about himself so much and displaying his frustration and so much defensive. He was defending, himself so much, which was something which is not taboo. Worth questioning why it happened like that. But technically, how they handle the issues, I think when you look at the body language and the way Honorable Rigathi Gachagua was talking, that man, I think, if given a chance, he can settle so many scores. He can really settle so many scores. He has a lot of scores to score with different people. And he lied. Even right now, if you go to the portal, you go to the court portal or even just Google, you find the amount of money the guy is being accused of. It runs into billions. It is not what he's talking about, 200 million. It is not that. It was a lie. So, by and large,
yeah,
the guy.
The matter is caught is 12 billion.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It runs into billions. But he was talking about 200 million, which is so low and not what it really is. And he's so bold, and he said it more than once. He repeated it, that is the only money that the government, the accounts that were frozen, it was only frozen for 200 million, and he's remaining with around 600. I don't know, 600, sometimes 400, 600. And then he started explaining the source of those money. Nobody asked him to start explaining it. He was only asked how that money was, where the money came from. And then he denied having worked with the county government. Yet it is very clear that he squandered money for fake tender supplies during the time when Ken Lusaka was the governor for Bungoma. And his brother was the governor for Nyeri and another county here. So this guy, it is in public domain. So I understand his bitterness. Even maybe most of us here will be very bitter if your accounts are frozen when you thought that you've done a good deal and it doesn't go well. Now you see the system is fighting against you. So the man was everywhere. I don't know why people say he won. Anyway, that is whoever says he won is. Those people conform with his way of school of thought. But I may say, just like Julia said, he was a little bit eloquent. And then what I came to realize that the expectation of the people, even the UDA wing or Kenya Kwanza wing, they expected that Martha Karua would thrive so much, and it didn't come out so well. Martha displayed a different personality, and this one perplexed everybody. Everybody was caught in surprise. And because of the way she was calm, they expected the Martha of 2007, 2008, the bold Martha, the Martha that confronted Kofi Annan, the Martha that shut down Graca Machel and Benjamin Mkapas of this world. That is the Martha people thought would attack who? would attack regarding Gachagua. But little they know that Martha knows how to play her ball. She knows that she has to behave presidential, and indeed she did it so well. Regarding Gachagua played the pig way of the pig moderation, the pig debate, and then he stood in the mud and he tried to drag this woman into the mud. But the woman said no. She was a bit slippery. He tried so many times, but it could not really work. I also want to sympathize with the man on my left. The man who sits on my left in this screen is saying that there is no way, if you are worth 150 million, then that means you're thirsty for land. Mr. Mise, that is not the truth. There are people who make money. I don't know your worth, but it doesn't mean that if you're worth millions of shillings, then you're thirsty for wealth or thirsty for land. I think that woman made it so clear. She's been Martha's been into this business for so long. I think at one point she was a judge, and then she went to politics. She has practiced law. She has been a minister. She has been in the public service for so long. She had got the opportunity to amass this wealth and to grab those lands everywhere, but she hasn't done that. So I give it to her. I think the woman is a bit, she displays sanity in the society that we want. So by and large, I think I may give it to Martha, that's according to me, to the second debate. But generally, I give it to that woman of Roots Party. That woman had the real deal. She had the gem. She explained and articulated everything, how things are done, and how I wish that next debate we would have moderators who can moderate and target the real issues that affects the people of Kenya, not a show of might. We are not supposed to see a show of might. That debate was dragged and turned into like the debate that I watched between Hillary Clinton and Joseph Trump. It was going that direction, which was not really good. We needed to see real issues being articulated. And by the way, what Yula said was true. Rigathi was kind of having something on his ears. Somebody somewhere was trying to direct him, and that one created confusion in his head because multitasking is a big deal for men, especially of his age, because I think maybe he got interrupted. That's why he could not hear the question very well. Otherwise, he's a bitter man, very rotten to the core, and very dangerous. I believe we have a good candidate in Martha, and maybe the country may head in a good direction soon and someday. Thank you so much, Mr. Semba, for that.
Thank you, Adams. Daudi, dakika tatu. We want to close in the next 30 minutes, so dakika tatu ndio patie pia Stone PK dakika tatu, so that in the next 30 minutes tumalize tungoje kesho.
Remember, we have to be our brother's keeper. If we can wake up Joshua Mark or give him a break. He's been struggling.
He's awake. He's anaoneanga kwa angle, so he's just looking at an angle. Thank you, Temba. So I was here a little bit earlier on, and I had made my submission about.
Basi siwache Stone PK aongee kama ulishaongea.
Just one comment. I'll probably just take a minute, just to mention that I think there was this expectation gap that we all expected Rigathi to really underperform, and you have to give it to him. I think he came. He was eloquent. He presented what he wanted to present, ignoring the questions. And based on just him performing above the expected level, I think some people may feel like he did a good job. But overall, I think Martha prosecuted her debate and presentation very well. I would want to agree with Adams that we do have a very measured candidate, and I think we can tell that she has grown from the Martha Karua we had back in 2007, 2008. So I'm really excited that for a deputy president, we have somebody who is respectful, somebody who will work with her principle. You could just hear from her presentation talking about her captain, So she came out as somebody who is respectful, and I think we'll have a lot of cohesion going forward when the Azimio government is inaugurated and they're running the country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are not admitting any more people. We don't want to lala hapa, so asanteni sana kwa wale ambao wanataka kuja, lakini wacha tumalize na hawa watu nane at least, tufunge. Stone fikie dakika 3.
Thank you, Temba. It is true we don't want to lala here. Wale wanataka wakuje mapema. Yeah, mjambo wote. I'm seeing all the great panelists. Sitawataja majina, nawaona kabisa. Salamu zangu za dhati kwenyu wote. Even me, I'll go quickly because I'll just register some of my disappointments. Before disappointment, let me begin on a good note. Martha came out the way I know her, the way I expected, because you don't have to draw a gun to, when you go hunting and you want to look for an antelope, you don't draw a gun when you see a hare. Martha vis-a-vis Gachagua is a no. I mean, it's a zero-sum game. I mean, it's not worth it. Only that it's politics, and she had to come. Personally, I think I would not bother debate someone like Gachagua because they have nothing in common. It came out very clearly. Gachagua, like Ruto, they even want to take over the interview and bring in irrelevant issues. I'm saying irrelevant issues because you have to go as per the guideline of the interviewers. It is not you to decide what you want to be asked. Yeah, and it's so unfortunate that Kenya today has very weak journalists. That's my disappointment. These journalists, I think they even don't research. They don't watch, programs like Anampo, those very, very tough programs. If our journalists can be able to give an hour every day, listen to some of these international interviews, they can do very well. Because if there was a journalist staff, like let's say even Julie Gichuru, for example, or probably Jeff, because I think they feel they are too senior for that. And we need the senior journalists because these are the young ones. When Gachagua akitoa hiyo macho yake, they are scared. Like Gachagua should have been cornered about this 12 billion. Kabisa, he should have been cornered and he should have been told, excuse me, you need to tell Kenyans this. This is what they want to hear. Don't tell us you think what Kenyans want to hear. Don't tell us you went around at Isiju Kiangalia. It is Azimio that went around, talking to people. Kenya Kwisha followed, very, very late. Yeah. So that he should have been cornered. He even claimed that the police do not know how to follow that money. At waliingia to invest account, then they saw people. I mean, how can he be so insulting? That brings me to the way he even hijacked the debate, and he was on Uhuru Kenyatta, who is not a candidate. He started saying Uhuru Kenyatta suffers from inferiority complex. That Uhuru Kenyatta is dumb. Because when he said Ruto is smarter, that Uhuru's disagreement with Ruto is because he felt the deputy was too smart for him. And he was sharp and competent. That is why they fell off. Really? Is this the person we want to have as deputy? Okay. Then he comes and talks about that they will never ever disagree with the president. They will be too busy to disagree. Is that realistic? And I'm happy. Mother hit him squarely. You know, Martha was alikuwa anamsting ile nini, but you see, I think he's too, I don't want to call him dumb. He can't feel that pain. He was hit right on his face. He was told, I mean, we can only accept we are human. The only thing is exhibit maturity when you disagree. You should disagree huko nyuma, and then when you come out, with some decorum. You don't go shouting at each other in the whatever. Yeah, somebody, a panelist, our brother here has said, oh, it's Joshua who said, even the wife who you share the same bed every day, every morning, munakosana. So how can you swear in front of Kenyans that actually me and the Ruto, we shall not have, it will never, you know, I found that very, very childish of him. And then also, when Martha said, the Constitution has no problem. That seat of a deputy president has no problem, because you can't keep on changing the Constitution because of the individual. We are supposed to work with the behavior of the individuals occupying that seat. You occupy that seat, you start calling yourself co-president. Where did the word where did the co-president come from? Those are figures that, descriptions that Ruto created with his cohorts, that they are joined at the hip. What joined at the hip? Who was given the sword to administer Kenya? Yeah. So basically, I found Gachagua. I equated him to one of our teachers who used to be very, very kind with giving us 0 mark. When you are writing a composition and you lose the title, you can write as many pages as possible with the best English you can, but all ilikuwa anachora line mbili, anasema irrelevant. Gachagua was irrelevant today in that debate. He never scored anything at all. Lastly, I think moderation, we need to really get better people for Baba, and whoever will be coming as in our Wairia, they need very mature, experienced, and assertive staff interviewers. Yeah, because I can imagine what Ruto will be presenting. Ruto will come with his own narrative, and he will want to take everybody along his path. And their path, we know, is lies and lies and lies. In fact, I've chosen, I may not attend to that debate. Probably I'll just be switching on to listen to Baba and Wairia. When it comes to Ruto, I'll be switching off and do something else. I'm fed up of Kenya Kwisha debate, Kenya Kwisha explanations. I think it's a total waste of Kenyan time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, panelists, for your submissions. I think now we want to go straight on to take our closing remarks, and appreciate you all. Yeah, it was a very eventful day, and I think we have given our views, divergent as they might be, but at least we have given our views and lent our views to what took place. So we want to go right ahead and close the debate for today. Appreciate some people, Pres J, Barnes Nyags, Linet Wabomba, Matoke Black, I'm blessed, Amazing Grace, Penyagaka, Steve Mutumbu, and all the others. Really appreciate you, and thank you for coming and joining in tonight. I want to allow us to give our closing remarks, and this will be the order. Mise Lord Adams, I'll start with the lower ground. Mise Lord Adams, dakika moja. Daudi, Stone PK, Joshua, Julia, alafu Kuseo. And we finish for today. Mise, kindly, dakika moja, your closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Themba. I see you not a very happy man today. The spirits and the usually you're ecstatic usually when things have gone very well in the day. I don't know what disappointed you today, but I just wanted to remind Adams that the candidate of Wajakoya, the policy, I was wondering, how long will it take? And this is maybe Adams, how long will it take Wajakoya to legalize and produce enough from our country in order to be able to export and from governance, from legislation, how long will it take for us to be productive and relevant in the market? And if that's something that maybe if you can't answer today, maybe next time you can answer. But I found Justina very wavering today. When asked if she has ever smoked, she was not able to answer to the positive. And when she was asked why are you advancing or selling something that you've not smoked, she turned around and said she will only smoke to purify the nation. I found that very controversial, but also I did recognize that in terms of there are issues that Gachagua and Mother Karua agreed. One of it was state capture and the existence of state capture, and I believe if both recognize it, then it means there is a problem. And I hope that when all said and done, when a leader has been elected, I hope that they will work towards eliminating that state of state capture. And lastly, I must say, for me, looking through and going back to the debates that we have had in the past, I think we are maturing. The level our country is taking, leaders being able to be questioned without necessarily throwing tantrums. I think that is a good way, and I hope that when the presidential debate, unlike you, Temba, who said that we shouldn't, Raila shouldn't show up if it's the trajectory. Today's debate is the same trajectory that the presidential debate will show up. I think it's going to be an interesting debate.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr.
Wish all the best.
Adams.
Thank you. Very quickly. Mr. Mise, it was just simple. Wajakoya, according to him, will suspend the constitution for 6 months, grow weed. Weed only need 2 months, then you harvest it, and then it is in the market. So that's how it will be done, according to them. I don't belong to area. Now, our country have grown. We've grown so well, and I can say, without any iota of doubt, that I think we are propelling well in terms of engagement. And I just want to beseech the citizens, we, the people, that the politicians that we normally fight for are not necessarily enemies. The politicians that we fight for are not necessarily enemies. You may see Martha and Gachagua throwing tantrums in the media and to the supporters, but when all said and done, they come back, greet each other, and you could see how they embraced and hugged. And first of all, alikwamilia mkono ya Martha, then he hugged the entire family. That one shows you that these people are not enemies. They are not enemies. They yoke together, they meet in clubs. I beseech each and every one of us, let us articulate issues and fight for our country rights and freedoms, and make sure that we grill and groom our people, our leaders, so that we can get the best out of them and ask them questions and make sure that our questions are answered. I thank you for this moment, and may God bless all of you.
Yes, Daudi.
Thank you, Temba, and I'd also like to thank the previous speakers. I have 3 wishes as we close. My first wish is I wish the debate today had focused on the very important issue of unga and unga. I saw there was a lot of personality attack and people's record being brought into question. But I think the issue of food is very important. The other thing that I wish they could have talked about is a very important issue of agriculture. I've had an opportunity to speak to several people from the agricultural basket of Transoya, and the issue that is going down there is there's a lot of fragmentation of land because people have given up on this important aspect of our economy. So the incoming government, to them, I wish they can go back and pay more attention to this, because once our ability to feed ourselves deteriorates, that's how the government or our country can, come apart. And my last wish is for the upcoming debates, if the national language can be used. Today there was a lot of English being used, so Kiswahili as a national language, I think should also be given some level of consideration going forward, because we have a bigger portion of our population that probably can't understand the language. So if we are all to benefit from the debate, I think there should be consideration in terms of the language that's going to be used. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay. Personally, I tend to think these debates are not making any sense. If at all, they are not, they are not moderated properly. And for Kenya, trying to, imitate the US with this kind of activity, I think is a waste of a lot of time. More so, especially if it's done, as my brother has said, in English. Kenya is not an English-speaking nation. Yes, we say we are English-speaking nation, but majority of the voters, Kiingereza mingi inawasumbua. So I would think, if again the focus is on non-issues, irrelevant issues which are being brought upon by Kenya Kwanza, then hakuna haja. But if it will be on one or two issues, for example, having who can be able to have a functional democracy where the rule of law will be supreme, you'll have integrity and impunity. If we can dwell on that, and then of course corruption, I think that should take 1.5 hours for the candidates to articulate, and then Kenyans can be able to really say, although up to now Kenyans have already decided who is able to do that. All these other animal mingi too, I think people are earning their salary and wasting people's time. Thank you very much, Temba.
Thank you, Joshua.
Yes, thank you, Temba. I just want to wish that the next debate to be one that is constructive. Ideas should come out. Today debate idea didn't come out well because we were expecting much, but we didn't get much we were expecting. And then also, I just want to beseech Kenyans that we have abusive presidential candidate, that is Ruto, and his running mate Gachagua. The other time, Ruto abused Ngilu, Mama Mzee Eze Olewa. So you have abusive presidential candidate and the abusive running mate. The only thing that we need to do, we need to stop them in the ballot paper. During the election through the ballot. Kindly, Kenyans come out in large number. We stop these two individuals who want to snatch our country and run away with it. Thank you very much.
Julia.
Clearly, it's not rocket science to distinguish between Mother and Karua. It was very clear to tell the difference between the character of the two people. And clearly we could see that, Mother and Gachagua, we could see that Gachagua was not going to be accountable for anything about him, not his wealth, not his investment, how he has scammed his farm. Now, I also note that Gachagua was trying to generate a kind of a shouting match between him and Karua, but he was not successful. So I think this surprised many, maybe also surprised the UDA people. So me, I see a difference between two people, one who works with decorum and one who has no decorum, one who emphasizes on integrity and another one who doesn't care about integrity. So me, in the words of Mother Karua, I would like to tell fellow Kenyans that you can see the difference between the two people, and two people cannot work together unless they agree. It means Gachagua and Ruto cannot work together unless they agree. So show me your friends and I tell you who you are. So the character of Gachagua is actually the character of Ruto. I'll not be surprised if I see the same behavior when Ruto comes to debate. So Kenyans can now see whom they can depend on. It was clear that we can only depend on Mother and Baba. We can depend on their words. We can depend on their character. We can tell who they are. Even 20 years from now, we can tell how much they have and how they acquired that. While on the other side, we cannot tell who they are, how they acquired, what they acquired, because they are not going to talk about that. So I would like to ask fellow Kenyans that you don't have to waste your time or your votes with people who are not going to benefit this country. Now, Mother said clearly that this country does not lack resources, but what we lack is integrity. What we lack is what we have is waste of resources. And the biggest problem is our corruption, which we must deal with. And that is what the Azimio government has promised to do. So my take is the debate did not change the Azimio supporters. Now, anybody still supporting Gachagua and Ruto, these are people who have closed their ears and are not willing to open their eyes to see what is going to befall them. However, I want to convince myself, or I'm convinced that there are people who clearly saw that what the right direction is for this country. Kwa hivyo nawaomba Wakenya wenzangu, don't jump from the frying pan into the fire. Nawaomba mvuke sakafu. The only people who can save this country is Baba na Mother. Asante Demba.
Jose.
Oh, yes. Good evening. Thank you. Personally, what I want to say is that, according to me, our moderators, they need to be well prepared to interview these presidential candidates, for the reason that, they are supposed to let us know why one team is more convincing than the other one. And for that, they need to have a few things at their fingertips. You cannot ask a question, and then even when the follow-up questions comes begging, none of the moderators brought them to light. Now, for that, I think they let us down. For example, when they were dealing with the issue of corruption, Gachagua goes ahead and starts saying that what people are waiting for. Until now, let's discuss what people are waiting for. Yet, in the beginning, all the moderators had said that they are the only ones who know the questions, they are the only ones who know the topics. So what is this that people had been waiting for? And when Gachagua mentioned it, all the moderators swung into it. I remember the gentleman, as he's smart, started saying that we are going into it, we are going there. You see? So for that, they allow Gachagua to steal the show and run away with it. He starts attacking the president, which was not even an issue. Yet the question was how they are going to deal with corruption. Now, they are already, from the way the question was framed, there are already existing corruption cases. Now, Gachagua says that they are going to have a commission. Now, are those cases going to be thrown out so that they can be handled through commission? Now, there lies a lot of follow-up questions, which the moderators didn't bother to ask. I want to finish with the issue of project. Now, Baba's credentials speaks for themselves. And for anybody to think that Martha would be a project, are really to be very, very naive. Unless we do not know, it depends on which perspective you want to define the word project. Thank you.
Makiadi.
Okay, mine will be brief. I've heard people talking about the language. I don't know if I'm the only one who missed a sign language interpreter in that debate. Probably I didn't see one. I didn't get a good answer in terms of domestic borrowing. I would have wished to hear what the candidates have to say. Unemployment, and also I would have wished to hear how they plan to reform the electioneering process so that we don't have conflicts every now and then, push and pulling with the IEBC. And therefore, I think they should get some feedback from the listeners and viewers so that they have a more elaborate debate in future. The last thing I want to talk about is the incidents that happened today with the IBC doing their transmission, their mock transmission. At least now Hosea knows that it is not only the issue about electronic being safer than manual, but also you can have a fiber cut and then you miss election results for days, even weeks. So there are so many other loopholes that the IEBC needs to seal, and it's good that they are doing a mock transmission exercise so that they can be able to mitigate such issues when they arise in future. Finally, like I always say, watu waendelee kupima suti. Having watched the debate today, I believe we can tell who is ready to form government. So akina Daudi, mahali mlitumana material ya Julia tulisikia inakuja kutoka India. Hata we pima yako na Stony PK, tukutane kuapisha baba. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you so much. I have nothing useful to add. I agree with Makiadi. Tupime suti. The die has been cast. Kaboga said that the peak of the DP was the decider, and I think that was decided yesterday. Today we have Julia here. Julia, tafadhali tuimbie wimbo. Before you sing, kindly people subscribe to Mutembei TV before you go. And if you haven't subscribed, that is. And also please subscribe to Themba and Lulu Show. We're still on, we're still cruising, we still like those who are coming, and we really appreciate. So kindly subscribe to Themba and Lulu Show. Julia, tuimbie wimbo wa East Africa. Jana ulituhepa hapa lakini ni sawa tu.
Sawa sawa, hebu tuimbe. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano, viwe msingi wa umoja wetu. Na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini. Tujitoe kwa hari na mali, tujenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Amen.
Thank you. At least umekuwa hapa leo. Tulisema constitution na nini tunaendelea kuiangalia from next week. So we will get back to it. It's getting the 11th hour and we really like it. Makiadi, uko na wimbo gani kabla? No, kusema unaweza enda sasa kwa sababu hataki kuharibu masikio ya pasta. tusije tukaambiwa sisi ndio
hata mimi sitaki masikio yangu iharibike, kwa hivyo
wewe enda, kwa sababu hata Njiru hayuko hapa. Wewe enda sasa.
I don't want to spoil my day. I'm feeling good.
Hata Njiru hayuko hapa. Enda Njiru anakungojea.
So you are still here. You should leave before me. Good night.
Aya, Julia, enda. Leo nifanye haraka. I like the
time. Mwingine anataka kwenda.
I like the time.
Mise uko na camp meeting ya Wasabato. Tafadhali itoka.
Hapana. Siendi, lakini Makiadi usione Julia akitaka kubaki alafu unaanza kumfukuza ati enda. Sasa Bob alionekana hapa akaenda akaniwaachia. Now you are here saying enda. That's not fair game.
Leo ulishaachwa na Christine, so acha mambo mengi. Makiadi, tupatie wimbo.
Aya, sawa. Sasa Ndemba, kwanza I want to commend you for the time. I love it when we finish early so that at least people can prepare for the next day. Yesterday we went overboard bana. Kwa naenda kulala saa 7 ya usiku. Hata Adams niliona ali drop out. So ngoma ya leo ni maridadi kabisa. I think we played this before, but I'll just do it again because I know people love it. It's called NON, Libala ya Franco TPOK Jazz. Wimbo wenyewe ni maridadi sana. Ukienda usikize wimbo unaenda namna hii, unasema libala yani libala ni marriage. So libala marriage libala yo, yani marriage marriage. Mabala tokobalaka na Kinshasai, yani the marriages we make in Kinshasa. Mabala tokobalaka na mokilie, the marriages we make in the world. Okolinga mwasi azalina batu, you love a woman but the woman doubts you. Nzoka ulingi ye mokolo yabiso omonaki ye. However, you loved her from the first day you saw her. Aye bakite o mama yani she does not even know that you love her. Okolinga mwasi azalina batu, you love a woman but the woman doubts you. Nzoka ulingaki ye mokolo ya liboso omanaki ye. However, you loved her on the first day you saw her. Alafu inaendelea malizia pale, ayebaki te o mama she does not know oh mama, yani unampenda mtu pale lakini hajui kwamba unampenda. Alafu sasa Franco anafungua mistari yake na kwanza kusema mwasi ayabaki sema soki ozalaki kolingaye bajesta azalaki kosalela yo, yani mwasi ayebaki sima, the woman will know later. Soki ozalaki kolingaye, if you love her. Bajesta azalaki kosalela yo, pride, she will show pride but will still not understand that you love her. Akoya koyeba yango sima yani she will come to know that later. Wana ukimi na maboko ya moto mususu, at the right time you will be in another person's arm. Bolingo nzambe atinda na mokili, yani the love of God has left this world. Motema elinga oyo elingi, the heart loves this one that the heart wants to love. Motema eboya oyo elingi, the heart refuses that which the heart refuses. Oyo akoboya na ukanga maboko yani for the one that refuses you, you close your hands. So generally wimbo wenyewe unaongea juu ya mtu ambaye anampenda mwanadada pale, alafu mwanadada hampendi back, alafu wakati mwanadada anagundua jamaa anampenda, kumbe jamaa aliendelea na maisha yake akasonga mbele. Wacha nimalizie hapo.
I'm blessed. Anasikia hiyo wimbo huko chini mbaya sana. Libala libala
But I think the composer of that song really tackled the real issue. That's how things happen. Most of us here, you love a woman, later on, when you move on, later on, unakuja kutafuta baadaye kama ulisha move on.
Lakini Adams unajua wewe ni gwiji, wewe huwezi achwa. Unaachanga mtu kama ako na jina yako tena si moja, yote mbili.
I think Adams has to give us some ideas on how he manages it.
Adams, Eufema tena yuko hapa leo. What happened? Uli break hati yake?
No. She's just in the kitchen.
Hey, Mrs.
Wale ambao wanatusikiza sasa, ni wakati wa umbea dakika kama 5-10 hivi, alafu twende tukalale. Sasa kama haupendi umbea, nenda ukalale. We have 248 people watching umbea.
Temba, people like my friend on top of my head over there. These are people that even if he's in love, he never tell the woman. They don't just call the woman by her name. Nyaboke, kuja hapo. So somebody like me cannot really show affection. They don't know how to show affection. Mrs. Ni ukweli hiyo. Misa is not here.
Misa is not together with us. I think he has his earphones off.
No,
so he's not.
No. I'm listening.
Misa tunasema kwamba, some of us know how to display affection by calling things the right names. Unlike somebody like you, who will just call Nyaboke like, Nyaboke, nilete matoke, nataka kutoka.
And you, how would you call Nyaboke? Atieno.
So many things. Yeah.
I thought
he's already calling you Matieno baby. Yeah. Baby na.
But I thought you said, Adams, why do you contradict yourself? I thought you said you call things as they are. Why would you call Eufin a whole grown-up woman baby?
My friend, when it comes to the in love triangle, things are not exactly the way they seem to be.
No, Adams, let me help you. Mise akisikia baby anafikiria ni BABY. I think I think Mr. you should go back to some love school lessons. See baby ile mtoto. Unajua Mr. akisikia baby anafikiria ni ile wa kubeba kwa mgongo. See hiyo?
Actually that is not what I meant. Actually what I meant.
Na Mr.
Where I come from.
Mr. Ni baby for P.
Where I come from baby is a donkey. So that's what I was wondering, why Adams would call you Finn a donkey. But it's good that you have clarified that.
Stop calling these people by their names. That's why they keep coming and disappearing. You see, Julia just escaped, and Christine disappeared.
But you cannot blame the two. I mean, Misa is just coming back from a very messy divorce. We said here last time that whatever Christine touches disappears from the studio. So you see, at least Misa has composed himself.
Makedi, I think Christine disappeared with that guy. What was his name again? So Peter. And Misa.
Unasikia vile mtu anaambiwa na I'm blessed ati utatumiwa McDonald's ujazie nyangumi, at least ukwe na nguvu kidogo.
No, matter of fact, I don't like I'm blessed. Just I just don't like.
How can you not like somebody you don't know, Missy?
Just like he or she doesn't.
You see, even you're not sure about the gender. This is just a name. You cannot even quantify.
I'm blessed. A man usually might not be saying that, but anyway, I don't even know if.
Why would you like someone you don't know? Why would
I
you
only
like?
I think I like Eufin. I think I like DA. I think those they kind of touch me in a way that makes me feel.
No, why would you read comments and then you get touched? You have issues.
You remember yesterday, Missy had to get off the studio and go cool off, eh? And then come back. Reading the comments.
Of course, I had to conduct myself.
I'm blessed. Amesema she doesn't care. I'm blessed has a very beautiful niece.
Mr. Can I ask a question?
Before you ask, if I'm blessed said he or she doesn't care, I would say that makes the two of us.
Okay, now the question: are you a product of polygamy?
I'm not sure I understand what you are asking.
If I trace you back, if you trace yourself back to the 3 generations back, are you a product of polygamy?
I cannot deny or confirm.
You don't know?
I cannot not to the affirmative.
Because you have affinity for variety of women.
But you see, Eufine is very disciplined. I think she's very attractive. I think any man.
You know, Adams is just protecting his ground. Eh? He's trying to paint you badly so that Eufine refuses your gestures.
But you see, the good thing with Eufine is she is able to see through that Adams is very insecure. And him and Makiadi have joined the same WhatsApp group. They should follow our footsteps.
Are you trying to cast your net?
I was very bold.
Are you
I
trying to cast your net?
And now I am stronger and better.
Are you casting your nets?
Most likely. I think.
Danny Darius, can you play for Mise and I'm blessed? They can be a very good couple.
No.
Wanachapana hapa.
Danny Darius.
Mnaweza kuwa a very good couple.
Danny Darius, thank you. Let the blessings pass this time round. If you see Eufine or DA, I would be interested for the blessings.
Utachapa hapa na Makiadi.
All you need, Misa, is a good moderator. I think even if you have divergent opinions, all you need is somebody to stand in between you two na mtasikizana. So wachana na I'm blessed. I'm blessed is a good person, eh?
I'm blessed. Ni shensi sana vile amesema yeye ni shensi sana. Stone PK, why are you in deep thoughts? What happened? Nani amekuchapa character development? Unajua hapa tunachapwanga na tunanyamaza tu, wengine wetu lazima tuongee. Fungua roho, sauti yako haisikiki, hatusikii.
Your microphone has issues, Stone PK.
How about now?
Yeah, good.
Now we can hear you.
I'm just answering my brother Mise. Ni kusikiza tu vile wazee wanazungumza wakichapana, wengine wanaachwa. But I admire Mise. Mise, I like your tenacity. You know, wanakubumburusha pande left, right and center.
Ameachwa na Christine hapo. Na Christine alikuja hapa akamchocha, akamwacha kwa mataa.
Mr. Stone PK.
Wote wako vizuri sana. That's the last time nilikuta wako fiti kabisa.
Wapi? Jamaa alikuwa anachochwa hapa. Sasa akajichocha. Ona sasa akaenda gym. Unaona nakaa ni kama nafikiria baso zimefura na siku mbili.
Mr. Stone PK.
Yes, Adam.
Stone PK, do you like Mise or do you like him or you are sympathizing with him? Where is your stand?
I think no. You know, by the time I left, they were really walikuwa inaitwaje?
Ile ndio mapenzi moto moto.
Ile mbaya mbovu. Yes. When I came back,
How sio?
I found a morning music. I didn't know what had happened.
So
He allowed himself to be carried
Sasa
away.
namhurumia bwana.
Uhuru alituambia bora uwai.
Lakini sasa amsaidii bana. You are not giving him some of
Lakini
those.
akatuambia tena gazeti mtaandika.
Unaona Stone PK, mtu kama Mise haezi saidika. Unajua kuna kitu Waswahili walisema sikio la kufa alisikii dawa. Sasa Mise ndi huyo. Yaani hata umwambie nini, tulimwambia hapa ya kwamba Christina atamwacha kwa mataa. Imagine juzi jamaa alikuja hapa anaitwa Sospita, Christina akadandia Sospita kwa sababu ati Mise hayupo.
On a live show. On a live show.
Nikaambia Mise hapa, nikamwambia wewe wachana na huyu. Utaachwa hapa kwa mataa. Ona sasa Mise amerudi.
Let me tell you something, Stone PK.
Yes.
That is called maturity and appreciating the virtue of sharing, you know, because sharing is caring. And that being said, Christine and I agreed, akienda anaoga, anarudi, anakuwa msafi kabisa kulika alivyoenda. So what is the problem?
My friend,
ngangane.
Do you know why younger generations die in Nyanza right now? It's because of that kuoga na kurudi soko.
Lakini Josiah OP hajaniambia vizuri, ati mimi nimekuwa atori. Kwani ameniona nimeweka vibuli hapa na nini na nini?
Darius Hospital alinyakuliwa hapa bwana mbio.
Lakini unajua, after that being said, I dated this girl and then every day tukienda out nilikuwa nakasirika nikiona akidansi na watu. Siku moja akanipeleka kanda akaniambia, what is wrong with you? Nani anaenda na mimi nyumbani? Tangu hiyo siku my attitude changed. Christine wacha aende kwenye anaenda, tutakutana nyumbani.
No, do you know how to dance? Do you know how to dance? In the past?
Ujui kudance. Wewe sema ukweli. Ujui kudance.
Weka. Unajua hapa Makiadi weka. Gani ndio mnataka? Weka. Niko tayari, weka.
Kaa chini utakuja kudance tarehe 9 tukiapisha baba.
Tarehe 9 tukiapisha baba utadance.
Hawa wanajaribu kuniweka kwa mtego, wanafikiri mimi ni muoga.
Una dance nyimbo gani?
Weka ile yenye mnaweka, mimi niko all round season.
Wow. Hey. Yes, you're interesting.
Unaambua I'm blessed anastaka Makiadi umwambie Mbilia Bell Nadina kesho.
Nadina,
I'm blessed hapa kwa studio tumuone, labda hata tunachat na
Mise wachana na I'm blessed ako na niece ambaye ni ako katika kambi yangu, so relax.
I'm blessed hapa hivi, lakini ndio Black, lakini Black mbona wanakuita ati mote nini? Motema
ni kamati ya roho.
Lakini wewe Makiadi hauambiangi Black vizuri. Hiyo jina lazima withdraw.
Tumefanya nini tena?
Ni Motema Mabero chafu, kamati ya roho chafu.
Alafu kuna vile mnafanya gadget ya Black. Akikuja kutoa ma points hapa, mnaifinyilia mpaka inakataa kuongea.
Wewe kama uko na Black kwa ngeli moja wachana nao bana. Hizo vitu za nini hatutaki. Wewe tengeza gadget yako.
Mr. Somebody is asking the meaning of LM in your name. Does it mean low momentum?
No, it means
you're thinking.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to, because the meaning of it, I'll tell you. In due course. Because I make sure that I am. Yeah, I'll tell you.
Miss, you don't know what the initials in on your name mean. I mean,
lakini hao watu kwa comment sections, mimi unajua huwa nashangaa. Jambo la kwanza, kuna watu nikiona, if I see a name that I've never seen here in the evening, najua hiyo ni mtu ambaye ameiweka sudo account, anaanza kujiongelesha hapo chini, kwa sababu mtu anawezaje ongea na anaongea kitu watu wengine waongelelei. Huyo ni mtu afuate debate, amekuja na zake.
Kama huyo anauliza what happened in DDDC, I don't know, Milimani. What is that?
Na huyo ni Danny Darius, huyo ni jamaa wetu huyo. Huyo ni Father Danny Darius.
Okay.
Huyo mwingine hapo chini anauliza vitu hata ujui. Yaani anakuja na comment ambaye hata iko. Huyo if you open they say that even lying requires some bit of intelligence. You see, if you come and you're following the comments, there's a way you see people ambao wana follow debate vile wanaongea. Ukiona mtu anakuja ametoka kutoka yani from nowhere,
ameamka
ana attack Makiadi ama ana attack Themba, unashinda huyu naye ametoka. Hiyo ni mtu amefungua sudo account and we block because mtu hajaongea alafu anaongea na kuja ana attack. That is very very low.
Yeah, but there are people like that.
Ni blokie mpaka huyo I'm blessed wote.
No, I'm blessed.
But nilikuwa nataka kurekebisha Danny Darius.
Peleka vita yako na I'm blessed.
Libido momentum. Kwa hivyo niko katika gauge.
Ushaambiwa wewe ni low momentum. Huyu yuhitaji nyangumi. Wewe unafaa upewe nini? Upewe McDonald's. Unaone kidogo.
Hebu nione kiuno yako Pemba.
Christine atashika wapi?
Mise kwa nini uko interested na viuno za
mwanaume? Nasema ati black hapo kwa kiuno ndio hatujui, lakini koti tumepima. Hiyo si vizuri, mnaambianga black saa zingine.
Viuno vya wanaume natafutia nini?
Mise, there is a pertinent question here. Why are you interested in viuno vya wanaume?
Nani ameuliza?
Christine atashika wapi? Christine atashika wapi?
Atajishika. Lakini hapo kwa kiuno mimi nilikuwa nataka Themba on a serious note. I would like you to invite on a special request, invite Eugene Otieno, DA, Evelyn Nyambongi, and now I'm blessed. Ningependa sana kuwaona kwa debate.
Evelyn Nyambongi is a Suda account.
No, she was here.
Evelyn was here.
She was here.
She's very beautiful.
Alikuja hapa.
Yeah, alikuja hapa. Unajua wale watu wanapoteanga wanajipata wameingia kwa studio pa.
Mimi sijaikuona, so nafikiria ni Suda account. Mimi kama sijakuona hapa na naona una nini hizo Suda account zote.
Haya.
Kama mshamuona sawa.
I'm blessed ako hapa, mwambie akuje kesho hapa.
I'm blessed ni member wa hapa anakuja.
Eugene Otieno na yeye akuje.
Unasikia Danny Darius anasema wewe ukikuwa na Christine atakuwa anajishika, akikulalia uonekane. Unaona utakuwa unasikia Mise, wacha kunidunga. Black aliona Evelyn Nyambongi.
Alafu naona I'm blessed ako tayari kuja. Anasema Miss Elemu wataka kuniona kwani wewe Pemba ama Makiadi?
Kwani wewe ni Pemba ama Makiadi? Unasikia?
Si
Evelyn
unaona
is
huyo,
here.
unaona
Evelyn
huyo
Nyambongi.
amejitetea. She came to the studio once.
Yeah.
Kumbe Evelyn yuko alisema yeye si Sudo.
No, she's here. Na amesema Pemba na Makiadi na Adam na mdomo sana.
Nimekubali wewe si Sudo. Wao jamaa wamekutetea. Na unajua hawa jamaa ukihepa kama we ni mwanadada ujipate hapa, wote watakuona, lakini hawaonangi wanaume.
Ebu mtumie link Evelyn ya join. She's very beautiful.
Hapana. No.
Anapigiwa campaign mpaka na Black. Unajua Black ni FISI
Black ni fisi, ati Black anataka kuona Evelyn huko. Ati Black, ati Evelyn join saizi briefly. Uone nini?
I don't know what Black wants to
Nataka
see.
kuona nini Black but.
Letu wa Bomba ako tayari kurudi kwa Makiadi.
Nasikia Linena anasema Christina atashika mifupa.
No, but you know Demba, you know,
mafupa ama mifupa.
Mr. goes to the gym. I think it's gonna be muscular.
Mr. akifanya hivi itakuwa inagonga Christine.
Lakini ebu ambia Evelyn akuje. Unajua umeita Evelyn ati yeye ni Sudo. Hiyo hujamwambia poa. Let her come.
Wewe unataka Evelyn akuja kwa show? Hapana. Tumeshafunga show. Unfortunately tushafunga show. Sasa Evelyn mpaka Friday. Hata tunaweza ngoja mpaka 9th ya kuja.
Temba plus huyo msichana anaweza ingia saa hizi. And maybe we may end up eloping with her before Mr. knows. So acha tu akae huko. Something may elope with that girl if she comes here, so you'll be disappointed. So let it slide.
Evelyn, kuna mise hapa nataka, na kuna Black hapo. Nataka nani? Wacha tuweke bei ya jioni tukifunga. Mimi nataka kwenda na bei ya jioni. Mimi acha kukunja shati, utatuonyesha mifupa. Acha kukunja shati.
Evelyn is a very disciplined, and I like her sense of style. When she came to the show. She came to the show here. Couple times.
Dakika mbili ukaona sense of style.
No, I liked her and she knows that.
Kwani hiyo macho yako ni microscope.
I think Evelyn, you can attest to what I'm saying here, that you came to the show a couple times and you lit the show, yeah. So it's imperative then that you ufanye mpango tena ukuje. Makiadi alishindwa kusoma constitution hiyo time, alikuwa na
Mr. basi utoe shati tuone now that tumeamua unataka kuonyesha misuli, umeenda gym. Yaani
wewe Ndembo unatutafutia kesi na UNHCR. Achana na hiyo. Achana na hiyo laini bwana.
Ati Makiadi. Ukiweka picha ya Mise akiwa amevaa ka t-shirt, unaweza omba nayo misaada.
Lakini sasa lakini nyinyi mko na uombe, mnachukia sana. Wacha Evelyn akuje. Evelyn alikuwa anakuja hapa, alafu sasa sijui mlifanya aje. Nani Darius? Black hajasema anataka Evelyn. There is no competition hapa.
So if both Evelyn and Christina reappear now at once, where will you go?
I'll go with Evelyn. There is no question about it.
Evelyn, kuna Mise hapa na kuna Black. Tafadhali tupe Black pia anajitetea hapo chini. Kuna Mise hapa ameonyesha misuli. Amechapa gym. Mise umechapa gym, onyesha basi. Unaona misuli hapo, ona. Aya, tafadhali.
Mise unatupatia shida hapa na UNHCR. Wachana na hiyo maneno.
Temba. Mise, it is true Mise goes to the gym, but lakini anakimbia pale kwa treadmill tu alafu anatoka. He don't do the weights.
No, I mean, he's maintaining. Ako sawa?
We had posed a question to Evelyn, and I think you guys kila wakati nikipata mnanichomea. Ona this, yani angalia, ona hii effort yote ni kama Azimio wote against one person. Muache Christine, wachana na yeye. Christine, mimi hata sijaitaka mambo ya Christine. Ile ni PR. Ile ni mambo ya PR.
We will play this clip.
Yesu, umeona Evelyn sasa bendera imeanza kufuata upepo. Christine atakuja hapa atakuridhi.
No, I have no recollection to have even talked to Christine. Mimi mwenyewe sijaiona Christine.
Na Julia
naongea juu ya nani? Lakini mimi mtu mwenye nimeshinda nikiongelea hapa ni Evelyn. So why is it so difficult? Black Temba, why are you gagging Evelyn's right to come ndia tukutane?
Mimi sitaki vita, sitaki fujo. Wacha niachie hapo, manake Christina atakuja hapa kesho na itakuwa, by the way, kesho itakuwa hivi kwa sababu Makiadi ikifika the some minutes to the 8th hour, wala atakuwa hapa the 8th hour, siongeze wengine. Tunakuwa na wale najua normal suspects, najua Stone PK anajaribu kuwa one of the normal suspects. Kwa sababu mara nyingi anafungiwa nje. Sasa unaingiza mtu kama Mise, unaingiza mtu kama, yani kuna wale ambao unajua hawa ni watu wa kufunga show. Kuna wale watu ambao si wa kufunga show. Wale wanga wanakuja wanataka wasikizwe, wakimaliza wanaenda. Sasa hao usiwaingize tukifika the 8th hour. Wale watu wa kufunga show kama hao ambao wanakaa mpaka tunafunga show, hao ndio sasa unawaleta, ndio kama wakichelewa. Lakini towards the 8th hour, so that we don't push it too much. Ikifika the 8th hour, actually some 15 minutes to the 8th hour, wala wanabaki kwa show, watu wakidrop, unaanza kuwacha watu watoke. Ukileta watu wapya, we push the show, so that we tubaki na kina Mise, Adams, Stone PK,
Christine mnaleta na Evelyn.
Christine na Evelyn hatumleti, hatutaki vita kwa hii platform. Umeacha, mimi sitaki mambo ya vita ambayo we need to be proactive. Sitaki mambo ya vita. Sasa mimi nakuwa proactive, at least they call it, you have to have some mitigating factors. How are you mitigating? Sasa sitaki stories za kuja hapa mara Christine mara nani. So wewe deal kwanza na Christine, mmalize, akikulalia mfupa ishe, nyinyi mtakangana.
Linet ananunulia bize sapa, anasema. Linet
amekula sapa kweli. I want to order for
sasa kama kuna ile motema whatever.
Motema part.
Sasa hiyo ndio kamati ya roho chafu hiyo. Linet wa bomba, I'm blessed. Au ni kamati ya roho chafu. Lakini Evelyn, that is a very beautiful young woman. There, she's pursuing a doctorate. She's huyo ndio atanitibu. Yani huyo ndio daktari wa roho yangu. Na tena ni sabuni.
Chunga, iko mtu nyuma yako Mise, unaweza pigwa na hiyo pan. Watch out.
Pan gani? Mimi niko single bana, wacha kuharibu. Every other time nikimake one step mnanirudisha 1,000 steps nyuma.
Uwezi shikana na Christine ukwe single bana.
Christine tuliwachana. I moved on.
Adam, tumepeleka wapi Euphin?
Euphin alikuwa jikoni leo. Chapati anapika.
Wow.
Yeah.
Lakini unajua Adam, kuna kitu
niliona kuona fireworks
kuna kitu nilinoti hapo nyuma yako, kuna mtu alikuwa anapita hivi.
Makiadi dia alikuwa hapa jana.
Sasa wewe unapita nyuma yangu jana. Just concentrate.
No, because hiyo ndio sababu Euphin hakuwa hapa.
Makiadi dia alikuwa hapa jana.
Niliona mimi nilingangana nikaleta D hapa mkaleta siasa tena amepotea. Tena nitaenda kutafuta yeye.
Black hapo yeye na DA bwana. Kwani imekuwa kama seasons na winter na spring.
Hii tutatengeneza hii. Hii imekuwa hatari.
The problem
kuwa kama Adam. Unapatia mpaka jina linabadilika.
Nikipatiwa nini hivi? Nikipatiwa nini compliment hata I'm blessed amesema vizuri hapa na Mise anakaa mtamu. Sasa soma hizo comments basi.
Mise, kama uko na courage, Mise, if you think you're courageous enough, let that woman use your name and we see.
Who?
The one
I'm blessed. I change jina lake ikwe I'm blessed Mise.
Yes.
Are you daring? Are you daring? I'm blessed. Are you daring her?
Yes, I'm daring her. Kama anasema wewe ni mzuri, aseme jina lake kesho ikue I'm blessed Mise.
Simple thing. I'm blessed. Mimi ningekuwa ni wewe, hiyo ni kitu hata ningebadilisha saa hii.
Sasa ni Evelyn unataka ama ni I'm blessed?
No, for hiyo ilikuwa ni, unajua hiyo ilikuwa ni ile test. Lakini Evelyn iko sealed.
Haya, Mise, soma hiyo comment ya mwisho kutoka kwa I'm blessed. I think hiyo ni mzuri Ndemba, tukimalizia hapo sasa.
Tumalizia hapo kwa sababu sasa naona
lakini na hiyo ya Black mbona hamjasema kwamba he will be the best man for Mise and
Akesha kubali. Sasa hiyo tunataka tuongeze nini?
Ndio unajua Black anataka kudandia kwa sababu ameambiwa na mtu hapo juu. Wacha uone ile kitu ameambiwa hapa.
Amemaliza. Ati Mise Lem ni mwanamke au ni mwanaume?
Huyu sasa ndio watermelon. Nisikie mtu akiniita watermelon.
Alafu Darius anasema I'm blessed. Are you a she or a he? Hata anamuuliza. Asking Mise kama anauliza Mise kama ni he or a she.
Asking for Mise on behalf of Mise.
Asking for Mise. I'm blessed is a she. That one I can confirm.
Umeona hiyo Ndemba? Ndio maana Black anataka kudandia hiyo. Soma hiyo comment.
Evelyn atanyonga yote mbili, Black na Mise, na hawatamweza.
Nani amesema hiyo?
Lakini watu wanapenda umbea. Watu 173 wamekataa kwenda kulala, bado wanafuata umbea. Tuliwaambia ni wakati wa umbea, mtoke muende mkalale. Bado mtarudi kufuata umbea.
Temba, when I was getting into the show, there was a poll running there. I don't know. Did it stop? What are the scores?
The score kuna jamaa ametupatia hapa 1,400 and something. Let me see. Ndio hii hapa.
So Mise lost. Okay.
Of course, Mise, how do you expect anybody sane? Just sometimes ninaacha tu Mise anaongea kwa sababu we are saying that we are all insane, but some of us our degree is higher. So unaacha yule ambaye degree yake imekushinda, unamwacha endelea tishindwe pepo mbaya. See you guys tomorrow. God bless you.
Lakini hiyo umeiwekelea wapi, imetoka wapi sasa?
Gani?
Hiyo yenye unasema ati sane the level of sanity.
No, I mean I have just made a statement. If you choose to own it, see, it's up to you.
Ngoja
How do you want me
nipige,
to be
nataka
responsible of
kupiga
a
picha huyo
statement about
mwenye nyuma yako Adams, ndio nipatie Eugene.
We zima hiki tunaomba tuonane kesho.